It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom-led pilgrims from Plymouth Bay, Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and ends. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin's Wharf, Fenway Park, Old North Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Good morning. Morning. Hold on, everybody. All right, everybody, we're here real quick. Don't know if you guys know or not, but we are at my church. I'm Catholic, but that doesn't mean everybody's invited. You don't have to be like a specific religion to come here. So what we do here, shut that up. What we're going to do here, when I do that, we're just going to say a prayer, a real quick prayer for whatever it is that you want to say a prayer for. It's up to you, your prayers, whatever. But I'm going to go in, I'm going to shut the phone, everything off, except the thing, so you guys can be with me. And then we'll go to court from here. So without further ado, we're going silent. All right, we're back. Can you guys hear me? Anybody? I don't know. I just turned the sound back up. I don't know. Do not know. Gail, good morning. You can hear me. Sweet. All right. Giddy up. Now we go to court. Turn my hotspot on. I hope everybody had a wonderful night. I hope everybody is ready for today. It's Friday. Karen's team, I guess, plans to maybe rest on Tuesday. So that leaves us 3 days of solid. It's impossible that this happened type of testimony. And it comes down to that. And every day that this continues on, it just looks worse and worse and worse for the state. If you can prove that this didn't happen, which, by the way, you can, you prove that, and that means you have corrupt policemen. That means you have corrupt state police. That means you have corrupt clerks. It means you have corrupt secretaries. It means you have corrupt district attorneys. It means you have corrupt politicians. So that's what all this means. No, it doesn't. It's not. John didn't get hit by a car. That horse has left the barn, man. It ain't about that anymore. It's not. It is all about everything else. Everything else. I knew that was going to happen. Okay, well, speaking about leaving the barn, that just left. Let me pop on real quick. All right, check this out. You guys want to see something? Right? Look at the time on my Waze. You see that? (8:07). It's not. That's a great example of clock drift. This phone hasn't been connected to the internet. So now it's making all the connections. And that time will change. Check this out. I open it up. I open up the browser. First thing I see is that. Bang. Love it. Love it. So we're live right now, and I gotta see if my he's probably gone, but I know he's somewhere. Enter the studio here. All right, you guys can hear me, right? Because I got to do this real quick. And I can't do it on the phone this way. Who loves you, big guy? Dude, all your equipment's gone. That's a good thing. That means you're making money. Hey, two things. I got another camera. Check. And what about readjusting what we already got set up? Yeah, it's gonna be a shit weekend. I got all weekend. I don't know what you're doing, but I don't, Yeah. Oh, so Yeah. Yep. Sweet. Yeah, I want to get that buttoned up. Is your phone all set too? When you pop that app open, is every single camera view? Okay. All right. Good. Yeah. All right. All right, brother. Have a good day. Be safe. Bye. Sorry about that, guys. Off my list. Check. Hope everybody's doing well. You like the tie, guys? Like it? Stupid camera. Head to court. All right, let me mute this. All right, back. Now we're back. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
How you feeling?
Yo, yo.
Hey, bud, how you doing? You feeling good?
Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
Away.
Well,
Yeah.
all right, cool. So yeah, we're going to court, Mike. Wasting another day. More money. You know what? I'm gonna do this. No, really. I mean, why are we going to court again? What's the purpose of it all? For what?
At this point, I don't see any logic behind it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, yeah, I'm with you on that one, my friend.
I mean, it's not as much as it's not even about Karen now. Do you know what I mean, dude? It's about all the corruption. Every day that goes by, Mike, it's just deeper and deeper.
Yeah, buddy. I couldn't agree with you more.
Someone needs to make a list and start the process at go and find out every single person that this had to go through and put their names on a piece of paper. Does that make sense? List every single person that this had to go through. Bing, 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 bing.
Well,
And let's
obviously,
look back.
are you talking above more meatball and then go from there?
I'm talking from the time that the call gets sent on the radio.
Oh,
Man
all right.
down. Who answered it? Who touched it? Who was involved with this as a whole? Because
Fuck, dude.
think about this, Mike. Every single person,
yeah,
has to be looked at because their judgment isn't based on reality.
that's a good point.
And how much money do we really need to spend to come to the adult fact that, hey, this shit ain't right?
No,
Let's knock it off.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. It's just trying to undo that knot, so to speak, of like where the loose ends are, who really pushed it up the ladder, so to speak, to get it signed off, and like, have the grand jury up the charges, and whose idea was that? Yeah.
Who touched this case?
Because you're talking, you're talking attorneys, clerk magistrates, you're talking police officers, you're talking detectives, you're talking everybody.
Even
Yeah.
the clerks who file the paperwork.
Right.
How much money do we need to spend, Mike, to fix this stuff?
That's
At
why
least
I like,
address
Howie's hackorama there. You know,
it.
everybody's in the trough, so to speak, is like
Sure.
pretty fucked up.
Really? Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, we could. It's like I almost feel like it's too late. Like it's almost like we can't do anything about it until we vote them out. You know.
Yeah, but you need to have a plan in place, Mike. There's got to be something. That this can't be for nothing. Like this can't be for naught.
Agreed.
And Karen, right?
Yeah.
Come one day or another, the jury's gonna come back with the verdict. Then what? Not guilty. See ya. She's gone. I would have an open ticket. Walk out that courthouse, take me to Logan. Directly.
Okay. Then what?
Gone. See ya. I would get out of the state if I was her.
I know you speak in, like, theoretically speaking, but obviously she has some work to do here before she can take off for a while. But yeah, I agree with her. Get out, go travel for a while, couple months, whatever. But at this point, whether she chose to or not to, she's kind of the face of no corruption.
She is.
So unfortunately, God picked her for a reason, right? So
yeah, you can say that.
You can say that God picked her for a reason, and that if she couldn't handle it, He wouldn't pick her. You know what I mean? God can only give you so much. So I don't know. Kind of a different way to look at it. I think the whole family, not just her, too. I think the lawyers were picked for this reason. The family, her friends were all picked to be part of this whole thing and keep the fire burning. In a matter of speaking,
Yeah, I mean, you look at what actually God put on this poor girl.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Well, you know what? We say that now, but imagine her support team. But I mean, it is very taxing on your mental health and your body, everything that goes with it. So
yeah. Yep. I have. Oh, Mike, I didn't even tell you this.
What's up?
So I get this phone call, right? And I'm talking to this guy, and he's bringing all this stuff to my attention. And the more, everyone's happy today. The more I hear, the more disgusted and the more angry I get.
I know.
Right? So he wants to, I asked him, right, to chit-chat a little more. So I'm not sure. I can send him a link and see if you want me to see if he wants to come up.
Well, I don't know who you're talking about. Maybe off camera we can talk about. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, who's a member?
Hank Brennan Binky is a new member. How did we do yesterday? How were the numbers yesterday? It was good, Jay? Yeah. Oh, Tommy's frozen. Everybody frozen. Yeah, so Eva. Oh, okay.
Make sense?
I was told to back off.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Let's talk. Yeah, I don't know why, but I gotta find out why.
I'm sorry. Boston needs more attention, Mike. The Boston Police Department is epicenter.
Yeah.
How
How am I?
can
I'm tired.
not?
I just woke up a little while ago. Oh yeah.
But
Just got out of the
I mean,
shower.
Mike, would you say Boston Police Department's on the up and up?
No, they've never been. They've been subpar their whole career.
And look at what happened to Justin,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Boston PD needs to be needs some more attention.
It's such a couple thousand people, you know, with no like if it was your own business, you'd run it differently. But where you have no one to really report to except for the mayor and maybe a governing council, you get away with it. You get away with tax dollars.
Yeah, and I hope the people realize that like this isn't like no reflection on the people of Boston in any way. The people of Boston are good people. I mean, this isn't. This is a bigger. We're looking at it bigger. So please don't take that as we're trying to target a city or a town or something like that.
No, I don't like the fact that Mayor Wu had 2 protesters arrested last week. That bothers
Yeah.
me.
You know what
No,
bothers
because
me? Hey.
what's up?
You know what bothers me? You know the guy they arrested, Mike?
Yeah, one of the black gentlemen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he one of the regulars?
I've met him a few times.
Is he the one that
Straight
came
up.
from the first? Yeah, First Amendment, right?
Yep, straight up great
Yeah.
guy in
I
every
know who he
aspect.
is.
Yep, it's a guy.
But I
He
guess
doesn't have the means to fight anything, Mike. Like
Yeah.
he's a zero means to defend himself against Mayor Wu. She just tried. Like Karen, she's got resources. He's got 0 resources, Mike, to fight that whole system of all these people against him.
Yeah.
Boston Police Department violating the civil rights of everybody by doing that.
Right.
It ain't right.
No, I know. We went through this last year around the same time when they were protesting in front of our house. Remember, across the street,
Yep.
the sidewalk, and they weren't making any noise. They were just standing there with signs, and they got arrested. I remember that. But they ended up beating the charges. But
But still,
yeah, I know.
they had to take time off of the day. They worked. They had to get the money to pay for parking to get in there. And
Yeah.
so if that's the outcome, why charge them? If they know it's not going to go to court, if the judge is going to take it out.
I think the same reason like why they charged Erica, the same reason why they were rough with you, the same reason why they Mr. Grant get pushed over, Allison, you know what I mean? Just to deter some of the voices, you know. I don't know. And the jury, they'll push the case back a month, keep it over your head, and it's just the way the syndicate works.
Unlimited resources.
I know.
Our own money.
I know, dude.
That's a good one. Whoever come up with that one was slick.
Tell me about it, dude.
That's a good one.
Yeah, they're all wrapped in it together, you know. It sucks.
So we've identified a lot of different areas for improvement, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do we fix it? And when do we start? Do we need to throw more money at it? Is it another $1 million? Is it another 5, Mike? Like when?
Tom, it's gotta be done through the votes and the people. In my opinion, my humble opinion.
That's the how.
Yeah.
Right. That's the how.
Right.
When do we start this? Not fight for freedom, but how about like just when do things fix shit?
That's a good question. I mean,
pass a law or something. Like what we gotta? Who we gotta talk to? Where do we go? There's got to be people that know this.
I think it's a question I can answer, but it would take me. I think it'd take me quite a bit because you have to. I guess how do you eat an elephant? You just eat one bite at a time. You know what I mean, kind of thing, and just that's the way I would do it. Like what we're doing now. Let's just finish this one off, and then we'll check that box and see what we can do about, you know, more buffer zones that come along the line, that kind of thing. I don't know exactly how to put a plan together. I think there's smarter people out there for that.
There are.
But yeah. But obviously we want to do it the right way.
So we got ACA.
Is that gonna happen?
Not call them.
Yeah, someone's mentioning that might be happening today. I'm not sure though. I can't.
Well, we talked about the cost of Karen housing these people over the weekend, right?
Yeah. So that if oh god, if that takes Friday, that's right. Yeah.
And Hank would definitely stretch it out.
Oh yeah.
So I was thinking them on a Monday, Tuesday, drop the hammer, be done with it. That means you push everybody you're going to call into today. And you limit the scope to simple questions that Hank can't really redirect on.
Oh, I think Hank with I can't even speak with what we're hearing about how the presentation's going to go with video this time.
Right.
I don't know how Hank is going to fight against two PhD educated reconstructionists. I kind of, what's his angle? Unless he does an unbelievable direct and covers all the questions up front where he leaves no gap undone, which he will. There'll be no door opened by Hank, and he'll have maybe a couple of, in my opinion, maybe a half an hour to 45 minutes of just rebuttal bullshit.
Yeah.
He knows that he can't rattle anybody. You saw the Vordier, which I can't believe they actually Vordier those guys. Blew my mind. And
figure that one out, right?
And they don't.
This other guy comes up without even a fucking degree.
Right. So there's your perfect example of corruption. That's the shit I want to fix. Like if you don't have the means to call up one of your special expert witnesses and you're like Karen to pay him to come up, you're fucked. You can't get him into your fucking defense.
We haven't heard a word about Fanning and Crawford, have we? And how do you not call Fanning? How do you not call Tully?
Tom, those are great questions. Again, I would love to hear about them.
Right.
But like at this point, if you start off with Acker today, which I don't know, I haven't seen anything posted today, which I don't know who's going today. Maybe you do get some state police up there today. I don't know, but it's a tough one, man.
It is. It really is.
They're a lot smarter than me, but yeah, for my own personal gratitude, would I like to see Michael Proctor up there and get dismantled? Yeah, I would, because he was the one. He's the most important one to me that put his hands on everything and framed Karen Reed. But then you go above him, you have Buchanan and Tully. So yeah, then Fanning. So I mean, it's like, what do you want to do here? Like, pick your battle, win your war. How do you want to do it? Like, you're already winning the war. Now you want to pick your battles to make sure you just finish them off, right? Kind of thing.
Again, right? At what point do you stop? Is it being about not Karen? Karen not being
right, and corruption,
being guilty of anything,
right?
And it being about the corruption,
right? I think that's a great point. I don't think you want to. I personally don't think you want to put the two together as much as you have to. You want to free Karen Reed and then tackle corruption. And it might be the Walsh case. It might be another case down the line. Who knows?
Right.
But I tell you, they got fucking eyeballs on them. So I don't know. And don't forget. Good point in the chat there. We need the medical examiner for Rhode Island soon. Right?
So you think they're still gonna finish Tuesday?
No fucking way, dude. I can't see that.
Especially
yeah, no way. No fucking way, dude. They'll go through the end of next week. Easy.
And here's the thing, Mike, right? If they're, quote, ahead of schedule, Well, great. Let's take every single second we can. Drive it home. Right?
Yeah, you could.
Every second. Because we're past the Karen Reed did this shit. We're way past that. Look at every single, go to YouTube, open it up, and look at the people. Look at the titles of all the videos that are out there. It's not about Karen Reed did it. None of it. Mike, it's not like that out the window. Right? It's all about this corruption and this and the judge and blah. I mean,
I tell you what, Tommy, if you can find somebody on the sidewalk today that's kind of like new to it, ask them what they think. Ask them what would you do if you were the defense? Would you keep calling witnesses, or what do you think that people would say on the street? I think that's a good question. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but like, you see the bigger picture, right? What I'm trying to say?
Oh, I totally do. And I was like, but it's not about fighting corruption. It's exposing it and setting Karen Reed free, in my opinion.
Right.
Right? There's two different things here. Good morning, chat. Everybody's a little awake. I guess you can see that. Yeah.
Tim Smith, good morning. Good morning. He was camping last week.
He said he's in Fairhaven now, he says.
Fairhaven. The bridge. That freaking bridge killed more people, I swear. There was a time, I don't know if it's still there, but there was a gentleman's club down there.
Yeah.
And a guy got a little upset, showed up with an AK and started shooting people.
Oh, Jesus.
Like the police, when they showed up.
Wow.
Yeah. Mike, New Bedford's different, dude. New Bedford's a different breed. We haven't even touched New Bedford yet. Dude, Mike, I could do a 3-hour segment every day on just New Bedford.
I don't know enough to really get into it with you, but I'd like to learn.
There's a lot there. A lot. Corruption kind of starts there, Mike. We'll say that.
Well,
because they have access to
the water.
The water.
The ocean, yep.
Yep.
Yeah,
so,
like it's like those sleepy like Marina Bay, not like Marina Bay, but they have access to the water. A lot of things that happen with ships coming in and out. Yeah, you're right. Boats coming in and out. Yeah.
I lived in New Bedford. I cleaned up the schools. I was the reason the schools are clean.
Oh yeah, the dirt. I remember the dirt. Yep.
Yeah. Every teacher that worked in New Bedford High has cancer, but they say you can't prove it. Well, I don't want to. I can prove that these people that worked here all got cancer. You think that Brigham and Women's helps with the women there?
Oh, Jesus
Christ.
Christ.
Same type of cancer?
Yeah.
Same thing, Mike. But guess what? We're gonna attack these kids when they're developing, like when they're growing up.
Yeah.
Mike, there was a daycare on premises. Underneath soil was glowing. Let's put a daycare on top of the spot. Sounds good.
Someone had to sign up for that one too, Tommy.
Oh my God, I know who too. Yeah. Yep. I caught them. Mike, I caught the PTO. I caught the PTOs stealing money, and they were related to the principals of the schools, and the principals were the ones that were stealing the money too from the kids.
Wow.
Yeah, dude, they were stealing the money from the kids. I had the news in my kitchen. We're interviewing us.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Jessica, get your tickets for the 90s event.
Yeah.
What are you all waiting for? I don't know. When can you get them? Where are the tickets available, Tom? Do you know? Or Jessica, can you put it in the chat?
Listen, yeah, real quick. everybody in chat and everyone that's going to watch this later on, there's a party going to happen. Okay? It's a 90s party. It's going to be freaking epic. Jess, who's in our chat, I'm going to try and get her up here one day next week, and she's going to talk all about it, tell us where it is. It's very easy to get to, how much it is, what to expect, who you can bring, blah, 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 all that stuff. I don't want to give you guys wrong information. I want Jess to come up here because Jess does a lot of work. And if there's something that Jess needs, maybe we can help her out with that, right?
I'm not going.
No, but it's still it's still a good cause.
No. Yeah, whatever she needs, yeah, we'll put it up.
Yeah.
I can't. But here's the thing: like, I heard it was like $55, and I don't want to say the wrong thing, but the tickets are gonna sell fast, so we need to know sooner than later because I know it was announced on one of Turtle Boy shows. So like it's like June 28th or something like that, or let me look. Now, Jess, if you're listening, yeah, so the 28th is a Saturday. So that makes sense if it was a Saturday, but I don't know where it's at. Do you, Tom, know where it's at?
I believe it's in Middleborough. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Okay.
I have, you know what? After today, this morning, when I get back in front of my computer, I'll pop up. She sent me a thing. I'll pop up all the specifics.
Oh,
we'll
yeah,
get you guys where you gotta go.
Yeah, that'd be great if you could tweet it maybe later on again. I don't see it. Yeah. Okay, Jess is saying right now, Middleborough Elks Lodge. Is there a phone number, Jess, or a website to get tickets? Or you buy
sure
and do you dress up? You can go as like Motley Crue.
I think it'll be a really good time.
My words say I'm not going, but I said, yeah, that would be 90s is a good time. 90s would be. Here it is right here. Sammy just posted the link right there. Oh, glow in the dark party.
Woo! Hey, red and green make what?
Red and green make pink.
There we go.
All right. Why do I know that?
I don't know.
Oh, there's Pocket Pog. Tommy, are you going to Flavor Flav?
No.
Yeah, boy. Hi. That would be fucking awesome if you went to Flavor with the big clock around his neck and shit, and a grill in his mouth. Come on.
That would be good, Mike. I would do that.
All right. Yeah, boy.
Hey, I hear our friend Larry is in town.
Larry Foreman?
Yes, sir.
The DUI guy?
He's the man.
Yeah. Oh, so hey, there was a question from Monk Understudy about Eve's post is going viral about Deaver.
Really?
So, yeah. You know, it's out in the western part of the country. It is. I should like Defense Diaries all out there. Like it's going huge. Yeah. All right. So it's Jessica. Born Stand Up presents the 90s Glow Party. Bar pizza wings, 90 snack table, 50-50 raffle, 10 door prizes, chance to win 2 Bruises season tickets, personalized. What the fuck? Chocolates and more.
It's a thing. It's an event.
Holy fuck, man, that's a good time.
Just don't do nothing half. Jess only knows full throttle. That's all she
can just put it in the chat and she still got the streak going. That's all I need to know. For the standouts. But don't ever say that again. Yeah, boy. It's actually Middleborough's up $4.95, so you can go from. It's actually a good spot. $24.95, $4.95 will get you right down there.
Yeah, it's a really easy spot to get to.
It really is. I mean, I know it's like out there enough for everybody to get to in any kind of traffic. So.
Good morning, everybody who's here. Good morning.
So Jess has got the whole. Hey, Jess has still got the streak going for standouts.
Of course she does.
She says, "I ain't got no fucking quit." I love it.
You don't expect anything less from that girl. She don't know half.
And Jessica
There's no
says
half
also,
of it.
well, if you need a hotel room, there's some close by too. Yeah, boy.
Oh yeah, there are a bunch of hotels there. There are. Now that I think about it, ton of hotels in Middleborough, guys.
Yeah, the Crack Lodge and the Cocaine Desert Inn is right there.
It's
Yeah,
drying
boy.
up, though. Drying up.
Oh man.
Oh,
Right. Yeah. What kind of? All right. What drink was big in the '90s? We see Pearl Harbors. I remember those. See, Pearl. What were we doing back in the '90s? Oh shit! Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, the '90s were a blur for me, dude. I was pretty crazy. I was nuts in the '90s. Yeah. Pearl Harbors. Fuck. Yeah, I don't really remember too much. The '90s were a blur, dude. A complete fucking blur.
That was when the electric slide was going around, wasn't it?
Oogie, 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 boogie, boogie, boogie. It's electric. Oh man.
That was
Hey,
it, man.
you're right. It's electric. I think that still goes on, dude. If you go to a wedding, you might see it happen. I don't know. No, country wasn't big in the '90s for me, and it still isn't big for me. I'm not saying I don't like country. I hate country.
No, not a country guy. No.
I can't do it. I'm sorry, but I won't. I'm not jello shots. Yes, but I can never ever. Even when country started becoming more fast with their songs, like I don't want to hear about my dog's pregnant and my shotgun's gone and my blue pickup is right out. I can't do it. Can't do it. I know people can love country. I just Yagi shots. Was that the '90s RBA? Sex on the Beach, Flamingo. That's it right there. Tequila Sunrise. That's that. Yeah. So So when I was on the night, I used to hang out at the Chinese restaurant. We'd Scorpion Bowl races. Yep. That's what killed. Oh fuck. Lemon drops. Yep. Symmetric. Oh, Jager bombs. Remember the Chinese restaurant? Oh, fuck.
I used to love those balls.
What? I think there's like 6
Fruit
different
punch,
liquors in that thing. Oh.
Taste nothing. Love them.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Tom, you can go as Joe Dirt, too. You can go as Joe Dirt.
I can do that. I got the height.
Yeah. I think Flavor Flav's your guy, but whatever. You do you.
Oh.
Buttery nipple shots. Sex on the Beach. Yeah. Jungle Juice. Yeah. Yeah, RBA, dude. I think we were separated at birth. Chinese restaurants back in the day didn't card. We used to get a lot of young people in Chinese restaurants.
How do you get a fucking nipple thing without having a girlfriend?
Well, here's the thing about Chinese restaurants. When you look at the Chinese person or Asian person, do you know how old they are? You can't tell, right? Same thing with us. They look at us, they go, well, they all look the same, right?
It's because they eat a lot of fish, right?
I don't, dude. So when I go fishing off my paddleboat down the Resi, there was a Chinaman there every morning catching sunfish, throwing them in his car, going home. I don't know what he was doing with them, but I don't know. But I would say hi to him.
Back to reality.
You have a bobber going and shit. I'd be like, oh fuck, dude. Oh man.
Interesting to hear what people think about how long it's going to take to deliberate. What they think.
Fuck yeah. Remember, we all got it wrong last year. Because that's because there was some. That's because there was some shady shit going on. You know what I mean?
Distractors. Again, Mike, how the fuck can there be shady shit going on in a murder trial? Stop for a second. Listen to what you just said.
I know. Does that sound whack?
Dude. This ain't speeding, dude. This isn't like Salt and Barry. He hit me here, hit me.
Right. The only like corruption that I was ever a witness to back in the day was a clerk magistrate fixing a ticket for you. That was the only shit. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
That's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking. That's the only stuff I ever do. And I guess I must have lived a sheltered life, obviously. But I knew there was bad people in the world. But man, fuck me.
And again, we all want to believe. We all want to believe that everything is right. Things are the way things are the way. Santa Claus is real. Easter Bunny's on his way. That type of shit.
Yeah, but it's good. We haven't heard much about the jury being, you're in trouble or someone getting thrown off or someone's being followed and, crying at a sidebar. There's no more dramatic game bitch shit going on.
It all fits the corruption, Mike, and we're kind of all okay with that. That's messed up. Bad. We're allowed that to be okay.
I know, right? Makes no fucking sense, dude. That's crazy. That's fucked up.
Yep.
But after yesterday's, you saw Elon's tweet.
Oh my God, yeah.
So what makes you any different?
Not get off.
But what level does it stop? It goes all the way to the top. RB, I think we were separated at birth, to be honest with you. What?
Legitimately, how much higher can it go, Mike?
No, I mean, that's fucked up. The upstairs, I mean, I didn't want to go there today with this stuff, but it's just like that happened yesterday. That's the reason, do you believe? And Elon's all about free speech. And hey, please, Santa Claus is real, Tom, in case we got any small ones. Santa Claus is real. Tommy's just making stuff up.
He is.
In fact, the Easter Bunny is eating my lupines right now, man. You're almost there. You're at the exit right there.
Yeah, I'm right in the
traffic light today, huh? The traffic's light today, huh?
Good traffic today. Good day for traffic. Very, very easy flowing. So I wanted to take a second and tell everyone that's here, thank you very much for spending your morning with us. We appreciate it. If you get a second, just hit that like and subscribe button. We
yes, guys,
we appreciate it.
Come on, do the right thing. Be a member. Yeah, boy.
Members.
Yeah, so do we have a good turnout yesterday? Sounds pretty
we had good members only. People like Eve.
Oh yeah. Speaking of, they want to back on and talk about that that we had, that we talked about.
It's funny that you say that, Mike. I was talking to Eve yesterday and today a little bit, more yesterday, about maybe spending some more time with us, Mike.
Well, yeah, I know she's busy. She got a couple of young bucks and a hubby and stuff, and she's I don't want to.
No. It's a good thing. Good thing.
No, yeah.
I think we can both work together to have a good outcome.
Sure.
So, yeah, I look forward to seeing a lot more of Eve. And the people just keep asking for her.
Yeah, she kind of broke her story here with us, and then
she's every time she talks, she's giving new information.
Right. All right. Yeah. I got a link to the 90s party. I'm just going to tweet it. Yeah, I'm gonna put it on Twitter. If you guys need tickets, I'm gonna tag Tommy in it, so you guys can make sure you get your asses there. And even the music's good, man. The 90s, man. No drinking and driving, please. No drinking and driving. Spend the night, get a cold, go in a group. Maybe we can get a bus ride together for you. Would that be the party bus all the way down there? That'd be fucking awesome. Oh my God,
we could do that, Mike.
Imagine that.
We could so do that.
We get a duck boat and just go.
Well, we know we got one of our mods is a bus driver.
I know, but we can't. What if she wants to go? I'm not going to put her on the spot.
Of course she's gonna want to go.
All right. I wonder how many people it holds. And if I'm telling you, if you don't buy your tickets like today and tomorrow, they're going to be gone. It's going to be like the weekend before. It's going to be the weekend before July 1st, right? The 28th. Yeah, so it's right before July 4th weekend. And July 4th is on a 4th.
Be a good
It's
warm
on a
up.
4th. It's on a Friday. Yeah. So you have Saturday, then you have Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, then you have July 4th that whole week. So it'll be a good time to get going. Rip it up. Karen will be free by then, right? Hopefully. Then Red
No,
Velvet. Huh?
We know she'll be free.
I can't. Oh yeah, she'll be free. I just want to keep it in perspective. Yep, Larry DUI guy just posted something. He's in the city. He's gonna go with him.
Welcome, Larry. He brings the good weather. He came last time. This time last year.
Did he really? Yeah, was it this time? Yeah. Oh man. So you think I'm trying to see if the crash daddies are in town today. Who's doing what? I'm not sure. I can't see anything where they have anybody going to that. Yeah. Nothing yet. Who's going on today? Yeah, I'll be a crash daddy donkey. I don't think crash daddies go today just because of the weekend. That's just me.
Right. I agree, Mike.
Yeah. I'll go be next week, Darcy. You're right. Yeah. So who do you have today then? Do you have the medical examiner for Rhode Island? You get a bunch of you get Alberts, McCabe's, whatever you want to call. You have Helena Rafferty, Tully, Michael Proctor.
And they gotta come today, bud. Right?
What?
You gotta like they did last time. They ended with Arthur, right?
Yes.
I see it happening again.
Well, yeah, we talked about who do you anchor with, and I think obviously it was either in the front or the end, and I think they're going to be at the end. Yeah. Why not have that fresh in their minds? You know what I mean? And then you're going to have
Yeah, unequivocal. It didn't happen. It's not even like questionable.
And she better not give closing arguments an hour. She let
an hour.
An hour for a murder trial. I'm going to give you an hour because I have to get down the Cape. Like, what the fuck?
An hour. Yep. That's all you're worth. I'll get out of town. Here we go already.
They're coming for you, Tommy. Don't call it a comeback.
Hey, my friend was back over there looking for me there, sitting in his car doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that's okay.
Telling you, man.
It's a free world.
It is.
That would do.
Odd.
It is odd, Tom. Yeah, it is odd. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah.
And it's a cruiser. It's an undercover. That little police interceptor thing in the back, in the spotlight in the left doesn't give it away. The crash bar on the front doesn't help.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
Get our TV guys here.
I love him.
Yeah.
What a nice guy. What a nice guy. I mean, seriously, what a nice guy. Guy's just, hey, Tommy, wherever you are. You know?
Chris? Chris?
Yeah.
That's my buddy Chris.
He likes you a lot, dude. Like, he goes out of his way to say hi to you. That's when you know you got, you know.
And likewise, because he's just a super straight up, like.
Yeah, real person.
Yeah. And
you should ask. You should ask him. What do you think's going to happen next week?
Okay.
You know, like I don't know. I don't know if he can give his opinion where he's running a camera
Well,
and stuff like
that's
that.
the thing.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I can
Yeah.
ask, but definitely definitely a
Morning,
super guy.
Stella.
Super
Yeah.
guy. Yep. Gosh, yeah.
It was weird having a day off yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, did
It was
we
like,
really? 2 hours later, you know.
Yeah, no shit.
Really
How's your shoulder?
sore.
Okay.
Sore. It's something just not right. Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
dude. You know, when you get punched in the shoulder, it hurts, then it
Yeah.
goes away.
Yeah.
It doesn't go away.
Yeah, that sucks. Good morning,
Like
CW Gemini.
sucks.
Yeah, I know, donkey. Day off means I got shit done. No, I did. Yeah, I did for a little bit. I mean,
Did we really? Like,
no.
no.
I had to do no.
Uh, Good.
You see the peoples around?
No, dude. I don't see nothing right now.
Wow.
I can't.
Oh,
Blinded.
interesting.
Yes. Very.
Oh, time's 8 o'clock on the rock of Boston.
The what?
About 8 o'clock.
Oh, that's something else.
It's 8:09. Yeah, Tom got a cortisone shot. Yeah.
All right.
Alrighty.
Check. We're here. We made it. That's off the list.
You got your parking pass?
Yeah. So, what question again did you want me to ask people?
Well, who else will the defense call before the trial's over?
Okay.
Obviously, we know the crash daddies, but any
Well, yeah.
more Canton police officers, any more state police officers, retired,
Brian
fired,
Albert.
right? Brian Higgins. I don't know.
Shut this off. Close that. Although, let me see something.
What are you doing?
Let's see if I can run with 2 phones.
Try 2 phones in the house.
Right. I have to mute this completely though.
Well, I can just tell you this: whatever we did on the way in worked.
Yeah, as in.
Just the whole sound, picture, everything went smooth.
Okay.
I'm
So that's all
saying.
set up to go. All right. You guys know the routine.
There's Tommy 2 shoes, Tommy 2 phones.
Check. All right. Check this.
Yeah, boy.
What else is new in the world out there today, Mikey?
I I'm just trying to get a handle on who's going to testify today, bro. I don't know. How quick is Beverly Canoe when I want to get these people out of here?
Yeah.
So that way there, maybe you can see somebody walking into the courtroom and we can see what's going on.
Right, we'll know, right?
Yeah.
I'm usually pretty lucky about catching people coming in and out of court, ain't I?
Yeah, you are, buddy.
Works out.
It always works out for you.
Well, for the members.
Members
you
only.
Members.
Oh, yeah.
How the dogs doing, Mikey?
My dogs are good, man. I call them my co-counsel.
You need to. I mean, come on.
And they're so trained so well that like every time I come upstairs in the morning, they know what time I usually start. And
Yep.
they actually go into their crates without even me saying anything. And I just lock the door behind them.
And they know.
And they know every single morning, whether it's Saturday or Sunday, they go to the crate, 8:15 in the morning, 7:30 in the morning, they go right to the crate. They know it's time to get locked up for a little while. It's so fucking whacked.
No, that's awesome.
Well,
that means you're in tune with your dogs. That means they get you.
Oh yeah. My dogs.
Awesome.
My relationship with my dog, like I like dogs more than I like people.
Yeah, I see that.
Really, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So
today, right?
Yeah.
Do I travel? Hi. Do I travel on the other side of the sidewalk? Hey guys, how you doing?
Tommy.
How's everything? I love your shirt. Can I put that on film?
Yeah, just try to
Mikey.
make me about 20 pounds.
No,
Maybe
it's a
40
different
lighter.
tell the filter's on. Yeah.
Look at
Yeah, metadata or it didn't happen. I love it.
Richie nailed it. I want one of them shirts.
That's
It's
awesome.
beautiful.
What's your name on it?
What? That's my name on it?
Yes. Not really.
Oh, okay.
DUI.
I love it.
Where is he? Thank
He's
you.
inside.
Is he already went in?
He might have gone in.
The registry of deeds or in the court?
He said he was going to be inside today.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he might be down the other end right now.
Hanging out.
Let us
Still
know
back,
if you
yeah.
need anything.
All right.
Runner, anything.
No, we're good. Thank you so much.
I
love this
nice
shirt.
people, man. Wow.
Sorry about that, Mike.
No, that was great, dude.
They show up here all the time. They come to all the.
I would have asked them who they thought they were going to call today.
Trying to catch up with Larry. If he's
Oh,
even
that's
here.
right. You're not only a member, but you're a
Hey,
client.
good morning, Henry. What's up? You're such a good boy. Look at him. Mike, you talk about being in tune? Look at this guy. He is
Hey,
just chilling.
Hey, she's the one that wrote "In a world full of proctors, be like Sergeant Barrows."
Yes.
She's the one that wrote that. Tell her I posted the picture of her yesterday.
Oh, Mike posted that picture of you yesterday, which is in the world of being proctors, being barrels.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell her it came out awesome. I posted that yesterday. She got like 10,000 likes.
10,000 likes, Mike said it got on it.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Morning. Good to see you. Not much.
What?
No,
Pants and a cape, a shirt, and a tie.
I'm normal.
Yeah,
Yes.
she's small.
No. Let me rephrase that.
I know.
No, I'm okay. There's Jess Machado over there. Do you want me to ask Jess anything?
Oh, I don't care. I don't know off the top of my
Yeah.
head. Like who we're gonna call today? Does she know?
All right, let me ask her real quick.
Yeah.
I can do that. Good morning, Jess. Hi, ladies. Do you have a minute?
I do.
All right, we want to know, right? Who gets called today and why?
I have no idea. I like it to be a
All right.
surprise. No idea.
All right. You think Aka definitely gets called?
I don't know.
No.
You tell me.
Yeah.
I have
Every
no idea.
minute for new trial.
I don't know. I want to be surprised.
Unfolding. Canton Confidential. The Karen Reed murder trial. Continuing coverage streaming on the NBC 10 Boston News Channel.
Oh, this is Tom's house. Oh, I love it. Hacking into Tom's computer at the house.
There's somebody up there all the time.
There we go. No, I always do a certain time when it goes. Come here, respect. One time they needed an open seat, and like, hey, you want to?
Yeah, yeah.
Yep. Well, they ain't no problem because
All right, I'm running in.
All right, listen, good seeing you, Jess. Keep up the good work. Yeah,
She wants to be surprised too.
yeah, and I get
Oh,
that. Wait,
yeah.
where'd she go?
Who?
I thought I saw Cindy. Where'd Cindy go? How are you, sir?
Oh, so flip ahead St. Aka today. Wow.
Oh, there's Cindy right there.
I wonder, Aiden's not going today. Is Aiden coming down today?
I don't know. I mean, think about it. He's got to come next week. How often do you want to come and hang out at the place where you don't want to be there at all to begin with?
Oh no,
Right.
he's got court. He's got court
Yeah.
today, right?
Next week.
Oh, is it
Monday.
next week?
Monday,
oh, yeah,
Monday.
that's what it is. Yeah.
Yep. So I plan on being there for that. On top of this, so
Jesus.
Monday's a
busy.
full day, people.
Look at that truck. We're paying for that truck for the trooper right there.
This one right here.
Jesus. Yep.
Yeah, that's what's his name.
That's Hardman's. Yep.
Don't look at it sideways, or it'll get an opinion about its feelings.
Look at that thing. That thing's badass. That's an $80,000 truck. $75,000
No,
truck.
100. Easy
Probably.
100.
Oh, yeah, with the police package. Yeah, probably.
Yes.
And there's another one right behind it. What's that one behind? It's another. What's that? Is that Tahoe too? Yeah. Wow.
2211 and
Wow.
2680. They're all like vanity plates. And look
Nice
at the
truck.
crowd already forming on the sidewalk over there.
Who? They can go over. You can go over there now.
Me?
No, they can.
I'm
Go,
afraid.
what are people? Remember that court? They should corner Tom.
I
A lot
know.
of people. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit, dude.
Are you guys going in?
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
Okay, you gotta wait on that corner.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
Hello. I was just going to say hi. I didn't want someone to interrupt you. They can't be on the sidewalk. They got to be on the other side. No. But they got to be over there. How are you? Whoop. No, you're not in anyone's way. You having a good day? Yeah, sweet.
How you doing?
So
So
what?
this is
So
like
people. I don't understand why people are sitting on the sidewalk. That doesn't make any sense to me.
they're waiting for Karen to come.
But they're allowing them to do that.
Yeah, well, they're gonna get spoken to. If they're going into court, then they're allowed to sit there. And these people are just taking pictures. So
Oh my god, fucking it! How things have changed in a week, Tommy.
tell me about it, right?
Yeah, because there's a camera guy set up right between the cars, looking right down when
Right, yeah.
Karen comes in. Right? Yeah.
And you know what? I'm gonna get on top of this freaking.
Oh yeah, dude. Just watch out
Right.
for your shoulder. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I can use one hand.
You getting up there now?
Now see if it's even possible.
From the grassy knoll. Thanks for the membership, Donna. Oh yeah, Tom, that's beautiful. Hank Brennan's big became a YouTuber. Thank you, buddy.
Henry, Henry,
Dude, that's
he's a good
fucking.
boy.
Hey, Henry.
Henry's a good boy. So, Mike, you
Yeah.
ready for this?
That was
I have
awesome,
a
dude.
tripod. Let me get my other phone. I'll put the tripod up, and I'll have you live stream from here. You ready?
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, Henry, the good boy. I keep forgetting to bring that boy treats. You're such a good boy. You're such a good boy. Sweet. All right, hold on. I'm going to get a tripod.
What's the bet? Tom's gonna fall off the podium. I'm gonna guess it's 80-20. Couple of ankle bracelets. The girl right there in the black pants, she's the one that had that sign, in a world full of Proctors, be a Barrows, be a Sergeant Barrows. I took a picture of her last year at the State House. I thought that was well deserved. She's got some ink on her too. She's got all she's fucking tatted up, man. Mikey, stop. Well, you know, I like to see the edging of the. You know, all that piece of stone is right there. Beach bump for the dog treats. Thanks. Yeah, Henry. Henry's such a good dog.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nice Louis Vuitton backpack over there. Look at that thing. Wow. Jesus. Is that Louis? Yeah, let's see Louis. Yeah, we can't have any drones up here, man. That sucks. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a safety hazard. Someone would use it incorrectly, like me.
Yeah. Yeah. So Allie's asking some parking advice for going to Dedham for the first time behind the registry of deeds, right?
Yes. Registry of
Go
deeds.
behind- yeah. If you come in Alley, go behind the registry of deeds. Just put it in your GPS. Tons of parking out back. Oh, yeah, the church parking lot. Yeah. Yeah, I think the police have had enough of just trying to be Gestapo-ish. It's good, buddy. What do you guys think of that angle? Beach bum, thanks for the treats. You were taking a diva. I think there's a lot of vacuum cleaners getting ready. Wet dry vacs getting ready to go today for the daddy for the crash daddies. You there?
Yeah, hold on.
All right. Hank Brennan's in the house. I hope it's Acker. Well, it's 8:30ish, so they should be showing up soon.
Morning, how are you? Very well, thank you. Esty says good morning, Mikey.
Yeah, good morning, Esty.
And the mods and everybody says hello. Free Karen Reed, we're on it, girl. You keep doing, we're all doing our part. We got this.
Look at those people over there, Tom, that you got beat up for over there. They should buy you a coffee.
I don't want a coffee, Mike.
Here they come. So I want to see what the shirts in blue do. Are they just going to help Karen get to court? And God forbid if the crash daddies show up to court together in the same truck. Oh my God, God forbid. Right? No, you leave the people alone. That's so fucked up. How much money are we spending for all this happening right now? It's fucking crazy. Right? You got two shoes. I mean, two phones. Yeah, there's like Tom's tablet, Tom's mobile 2, Tommy 2 phones. How many cameras does this guy fucking own? Oh yeah, perfect. Who's the mod that's doing this today? You're hired. Is that Sammy? Yeah, 2.38 milli, $2.38, Mikey. All right, Sammy. Thank you. Doing an awesome job. You must have woken up in bed this morning, not on the floor. Yeah, boy. Oh man. You know what I listened to last night on Spotify? I listened to the a podcast. I forget the actual name of the podcast.
All right, Mike, how are those views?
Tom, this is the best day you've ever had.
Oh, I can't. Now try it again. What?
This is the best day you've ever had. It looks good.
Really?
It looks really good. Yeah, it looks awesome, dude. The microphone's working well.
They're not all over the internet connectivity thing.
Yes.
There's not 500 people around me, you know?
KG. That's right. That's where I'm at. I think they call the medical examiner and ACA on Monday, right? That's where I'm at. And then they got to close out. If that's the case, that's a great point. If they got to close out, they close with ACA. That's it. Period. Medical examiner, John was moved. Then ACA. Boom. Game, set, match.
How are you? Yeah. Where are you from?
I'm from Mississippi.
Mississippi?
You look like you know what you're doing. I'm gonna stand over here and try to get a picture wherever
You're in a great spot right here.
Okay, great.
Because it's going to catch her coming down the sidewalk over there.
Ask her who she thinks she's going to call today.
So, who do you think you might be on camera?
No.
All right, so where you from?
Oh, wow.
Mississippi. We're here on vacation. My daughter's in law school. She's over there, just interested in the whole process. Very exciting.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Be a part of it and see it play out.
What's your opinion so far about this whole thing?
I really don't know enough about it. I honestly, I don't know enough about it.
I like her hat.
And keeps up with it, but I don't.
Yeah, okay. No, it's good. I like that answer. What you have heard so far, do you have any opinion so far? What have you heard about this case so far?
Yeah.
Just that it's the second time around.
Yeah.
And it has to do with Karen Reed,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yep.
The accused, and that it has to do with her boyfriend being a police officer.
Yeah.
So I just started reading about it. It's terrible. I should know more about the news that's going on.
Listen, there's a lot.
Yeah.
You will get overwhelmed, just so you know. Have you heard of Turtle Boy?
Actually, somebody just mentioned him earlier.
Yeah, you need to find his site. He's got some great segments about how easy he breaks it down into easy. Like this
Thank you
happened,
for
and this
telling
happened,
me
this
that.
happened, and he puts it on a level that's very easy to understand. So
Well, obviously, there's
Yeah,
a lot
he's-
of people that are very passionate about the different issues. So I need to spend some more time and get involved in it.
Mhm.
Just as a matter of, being educated about it. But lots of passion and lots of obviously support
right.
for the issues. So it's
What
exciting.
law school did she go to?
What do you think about the turnout? Like from the outside looking in, what do you think about all these people standing around cheering on someone that's accused of murdering a police officer for all things?
Well,
Isn't that
I
kind of
don't know
crazy?
that's what they're. I don't know that's what they're cheering on. I don't
Right.
know why they're here, but I know when we got here, we've been here almost an hour, and just to see people lined up is,
Yeah.
I mean, a testament of people are supportive and want to be involved in their local community. Obviously, very involved in this case. So I don't think that can
Yeah.
ever be a bad thing. That
No.
people are trying to be more involved. And more educated.
Exactly. But yeah, you'll find this case to be just one wrong thing after another, and you're like, well, that don't make any sense. And then you'll understand why. It's just so the guy.
What law
Turtle
school?
Boy,
What
real quick.
law school she go to, Tommy?
What, Mike?
What law school?
My partner wants to know what law school.
Loyola.
What is it?
Loyola.
Loyola?
Nice.
Nice. Yeah, okay. There's so many different things here. So Turtle Boy broke the story, right? To the public, to all of us, and they locked him up. They got a girl, like a honeypot. They got a girl to be his girlfriend and then call him over. And when he went over to look at the documents, she said that he pushed her and hit her and stuff. And it's like, what are you talking about? So they locked him up and threw him in jail for 60 days on top of this whole entire mess. All because he broke the story. That's like, it's blatant. It's so obvious.
Now, who are these people?
Who are these people? That looks like Richard Green.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
So he's a 227 guy. Yep.
Yeah, he's Richard Green. He's the guy in charge of at 227. Somebody Googled how long the dying was hold.
At what?
At 2:27 in the morning when this happened,
Yeah.
somebody Googled how long to die in the cold. And this guy here, he's a tech guy, so he looked at the phone
He
and
found
said
it.
at 2:27 this happened.
Jen McCabe.
Yes, he's for the defense. Yeah, that does look like him, Mike.
Oh wow.
Yeah, not wrong door, bud.
So witnesses go in the side; they don't come in the front.
No, he's supposed to go in the front. He doesn't know.
Oh,
That's okay. He'll learn, unfortunately. But I mean, when these are all people for supporting Karen, and we had the sidewalks packed up and down the street, and the judge, she put the kibosh on it. She said there's a buffer zone, so that means
that
you
Richard?
can't do this and you can't do that inside this marked lanes. We have no rights in here. And she
That
gave
is
all
exact-
our rights away to the state police,
Right.
who can now kind of
Oh,
abuse it. They got a paddy wagon here. Can you understand why there would be a paddy wagon here? From the outside looking in, why would there be a paddy wagon?
well, I have no idea, but I know people can act crazy. It doesn't matter what the environment.
Absolutely agree. But do you think them people over there are the ones that are gonna go act crazy? Like, are those the crazy
No.
stirrers? No, I'd say no.
Everybody's been very peaceful.
Their
and
moms?
Actually, everybody's been super nice, very nice.
Yep. Those are moms, sisters, wives. They're regular people. They're not bad people. They're good people. And they got the paddy wagon here for what? Show of force.
Well, I guess you
1,
can't
2,
guarantee
3.
that everybody's going to be nice, is the thing. But all I've witnessed and all I've seen thus far is nothing but people being nice.
thank you. Yeah.
that makes up, I'd say, 99.99% of everyone that you see here supporting Karen Reed, and the people you don't see, right? That's what makes up these people, and they're all helpful. I mean, Karen has an army of people going through all of the data that people are saying, and they're proving that this is wrong, this is wrong, this is impossible, this is wrong, this is wrong. So it's so much, and just so you know, it's gonna sound a little far-fetched, but it's true. What you watch and what Turtle Boy put up there, what he put up there is all things that are true, not things that like other
Yeah,
stuff.
frame two, yep.
Yeah.
Tommy, good job, buddy. So that was definitely Richard Green. You can definitely with certainty say it was Richard Green.
Yes, sir.
All right. You guys got that in the chat? Richard Green in the house?
Break it here, buddy. How the overhead pictures look, guys?
Looks awesome, Tommy. Good job, man.
Well, my ideas finally all came together.
Look at that, dude. That's fucking awesome, man. What a job, dude.
Mr. and Mrs. Reed, that's Mr. and Mrs. Reed right there. They are the nicest parents you could ever want, in anything.
Oh, wow.
They seem to
They're beyond sweet. They are the beyond. The love that they give the people. Look at right there. Look at I can't explain it. They are.
Salt,
Again,
yeah, salt of the earth, yeah.
Patty wagging for them people, because those people are the same people as them people. You see what I'm talking about? This is everyone's nice. They got like 3 paddy wagons. There's 50 cops. There you go. All right, we're up again.
What do you got, buddy?
Crash and Dad Day.
They hit too?
Yes, sir. Dr. Wolf in the back, right there. Back to us right now.
Wow,
In the
227. And, wow, this is gonna be a bang.
To Dr. Wolf.
Now, who were all those?
Okay. One guy was telling the black thing. He does like all the audio visual stuff for Karen. So when they need something put up on the screen, he puts it up on the screen. The other guy is also Dr. Wolf, but he's got like a whole bunch of alphabet letters after his name. Smart, wicked.
Accident reconstructionist.
And he's determined, federal government, FBI, hired him, his company, to determine that the vehicle never hit John and John never hit the vehicle. They built a cannon, an air cannon to shoot the tail light to see what it takes to break it. There's no way a human body could do it. They proved that. It's with science. Like, so.
Accident reconstructionist.
He's an accident reconstructionist, too.
Yeah.
So. Oh, I didn't even notice your shirt. Damn, yeah. Dude, I didn't even notice the shirt. Check this out. And here's another thing. You ready for this?
Yes.
I'm sorry I didn't notice that.
Wow.
You want to tell her about this?
So this is Enrique. He was part of the Mass State Police Academy. There was a training boxing match where he died. I think his teeth, I'm not 100% sure on all the injuries, but they don't really match up with what should have been like a training exercise. And we had no answers for him. It's been, how long? It's been
9 months. 9 months.
no answers. No one will talk.
And a
There's
recruit,
allegedly video, but it's not been seen.
at the academy.
He used to work for was it the Worcester DA?
Yeah, Worcester County, Joe Earl. He used to work for Joe Earl. So he worked for the DA.
Amazing guy too. He's so
Yeah.
sweet.
He was like the pillar of his family. There's Larry, the DOI guy, right there. Stick with this. Larry. That's my lawyer.
Chop, that's my lawyer. I love it.
He walked in nicely too. Wolf and Wolf. And then that's Karen Reed right there. Karen. That's her brother right there in the green shirt. It's Nathan. Look at the silent wave because he's not allowed to talk. A lot of knowledge right there, girl.
They got a sign over there.
Brave. Haven't seen that one before. Good. Mike, look at. Did you see what it said? I can't even read it. I didn't even see what it said. That's John's mother right there, in the white shirt and the gray sweater. His mom. And that poor lady's been through it a couple times over. So that's and here comes Lally and Hank Brennan walking down the sidewalk together. Yeah, you get to know everybody. Wait, and that's about that. What's up, bud? No, that's Hank Brennan and Lally. No, up the stairs. Is that Scanlon? I don't think it is. I've never seen him. I wouldn't know. They're just trying to cross the street now because we're not allowed to go near Karen or her family. So they kind of let it. They kind of like stop. Everybody can go in to give her space there, so she can walk out of her car without getting mobbed by people. That's why they set the cameras up down there. So that makes sense.
So is that everybody that's now that's here?
Ted Daniels, that guy right there with the pink shirt to the right.
Yeah.
He's like one of the best reporters in Boston because he's been covering this from day one. And that's our problem here. No one will cover it because it's corruption in itself.
Yep.
Yep.
We'll follow my time.
Yeah. Nice talking to you. All right.
Good job, Tom. Good job, Tommy.
That was about everybody, I think. We got everybody going in, Mike.
Yeah, I think you did, brother. What's your plan? Are you gonna have lunch? I mean, breakfast, or are you heading home? What are you doing?
I was probably gonna have breakfast at home. I don't know. Where's
All right,
Cindy? Cindy. All right, I don't care. That's right. We're good. All right, let me close up these. Let me close these up. I don't know who that lady was.
Keep going over there.
Huh?
Oh, I said,
Yep. Yep.
I've been really
I'm gonna go. I'm probably gonna run and do this somewhere else. That way I can get it done. I need to make sure that this gets streamed right. I don't want it to screw up today. Trying to like babysit it, stream in case it goes out. Which
What?
they love doing to me. I don't know why.
StreamYard, you mean?
Yeah,
Oh,
They- for whatever reason, they just pop me out of like everything that's set up running. It's like, why?
I heard Will saying, if you StreamYard, what is he saying? Oh, Larry, think what?
Okay.
He's saying, if you're using StreamYard on your phone, it's gonna keep kicking you out. If he tries to look at the chat, it'll kick you out.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, you can't even see chat. Forget that.
Are you live right now?
Yes. Yeah. Looks I got this morning were priceless. Oh, isn't that nice?
Last night.
What a good picture, huh?
Last night.
You know why with this haze? Because there's fires in Canada. You know that?
What it was?
That's the haze that
Is
you
that
get.
what it was?
Yep. You can touch that up.
I tried, but so this is everybody
Send it
else.
to somebody with an iPhone. Send that. That's a beautiful picture. Send that to someone with an iPhone. They'll touch it up, make it clearer.
That's all of them.
There's the site that'll do it too.
Yep.
You need to get that stuff clearer because that's a good picture.
I know. See what I got the other day?
Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness.
Yep.
Oh, go back to that other one. Do that one.
Yep.
You got to send that to the mod, please.
That's fun.
Yeah, send that to the mod. Yes, yes.
Took a lot from up here,
Send them, please.
but look at that.
Those are,
Look at this. Don't send.
I'm not,
Yeah, how many sidebars today, guys? How are you thinking? All right. Larry's live just the other, okay. You think Hank Brennan's tagging John O'Keefe's little girlfriend? Nah. No way. Ugh. Well, people heading out, right, for the day. I don't know what's going on. Tommy's on mute.
To buckle up because it is the law.
Why is Larry's stream on?
And
Sammy.
not to be confused with the live hams of the world. Massachusetts. We are on
What
our
do we
way.
have?
Hello. Yeah, oh, yes.
I'm just watching you.
Hey, Mike.
You're on camera.
Yeah.
So you know.
guess who's here?
Hi.
I don't know, but we have the DUI guy live on our show right now.
Larry, I'm talking to his better half, Chandler.
Well, we have. I don't know.
Yeah, everyone's watching. So,
Not really. Tom.
Wow.
Someone has the live stream of Larry right now going on. Now, okay, it's off now. Go ahead. You're all set.
That's all. That's Chandler.
We got a really great shot of Larry walking up into the courtroom and, hugging, Jackson and Eddie talking to Karen. That was fantastic.
Yep.
The only thing is he forgot his notebook, so I'm trying to figure out a way to get back to him. I think it was a little too exciting, got a little distracted.
You may be able to talk to that guy up there, the bald guy.
Oh, yeah?
Talk to him.
Sure.
Don't tell him you know me.
Okay.
Tell him you know Mike.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll tell him I know Mike.
You tell me you know Mike.
All right.
And
I think I remember him last year. Yeah.
yeah, he's a good guy. He is.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you know his name?
No, I don't. It's not.
Yeah, he's
Come on.
good. Yeah, definitely. Okay.
I got you. Come on. I'm doing good. We just need to cross the street here. And speak of the devil. There he is right there.
I got you.
We got you. Yeah, we got you. All right, check. Solves that issue, doesn't it? You're welcome.
Whoa.
Awesome.
Jesus.
That worked. Ah, that's cute.
Thanks,
That was a
honey.
good picture. That was a good picture. All right. So we got a Mike. They're friggin' bringing all the big guns in. What's up with that?
I don't know, Tom. That's fucked
right.
up, man. Hey, money's not an object, right? Let's talk about it. It's not that, you know, it's not that big of a deal, right?
Put it to bed. Don't care. Let's do it.
Let's do it, right?
Yep. Wow.
Are you heading home?
Yeah.
All right, good. Good.
You know, I feel the need to babysit.
I like it, brother. So we have a mod getting the stream ready for us, don't we? Yeah.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course. Mods have been on it today. They were on
They're
it
good
yesterday.
today.
They were on,
Yesterday
No,
there was
they
no
weren't-
court. They did
yeah,
awesome
they
yesterday.
weren't on it yesterday, but the day before that, they were definitely on it. I keep, dude. I take a nap and I wake up. It's like a whole different day. You know?
It's called sleep, Tom, overnight.
No, I don't. I take naps. Weird. I sleep for like 3 hours, 3.5. Wake up.
Yeah, it's not good, dude.
I know. But this will all be over. Then we'll just kind of figure out the schedule. Maybe we start a little later so we can give us some time to recoup.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
We're
What
gonna
do the people think? It's
We're
it's
gonna
their show.
Yeah. What do you want us to do next? Right. Yeah.
Circus tricks. Circus tricks. Here we go. I do circus tricks for a small nominal fee.
Oh gosh.
You know, it's getting humid out. Here we go.
Well,
This is
yeah,
good.
it's supposed to rain later on today.
You can feel it.
Yeah.
So, Richard Green didn't happen. 227 did.
Yeah, that's who you call him first.
And you know, the video, that's what I forgot to say. The video they're going to use this year might be a little bit better than the video that was used last year.
You know, I wonder if remember Microdot signed the deal with them?
That's what
I
I'm
wonder if
referring to. It's
All right.
exactly what I'm talking about.
All right, cool.
Imagine if he had all that time to refine his work and make it even better.
Oh,
Which
fuck,
is-
I can't even-
Yes.
Yeah.
So I mean, how do you not use his work if you're the defense? How?
Oh, yeah. So someone just said it's pouring on the North Shore right now. Oh, fuck, really?
We kind of need it around here.
Does it look like it's gonna rain up there?
Yes.
Okay.
Like you can smell it.
Oh yeah.
That type of here it comes. Just hold
Okay.
on.
All right, hey, you got this for a minute? I'll be right back. I have to
Yeah,
pull
yeah,
it and
yeah,
blow
yeah.
it out.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's awesome. I'm glad that stream thing worked out good for everybody. Like that works out. Tessa. People say I'm dressed up. Kind of am. In a way. But now I just gotta figure out my second phone, which is where? I just had it. Or did I? No, I didn't. Jesus. So, there it is. Got it. Got it. Sidebars. 12. I'm up there today. I'm at 12. I'm at 12. Solid 12 today. I think Hank's out of his league with these people. And sometimes you got to know when just to say, hey, no further questions. Leave it. Leave it. Because you got nothing to come back with. Um, cool. All right. This, that, 40 minutes. I can do that. Yep. Um, if you guys hold on a second, I can do this. Traffic, gotta wait. Go, Perk. Go, 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 go. There you go. You can do it. And Ted Daniels on the corner. Boy, I should keep guided towards around here. Ted Daniels on the left-hand side. People, yes. Traffic everywhere up and down here. But what isn't even started yet, so we're gonna wait on that. I can loosen my tie. I know you guys saw me in the tie already. I like it. Jerry Garcia. Trying to do 5 things at once, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, we know what Dr. Wolf's gonna say, because he's already said it, right? We know it. Here comes something. What is it? We know what Richard Green's gonna say, right? What we don't know is how Hank is gonna react to any of that. That's the issue. Makes the most sense. It does. Betsy, car in front of us, the plate, VETTSY. Betsy. There you go. This license plate of the day. How's that, people? And the mod is on it, man. That's fun. Really. How do you say thank you perfectly? Is that really? You mute. I'm muting. Go for it.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. And good morning, jurors. And happy Friday. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday, day before? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into the case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left the other day? No. Everyone said no.
Oh, she looks a little banged up today.
And we have a witness this morning?
We give you our permission.
Yes. Okay.
Who?
But we'll see how. Thank you, Tony.
Was it Wolf? Yep.
Yes.
Good morning. And, oh, sir, we're going to try and keep the. Please, okay.
Dr. Wolf, could you please state your entire name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Daniel Michael Wolf, last name spelled W-O-L-F-E.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Wolf, what do you do for a living, sir?
I am the director of accident reconstruction at a company known as ARCA, A-R-C-C-A.
And I'm going to start right off the bat. Get really comfortable with that microphone. It's adjustable. Pull it right close to the area of your chin. It's really loud in here.
Okay.
Dr. Wolf, you said you work for ARCA, A-R-C-C-A. What is ARCA?
ARCA is a forensic engineering consulting firm. We have a variety of disciplines: accident reconstruction, which is the group I'm a part of, biomechanics, failure analysis, and crashworthiness.
And you said that your title again, one more time?
The director of the accident reconstruction team.
And what sort of contracts does ARCA normally engage in routinely?
So in addition to our forensic consulting work, we have, going back in time, we've dealt with doing contracts with the Department of Defense, where we designed energy absorbing seats for MRAP vehicles, mine resistant armored protective vehicles, where these vehicles were going over explosive devices, and the energy from those explosions was going through the vehicle into the occupant. So ARCA designed energy absorbing seats to help mitigate the injuries in that type of in those types of incidents. We also do work for the National Hockey League. I myself am part of that work. It has to do with scanning and analyzing player pads, but we certainly do impact testing and help set guidelines for player safety.
With regard to those MRAP vehicles, was that contract for the Department of Defense for the United States government?
Yes, sir.
For the military?
Correct.
Is ARCA both nationally and internationally recognized as a leader in accident reconstruction?
Yes. Sustained.
Does ARCA have a reputation, or let me ask it this way. Does ARCA entertain or engage both domestic and international contracts and clientele?
Yes.
As the director of accident reconstruction, do you specialize in anything other than just accident reconstruction? Anything having to do with human factors?
Yes. So my other specialties in addition to accident reconstruction are lighting and human factors.
What is, give us a 25-word overview of human factors. What is that?
So to give you a good example of that is, and again, this is a case that I commonly see, but let's say you're driving down the road at night. It's an unlit roadway. You're relying on your vehicle headlights to see the roadway ahead, right? And you've got a pedestrian that is entering the roadway. And you want to have an understanding based upon the lighting conditions, how much sky illumination there is, their clothing, right? When would a driver recognize that individual on the roadway? So that's where it starts from the vision aspect of human factors. Then we get into driver response, right? So the driver is presented with a hazard. So how do drivers typically respond? What are their actions, and how long does that take to avoid and initiate a reaction?
That's human factors. Can you do the same thing and give us an explanation for accident reconstruction just in the broadest sense? What is that discipline?
I think a very simple definition of accident reconstruction is the application of physics and engineering science to collision events.
What role do you take as the director of accident reconstruction for ARCA as contracts come in or engagements come in?
Well, my scope and cases can vary greatly. As I just mentioned, I could have a case where I'm assessing the conspicuity of a pedestrian and a driver's response time. It could be a 50-car pileup on a highway, and I'm trying to figure out a sequence of events. It could be a rear end collision where a seat back has failed in the vehicle and the occupant has sustained injuries, and we want to have an understanding of the crush, the damage, the forces. So again, it can vary case to case.
Do you engage in reconstruction or attempt to engage in reconstruction of all sorts of passenger vehicles and commercial vehicles?
Yes.
What about motorcycles?
Yes.
Bicycles?
Yes.
Involving pedestrians and sometimes involving no pedestrians?
Yes, I see all types of collisions.
How many cases, if you have a number in mind, have you been a part of in terms of engaging in accident reconstruction broadly?
That's something that I don't track, but I've been with the company now for over 8 years. So at this point, if I had to estimate, it's well over 1,000 at this point.
What education, training, and background do you have that allows you to perform the duties that you've described for these jurors in terms of accident reconstruction and human factors analyses?
In terms of, are you looking at additional training?
No, let's start with your education. I want education, training, and background, but we can do them in order.
Okay, yeah, so we'll go back to 2012. I received a Bachelor of Science in Engineering from James Madison University, along with a minor in mathematics. Some of my courses included physics, statics, dynamics, thermodynamics, fluid mechanics, your engineering sciences. Subsequent to that, I then went on to pursue my PhD in electrical and computer engineering with a concentration in electromagnetics and photonics. Some of my coursework while doing my PhD included optoelectronics, semiconductor physics, basically how to guide light on semiconductor devices.
Did you write a dissertation to get your PhD?
Yes.
What was the subject matter broadly of the dissertation that you drafted?
So my dissertation focused on a technology called smart glass. So you may have seen this technology where if you've seen a pane of glass that is transparent, somebody flips a switch and it goes opaque. That's a type of smart glass technology. So my PhD involved developing a new type of novel, what we coined optofluidic smart glass. So we are using geometric structures that we've optically designed to create a very reflective surface or medium, if you will. And then through the introduction of various fluids, we can then modulate the amount of visible light and electromagnetic energy that is passing through or being reflected. So not just visible light, but also energy that you can't see. As part of that process, I ended up prototyping these structures with a 3D printer that was capable of printing 3D printable polymers. And as we kind of got towards the end of my work, we looked at how we could scale this up on a larger scale. We ultimately ended up researching and doing tests with a material known as polymethyl methacrylate, which is PMMA or acrylic.
What relevance does PMMA play in terms of this case?
So with respect to this case, the outer lens and the clear plastic diffusers of the taillights on the Lexus are comprised entirely of polymethyl methacrylate, or that PMMA material.
The same material that was the subject of your dissertation?
Correct.
What additional training and experience do you have as it relates to accident reconstruction beyond your BS and your PhD?
So certainly the 8 years of work that I've had at ARCA has certainly trained and taught me a lot over the last 8 years. Like I said, I've seen hundreds of collisions, all different types of accidents. But in addition to that, I've continued to take courses through Northwestern University in crash reconstruction, human factors and lighting, heavy vehicle forensics, heavy vehicle EDR downloads, Bosch data retrieval and black box downloads, photogrammetry. So a number of continuing education.
Are you accredited as a traffic accident reconstructionist?
Yes.
By whom?
An organization known as ACTAR.
Is that a nationally recognized organization?
Yes, sir.
What does that stand for, ACTAR?
The Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists.
Are you trained in photogrammetry?
Yes.
What is photogrammetry generally?
So photogrammetry is the science of extracting and measuring information in a photograph. So you don't actually have to physically inspect something to be able to get information about its measurements or where things are spatially. You can do that from a photograph alone.
Is that an accepted methodology in the field of accident reconstruction to use photographs and or videos without actually having been at the scene during the course of the crash?
Absolutely. It's very common.
You mentioned Bosch. What is the Bosch crash data retrieval analysis? What is that generally?
So generally, most modern vehicles on the roadway now have what's called an airbag control module, or more commonly known as a black box, which can contain crash-specific data in a collision.
Are you a member of any professional societies?
Yes.
Can you describe those for us, please?
So I'm a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers, the National Association for Professional Accident Reconstruction Specialists, the Illuminating Engineering Society, and the Optical Society of America.
Is it fair to say that you've authored a number of peer-reviewed papers in the field of physics and or accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Can you describe that for us?
So my most recent publication in the field of accident reconstruction deals with vehicle control history records. Publications prior to that were focused primarily on my dissertation PhD work.
I think you testified that you have dealt with probably over 1,000 different types of cases. Are you able to estimate of those 1,000 different types of cases dealing with accident reconstruction, how many of those or what percentage of those have involved pedestrians?
I don't know if I can give a percentage. I would certainly say it's the majority of my casework. As I mentioned earlier, given one of my specialties being in human factors and lighting, there's a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian collisions. We certainly see a rise as sky illumination drops and the illumination levels go down. We're having to rely on artificial light sources. So given that occurrence happens in nighttime hours and low illumination, like I said, I certainly see many pedestrian accidents.
What types of pedestrian impacts have you been involved with in terms of your analysis or evaluations?
All different types, everything from pedestrians being run over, running into the side of vehicles, being hit by the front of a vehicle backing up in a parking lot into a pedestrian. So I've seen it from all sides of a vehicle. What is kinematics? Can you describe that or explain that phrase or term? I think a simple definition would just be the motion of an object or a body. Have you done any testing as it relates to kinematics and the interaction between pedestrians and motor vehicles? Yes. How many times have you engaged in such an analysis? Numerous times. We frequently and routinely do testing at ARCA. You mentioned ARCA has several different disciplines within it. What are some of those different disciplines in addition to accident reconstruction? So, as I mentioned, we have biomechanics and crashworthiness, and there's a few others. And I will note that it's very common in our casework that we will work together as a team. So to give you an example of that, I mentioned earlier about, that rear end collision, right? So let's just say we have a rear end crash and there's crush and there's damage to the rear of the vehicle and the seat back failed, which caused the driver to ramp up in the seat and ultimately hit their head on something and sustain an injury. So I myself, as a reconstructionist, will analyze the forces, the speeds, and the severity of the crash. The biomechanist will evaluate the mechanism for the injury based upon those crash forces. And the crashworthiness expert may analyze, okay, is there a better or stronger seat that may have held up in this crash? Is it normal for you as the director of accident reconstruction at ARCA to work with others in the other disciplines that are housed under the umbrella of ARCA? Absolutely, yes. Is that a normal process for you? Very common, yes. As a matter of fact, it probably would be uncommon if you didn't do that, correct? Depending on the kind of case, but yes, certainly wouldn't be uncommon. Tell me about the testing that you've undertaken to determine forces that are at play in a given accident or an impact. Okay. So to give you maybe a simple example of it is, let's just say we have a sideswipe type collision where two vehicles sideswipe each other and a front bumper gets torn off or deflected essentially, and there's some deformation to it, right? We can do testing at ARCA, determine how much force does it take to bend that material so that we get the deformation that we have. That would be a good example. Is there a specific type of testing, or is there varied types of testing that you've done and undertaken to determine the forces that would be, for instance, in your example, in that side, the forces at play in that sideswipe collision? Yeah, absolutely. It would have been, again, as part of the test, we would be measuring the forces, we'd be measuring the displacement, we'd be able to calculate acceleration and things of that nature from that test data. The tests that you undertake, are they generally accepted methodologies in the field of accident reconstruction? Yes. What are quasi-static tests? So a quasi-static test would be like the example I just gave you, where we have basically the bumper would be stationary, right? And now we're pulling on it to determine how much force it takes to bend it. So that'd be an example of a quasi-static test. So that test specifically is determining or attempting to determine the amount of force necessary to deform a bumper, for instance, in the way that it's seen after an impact. Yes. Or any other body panel, correct? Correct. And on the human side, also there are forces at play, I'm assuming, in terms of injuries that are sustained by pedestrians in the accident reconstructions that you've done involving pedestrians. Yes. Do you have experience in evaluating whether damage to a vehicle is consistent with a proposed scenario or set of facts? Yes. Describe those circumstances for us. What are the circumstances in which you're trying to determine whether or not the damage fits a proposed scenario? So a case that commonly comes across my desk is we have two very different versions of how an accident unfolded according to party A and party B, right? And we have a set of evidence in terms of the damage to the vehicles, maybe some roadway evidence, right? So we can look at that objective evidence, utilize physics, maybe some calculations, determine whose version is most consistent based upon the damage and the roadway evidence.
Is that an accepted methodology in the field of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Once you've undertaken such an engagement to determine whether or not the physics or the physical evidence matches a particular scenario or is inconsistent with that scenario, have you been able to ultimately reach conclusions and opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty in those cases?
Yes.
Is that normally what you're seeking, to ultimately come to an opinion or a conclusion about those scenarios or circumstances?
Yes.
Are your opinions and conclusions based on your education, your training, the background and experience that you've explained to the jurors?
Yes.
Is it also in furtherance of the scientific methodologies that you employ in order to come to those opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
And are those generally accepted in the scientific and accident reconstruction community as a proper methodology to come to opinions and conclusions of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Have you been qualified in other courts to testify in the area of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Jesus
Let's talk about
Christ,
how you
man.
began your work in this particular case.
Wow. Guy's fucking loaded.
When you were initially retained in connection with this case, were you hired
Oof,
by the
here we go.
defense?
No.
Nope.
Did you know who we were?
Nope.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Were you hired by anybody affiliated with the defense?
No.
At that time, did you know any of the names of the defense?
No.
At the time that you were hired to or engaged in this case, did you even know the name Karen Reed?
Sustained.
Did you know any
What's
of
up?
the names of any of the parties?
Sustained. I'll see it.
Sure.
Here we go. This guy, they just spent 23 minutes on this guy's Dr. Wolf's CV about what he can't do, how he's educated. What the F, man? Wow. Oh, hey, Snickers is not in court today. Oh, hey, see that girl to Mrs. O'Keefe? That's Renee Roberts. She sold me my house. That's Carrie Roberts' sister-in-law. Douche nozzle, douche canoe. Douche canoe. Yeah. And she's the one, I'm going to say it here. She's the one that sold 34 Fairview for 50 G's last. Yep, that's her. And who we got over here? Yeah. Okay. All right. Got the crew. Mr. and Mrs. Reed. I think that's Victoria. I'm not sure if that's Victoria George or not. I think it's a paralegal. That girl, you can look at her eyes. She's like, give me some knowledge. Just give me some.
How are we making out, bud?
Ah, it's good. They just spent like 23 minutes on Dr. Wolf's CV.
Oh,
Seriously,
smart dude.
Like legit. Every education, everything he's taken, everything he can testify to.
Yep.
And then I was like, what the F, dude? This guy's loaded to the gill.
Murray Russell, same way.
Yeah. Aaron O'Keefe's in the house.
Wait.
Yeah. Oh, Jess Machado's in the house.
Yeah, we saw Jess this morning.
Yeah.
She looked nice.
My old realtor's in the house, Renee Roberts. She's the one that sold the Albert's house for 50 G's
Yeah.
less.
That's
Yeah.
Piggly Wiggly.
That's who?
Piggly Wiggly.
I don't know who that is.
Piggly Wiggly?
No, yeah.
You ever seen a pig? How a pig gets his face smashed against like the doors all crushed in and stuff like that? Piggly Wiggly.
Oh, yeah.
She threw an egg at me, missed me, just missed the little boy standing next to me. The kid was in tears.
Oh, wrong person. I know you.
With her
No,
daughter in the
wrong
car.
house. Wrong house. Wrong person.
What do you mean?
Wrong. I know who you're talking about. No, there's two different people. Renee Roberts is a realtor for William Ravis.
Yes, I believe that's her.
No, I know who you're talking about, but she doesn't have a 6-year-old kid.
No,
But I know who you're talking about.
No, she
Yeah, I
had
know.
like a teenager.
Trust me on this one, bro. Trust me.
Okay, cool.
All right.
When you
All
were
right.
initially hired
I know
to
you're talking about
look
though.
at the facts and circumstances of this case, did you do so independently? In other words, were you given a series of facts
You gotta go on mute.
and a series of data
Thanks, buddy.
and asked, just look
Awesome.
at these facts and look at these data and make a few determinations about accident reconstruction in this case?
Yes.
What were you asked to do specifically?
It was to look at that evidence that we were provided and determine whether or not the damage to the vehicle was consistent with the injuries to Mr. John O'Keefe.
At the time that you were asked to engage in this independent analysis, were you provided information or data?
Yes.
Who at ARCA was assigned to the team that would ultimately engage in this particular analysis?
It was myself, Dr. Andrew Rentschler, and Scott Klein.
Describe what the materials were that you were provided in your initial assessment of this case.
Could I refer to my report?
With the court's permission.
Would you like me to just go in order from the materials reviewed?
That would be fine.
The Norfolk SPDU homicide death report, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police crime scene report, OCME dispatch removal report, photographs of the incident location, videos of the incident location, photographs of the 2021 Lexus LX 570, photographs of recovered evidence, crash data retrieval report from the 2021 Lexus LX 570, report of autopsy photographs, and there was a few other items there, but those were generated internally.
There were about 14 things that were listed in terms of categories of information that you were provided, or ARCA was provided, is that right?
A little less than that, because some of those, like I said, were internally generated, but yes.
Why were you provided that data? What's the reason why it's important for you to get certain data as you begin your analysis?
Well, we wanted to have an understanding of, or ultimately the entity that retained us wanted to have an understanding of what, I guess, the evidence that we would need to reconstruct this.
Did you get enough information to engage in a fulsome analysis, an accident reconstruction, in terms of the initial request by the entity that hired you?
Yes, in terms of our scope, yes, we had sufficient information.
Were you able to review photographs of not only the Lexus involved, but John O'Keefe's body?
Yes.
Did you use those photographs in furtherance of your analysis?
Yes.
Did you use the reports detailing scenarios or possible scenarios in furtherance of your analysis?
From what I recall, I don't believe any of the reports indicated any type of theory or understanding of how the accident occurred.
Were you asked to determine whether or not certain scenarios could be possible?
I don't recall them giving us any scenarios to evaluate. They essentially left it in our hands. Here's the evidence. What do you think happened?
That was an open question, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you engage in an analysis that basically allowed you to think of any scenario?
I think that's fair, yes.
In your initial analysis, did you note damage to the vehicle?
Yes.
Describe the damage. Let's start with the vehicle. Describe the damage that you noted in furtherance of your analysis.
The primary damage was to the right rear taillight on the quarter panel section. The majority of the outer red lens was broken and shattered, as well as some of the underlying components and diffusers that are underneath that outer layer, as well as some damage to the back portion of the taillight.
Can I stop you right there? Describe, when you say the outer lens material and some interior material as well was damaged. Describe that in detail for us.
So the outer lens is red, and it's about 5 millimeters in thickness, and it basically encompasses the majority of that quarter panel taillight. And then there's a small segment that is clear, that is for the turn signal indicator, which is yellow. Underneath that 5 millimeter thick red lens, there are additional diffusers that run along the bottom. There's two rows of those, I believe, and then they also go up vertically on the side, and those are clear. And I think the thicknesses of those are about 3 millimeters.
Is 5 millimeters of PMMC, have I got that right? PMMA?
You'd call it acrylic. That's the more common name.
Easier for me. Is 5 millimeters of that acrylic, that outer lens material, is that considered thick or thin in terms of just sort of what we'd see on a taillight?
I would describe that as a pretty thick piece of plastic. It's certainly by no means, you can't, if you had a segment of it and you try to bend it, it's not going to bend.
In addition to that outer taillight material, that acrylic, in terms of the information that you received, did the interior acrylic also have damage to it?
Yes, those clear diffusers that, again, there's 2 rows of those, and they also went up vertically. Those were shattered and broken as well.
Was that important to you in your ultimate analysis?
Yes.
Did you note any superficial scratches or dents anywhere on the tailgate area or the liftgate area?
Yes, there was a dent and some paint chips, if you will, above the liftgate taillight assembly. So again, that next to that quarter panel taillight, there's another assembly that is on the liftgate, and there was a small dent and some paint chips at that area. There was also on the wraparound section of the bumper cover, as it's going from the rear to the right side, there were some superficial scrapes in that area.
Did you note any other damage or deformation to the Lexus? Deformation in the the liftgate, the bumper, anything like that?
No.
Is it common in a vehicle-pedestrian collision that there is some sort of bumper deformation that's associated with a vehicle-pedestrian incident?
That can certainly occur if a pedestrian is in an normal upright position. You can certainly get displacement of the bumper.
Did you see any displacement or panel deformation on the Lexus?
No.
Is it more common that there's panel displacement or deformation if the collision is above, say, 10 or 15 miles an hour?
Yes.
During your review of all the investigative materials, did you note any items of evidence that were recovered or claimed to have been recovered on the bumper itself?
I recall there were 2 or 3 apparent glass fragments.
What's the significance of that? Let me ask it differently. Is there any glass in the taillight assembly? May I ask that again?
Yes.
Is there any glass in the taillight assembly?
No.
Was there any shattered glass anywhere on the Lexus? Meaning panes of glass, the back window, quarter panel windows, anything like that?
No.
Did you have any understanding at that time of what the Commonwealth's theory of the case was when you began your initial analysis?
Sustained.
Did you have any indication of what the Massachusetts State Police theory of the case was based on the investigative reports that you had received?
Sustained.
Come on.
Did you perform an accident reconstruction analysis to determine whether or not the damage to the Lexus, that taillight housing material, was consistent with an interaction with a pedestrian?
Yes.
Specifically, did you perform an accident reconstruction to determine whether the damage to the Lexus was consistent with an interaction with John O'Keefe based on the injuries that you were aware of?
Yes.
Did you evaluate whether the investigative theories regarding, let me ask it a different way. Did you consider the possibility of Mr. O'Keefe's head striking the taillight?
Yes.
Did you consider the possibility of Mr. O'Keefe's arm striking the taillight?
Yes.
Did you entertain the possibility that Mr. O'Keefe's center of mass, his body, struck the taillight?
Yes.
Before we get into the initial testing, were you able to come to opinions and conclusions concerning those things that I've just mentioned?
Yes.
Did you also entertain the possibility that a drinking glass could have damaged the taillight?
Yes.
Were these some of the things that you were sort of left open to you to decide yourself?
Yes.
Did you later provide all of those opinions and conclusions in a report to the entity that hired you?
Yes.
And your understanding that those reports were then later supplied to both sides here in this case?
That was my understanding, yes.
Did you testify about those initial testing opinions and conclusions at a proceeding last year?
Yes.
Let's talk for a second about that initial testing that you conducted in connection with this case. When approximately did you begin your testing? And I'm going to phrase it as your initial testing, the testing that you testified to about last year. When did you start that initial testing?
From what I recall, it would have been late 2023 into early 2024.
I want to talk about the drinking glass first. Did you become aware that there was a drinking glass that was found at the scene?
Yes.
And what was the testing that you sought to determine as it relates to the drinking glass and the taillight?
So looking at the evidence, as I mentioned earlier, when we're looking at that quarter panel taillight, we have an isolated region of damage. And looking at the additional evidence in terms of a broken drinking glass at the scene, we wanted to do testing to determine if a small object or projectile such as the drinking glass could induce damage that was consistent with that we saw on the subject Lexus.
Were you able to reach an opinion and or conclusion as it relates to whether or not there is a possibility that the drinking glass or a drinking glass could cause the type of damage that you saw on the Lexus?
Yes.
Given everything else in your investigation, are you concluding that the glass was responsible for the taillight damage?
No.
However, you did seek to determine whether it was possible, correct?
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way, Your Honor. What testing did you do, did you undertake in furtherance of answering that specific question? Could the glass damage the taillight?
Right. So we designed a pressurized cannon that was capable of firing the drinking glass into the taillight at various speeds. We aimed for speeds of 30 and 40 miles an hour. Our achieved speeds were at 31 and 37 miles per hour. And we found that in the 37 mile an hour impact, and again, this is to emulate or simulate an individual throwing a drinking glass. The purpose of the cannon, if you will, was to be able to hone in on a speed precisely and obviously aim for that target. So it would just serve as a means of getting that projectile to the taillight in a means that we could measure it. And what we observed in the 37 mile an hour test is that we got damage that was generally consistent with that of the subject taillight, and that there was a large portion of the outer lens that was shattered and fractured, as well as the underlying clear plastic diffusers and chrome piece.
Tell me a little bit about the methodology that you undertook, the scientific methodology in building that pneumatic cannon and aiming that glass directly at the taillight.
Absolutely. So, as I mentioned, it was a customized cannon, if you will. It had a barrel that was capable of fitting a rocks or an old-fashioned drinking glass in it, and that's a glass that has a thinner sidewall, if you will. I think the glass was about 3 inches in height or so, maybe 3.5 inches, with the bottom portion being solid glass or just a thick piece of glass. So we were able to design a kind of a holder for it, if you will. Almost, you could really think of it as stuffing an actual cannon with a cannonball. So we literally would put the drinking glass in the cannon. There was a pressurized vessel behind that that we would open up a valve rapidly, and when it was set to a certain pressure, that would determine the exit velocity that it would leave the barrel at. And we were able to aim that device into the taillight at those specified speeds to be able to determine what would the damage pattern be when we fired that glass.
Were you able, in this scientific experiment, to control for aim and trajectory?
Yes.
Were you able to control for velocity or exit speed of the glass?
Yes.
Were you able to control for damage patterns as it pertained to both the glass as well as the taillight at which it was aimed?
I don't know that we have had control over that. Ultimately, physics takes over after that interaction occurs. I can't influence how that material is going to perform or how the glass will break, per se.
It's a poor question on my part. Were you able to, or did you undertake to memorialize the damage pattern that you saw on the taillight and the glass as the glass was projected into the taillight?
Yes.
All right. Did you do that through photographs?
Yes.
High-speed video?
Yes.
And all of that was memorialized in your report?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you 2 photographs, or 2 8.5 by 11 documents that contain 2 photographs each. Can you take a look at those 2 documents and tell me if you recognize those?
Yes.
Does one represent, you mentioned that one of the tests that you performed was at 37 miles an hour, correct?
Correct.
Did you mention the speed at which, or the velocity at which the other test was done?
If I didn't, it was 31 miles per hour.
All right, so 31 and 37. Do you see those 2 documents in front of you?
Yes.
Does one of them represent the 31 mile an hour test and the photographs associated with that?
And an extracted frame from the high speed, yes.
Okay, and does the other one represent the other test, the 37 mile an hour test?
Yes.
We could take those one at a time. May I approach one more time? If I could ask that these be marked as next in order, one at a time, 31 mile an hour test, and hand it to the corner with the course permission.
So there's no objection?
None, thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
213?
And the second document represents the 37 mile an hour test.
214.
Course permission, I'd like to exhibit 213. I'm sorry, present exhibit 213.
Okay.
Is this the photograph that was just marked as exhibit 213 that's in front of you?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors what they're looking at?
So on the left part, you are looking at a frame from the high-speed video just after the contact with the taillight. On the right, you're looking at the post-damage to the taillight after the glass had been fired into it.
And if we could look at the next exhibit with the course permission.
Okay.
And what are we looking at here?
Same thing on the left. Again, this is the 37 mile an hour test. The glass striking just in the area where the bottom of the turn signal indicator is. So right where it meets the red portion of the lens and the clear portion of the lens, that's about where the impact point was. You could see that a large portion of the outer red assembly, lens cover is missing and fractured. The clear portion of the part of the outer lens to the turn signal indicator is also fractured, as well as the underlying clear diffusers in that assembly.
Would your testing in both of these scenarios, the 31 mile an hour test and the 37 mile an hour test, represent an accepted methodology for controlling for aim, velocity, impact site, and those issues, if you will, as it relates to testing of this sort?
Yes, we were able to control those variables.
And is that an accepted methodology in the area or the field of accident reconstruction?
Absolutely, yes.
When you finished your testing, were you able to make a determination as to whether or not either one of these velocities, the 31 mile an hour velocity or the 37 mile an hour velocity, were consistent with the damage that you saw on the subject Lexus, which is the 2021 Lexus belonging to Miss Reed.
Yes, from the 37 mile per hour test, we are getting damage that's generally consistent, and that I mentioned we have portions of the outer lens missing, the underlying diffuser. There was also some fracturing on the backside of the assembly. So again, we observed damage that was generally consistent with that of the subject taillight.
And that was the 31 or the 37?
The 37.
The 37. What about the 31?
Didn't have enough energy to create that damage.
So were you able to conclude, in your opinion, whether or not the velocity of that glass hitting the taillight would have to be somewhere in the vicinity of 37 miles an hour, well above 30 miles an hour?
Well above, and it certainly could have been above 40 miles per hour per se. I mean, we may have actually blown out more of the outer lens had the speed increased.
Did you have any information in the data or documents that you reviewed associated with this case, for instance, that John O'Keefe had a pneumatic cannon with him out there?
No.
Okay. So obviously, well, let me ask a different way. Based on this series of tests, were you concluding that the damage on the taillight conclusively was the product of a glass being hurled into the taillight?
Sustained.
Were you concluding, or did you opine that the damage to the taillight came from a drinking glass?
No, I gave an opinion that the damage was generally consistent with that in the test compared to the subject taillight.
But only in the circumstance where the glass is being hurled at 37 miles an hour, correct?
Sustained. Can ask it differently.
Under what circumstance did you determine that it was consistent with the drinking glass?
If that drinking glass, again, the purpose of the test was to do a test to evaluate or simulating somebody throwing a drinking glass at the taillight. So that's what that test was to demonstrate.
Understood. Let's turn to another test that you undertook regarding the head injuries that you became aware of. Did you become aware of, in the data that you received, that Mr. O'Keefe had suffered head injuries to the back of his skull?
Yes.
What sort of testing did you do to determine whether or not and under what circumstances that head injury may be connected or associated with the damage to the taillight?
We performed a drop test with a hybrid 3. So that's an instrumented anthropomorphic test device to be able to measure the accelerations on a head form and observe the damage to an impact to the taillight.
What is an ATD, anthropomorphic test device?
So it's a device that's commonly used in our field, and it's certainly approved by the federal government to evaluate crash forces and occupant kinematics, or I should say occupant crash forces. So it's a device that reconstructionists and biomechanists typically use or commonly use to be able to evaluate, like I said, whether it's forces in a motor vehicle, or let's say you have something being dropped on somebody's head or an impact to somebody's body part, right? We can use that instrumented dummy to evaluate and measure the acceleration and the forces.
Another word or another phrase often used in association with ATD devices are crash test
Venereal
dummies,
disease, right, Auntie?
Correct, yes.
Thank you, doctor.
Why was it important to do a drop test?
So we wanted to have an understanding based upon the fact that Mr. John O'Keefe had a skull fracture to the back of his head, whether or not an impact, a direct impact between the taillight and the back of his head could have caused that skull fracture.
What did your testing indicate?
When we did the test, the impact to the taillight was at 15 miles per hour, and we observed that the damage to that taillight was significantly more than the subject taillight at the 15 mile an hour speed. Furthermore, it did not generate, according to my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, enough forces to cause a skull fracture.
So ultimately, what was your conclusion related to the taillight potentially striking John O'Keefe in the head at above 15 miles an hour?
From a damage perspective, it was inconsistent.
Inconsistent.
Correct, inconsistent.
Did you consider temperature and control for temperature in any of your testing?
Yes.
Why is that important?
Well, that will affect how that, we've talked a lot about that acrylic material of the lens. That will certainly affect how it fractures. So we absolutely controlled the temperature during these tests.
How did you control for temperature?
So we had them sit overnight in chest freezers to get them to the desired temperature, which for our original set of testing was at 28 degrees Fahrenheit. We then rapidly moved them to our test fixture, and then they were fired almost immediately after that.
And when you're talking about them, you're talking about exemplar taillights.
Correct, yes.
Are those exact replica taillights that you would find on the 2021 Lexus SUV?
Yes.
After your testimony in the first proceeding last year in the spring of 2024, were you ultimately contacted by the defense in this case?
Yes.
When were you contacted by the defense?
I know that I had reached out to you, I believe it was in February of this year, because I think I saw some things in the media and was just wondering what was going on.
Sustained. When? Just a date, Dr. Wu?
I don't know if I could give a specific date. If I had to estimate, sometime in February or March, probably.
Were you still under contract with the other entity that hired you?
Sustained.
At some point, you and I spoke, correct?
Correct.
And that was, you believe it was February of 2025?
Yes.
Had we spoken at all between the end of your testimony at the proceeding last year and February of 2025?
No, that was the first time.
Did I ask you anything about retaining you?
Not at that time, no.
At some point, subsequent to that initial discussion in February of 2025, did we have another discussion about the potential of retaining you?
Yes.
Tell me about that. When was that?
From what I recall, it was sometime in March, and we were trying to figure out.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Did I ask you if you are available to be retained by the defense?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Okay.
Come on, let him have it. Will, what the fuck? Yeah, Saturday, Tom. Saturday shit show. You're on mute.
Who's running the show? The judge, obviously, right?
Holy shit, man.
Dude, you see nothing. You saw that, right?
Yeah, she's been objected and sustained probably 8 times in a row now. This is the plan. Like just break up the momentum, kind of slow him down. Wait when he's in a roll. Like I don't know.
The judge is just, man. I'm glad everyone can see this because it's not us, right? I mean, we come at it with bias. We're biased right off the bat.
Well, I just say it because like I am biased. I'm like, okay, I can't be just hearing this and not computing the right way.
Right.
And then again, you're like, oh my God, what the fuck is going on here? Like, is this normal? And then you hear all these comments about how it's so one-sided and this and that, and I'm
looking at it,
yeah,
right?
From 10,000 feet, you try to keep it.
And how do you not see it for what it is? How?
But when he opens the door for the FBI or he brings it up, right? They still can't let it in because even though he brought it up, the door was open, so to speak. Like
she don't want none of it. She don't want none of it.
That's right. So yeah, it's definitely getting piled on.
People are screaming at their screens. Listen, totally understandable, frustrating to say the least. You guys totally get it. We get it.
Once we get some pictures now of the cocktail glass against the back of the light and things like that, it's kind of cool. Yeah, Bev is handcuffing Jackson. You're right, JoJo. Totally.
Yep. 100%.
I really think Bev doesn't like Jackson to begin with at all.
And not just that, but these ACA people are they're interfering directly with her trial. Like, who are these people to come in and like I'm not going to allow you to say that in my courtroom.
Because of the FBI?
Yes.
Yeah.
She don't want nothing to do with that. Yeah, I'm just kind of in awe that this is allowed. I mean, look at Andrea Burkhardt, Melanie Little, even Brandy Churchwell. They will tell you how appropriate it is for a judge to act this way, and they do it more often than I do. I know that much.
Right.
So if I think it's wrong,
right,
what do they see it as? Right.
Yeah, right. Yeah. How many have we missed? How many,
Right.
you know, like right over our head? And I think I can't wait to watch a normal trial after this to kind of get the lowdown on how it's really supposed to go. You know.
Right.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Wolf. So ultimately, in March of 2025, were you hired by the defense?
Yes.
Okay. Were you asked to do anything or to review anything from the Commonwealth and any of their experts in relation to testing that was undertaken by them regarding the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
What were you asked to do?
My understanding is that we were asked to review and evaluate the report and analysis conducted by Dr. Welcher.
Did you receive Dr. Welcher's reports?
Yes.
Did you receive his raw data?
Here we go.
Yes.
Did you receive his 140 plus page PowerPoint?
Yes.
And did you undertake a review of that, all of that data, in order to evaluate that data?
Yes.
What methodology did you undertake at that juncture before you began any testing? Just your review process. What methodology did you undertake in terms of your review of his evaluations and his opinions and conclusions?
Well, I think when reviewing his report and his analysis, I look to his opinions, and then I look to what's the basis and the foundation to those opinions, right? How did he ultimately arrive at those final conclusions? So I'm looking for the methodologies that he followed. What testing did he do? What type of experiments? What type of data analysis? Ultimately, to provide that opinion.
Ultimately, did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of memorializing your review and opinions and conclusions of his evaluation and testing?
Yes.
Did you bring that with you today?
Yes.
Do you have that with you on your computer, or are we going to run the PowerPoint?
It's on this computer up here with me.
With the court's permission, could Dr. Wolf present his PowerPoint presentation?
Okay.
All right. He's taking down aperture. See you later. Bye.
A thumb drive that I believe.
See ya. Sell your stocks.
Yes, is this coming into evidence?
Yes.
All right, so we'll mark it for identification.
Do you hear that little squeaky rat voice in the background?
What's he crying about today?
Doesn't want to get it put into evidence. His PowerPoint yet. It's like this little bullshit. Like, you know, he's such a fucking pussy. Oh, I would check him so hard, dude. I would rattle his ass.
TV screen.
Yes.
All right. Do you have with you, by the way, just a matter of housekeeping, something called a spotlight?
Yes.
Something that can do whatever spotlight that.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
I may ask you to employ that, or I may take it from you at some point as we're discussing this. Do you recognize what's on the screen?
Yes.
What is this?
This is my PowerPoint with just the first page, the title.
If we can move to the next slide, please.
Oh my God.
Describe what we're looking at.
This is going to be great, dude. This is going to be great.
This is from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation, slide 121, in which he's indicating that there are lacerations on John O'Keefe's right arm and forearm. And he's indicating in this slide that the location and orientation of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right rear taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
In coming to your opinions and conclusions, and I know this is a mouthful, did you consider the opinions and conclusions of Dr. Welcher in conducting your analysis and your ultimate testing?
Yes.
Did you rely on Dr. Welcher's report and his PowerPoint in reaching your conclusions and opinions ultimately in this case?
I don't know that I relied on it. Certainly, I utilized them to have an understanding of what his basis was for his opinion and what his opinion was. Ultimately, at ARCA, we did our own independent testing to evaluate that.
So just to be clear, I'm not asking Dr. Wolf if you agreed with his opinions and conclusions. I'm simply asking, did you rely on those in order to come to your opinions and conclusions? Did you incorporate them?
Sustained is too.
God.
Did you agree ultimately with Dr. Welcher's opinions and conclusions?
Sustained.
What the
You
fuck?
certainly were aware of what his opinions and conclusions were, correct?
Inform Mr. Jackson on that one.
Were you aware of Dr. Welcher's opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
Are some of those opinions and conclusions represented in your PowerPoint?
Yes.
Are some of them represented on this slide in your PowerPoint?
Yes.
You indicated that this slide indicates that the location and orientation of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arms are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right rear taillight, correct?
Correct.
Are the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm lacerations?
That would be an opinion from my colleague, Dr. Rentra.
Have you ever heard the phrase abrasion?
Yes.
In your opinion, are the injuries to John O'Keefe's right arm better described as lacerations or abrasions?
I don't have an opinion on that.
Okay. Slide number 2, please. Based on your review of Dr. Welcher's reports and his data, what testing did Dr. Welcher undertake or conduct?
So he did, initially, it appeared that he did a static test, if you will, just demonstrating holding his right arm out adjacent to the rear taillights on the right side of an exemplar Lexus to demonstrate his theory of how the arm contacted the taillight.
What is a static test?
So I'm sustaining that. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson. And I'm going to strike that.
Describe the test.
What testing did you note that Dr. Welcher did with regard to this particular photograph? What is a static test?
Well, in a static test, that neither the arm or the vehicle is moving. It's just he's aligning his right arm adjacent to show how his arm aligns to the geometry and the dimensions of the Lexus.
Did Dr. Welcher appear to be wearing similar clothing as John O'Keefe was wearing on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Was there any significance or purpose for that, in your opinion?
In this test, no.
Did you identify any limitations with regard to this sort of testing undertaken by Dr. Welcher?
Well, it's very basic in that the only thing that this demonstrates is that you can get your right arm to align with the taillight. Beyond that, it doesn't tell you anything with respect to what happens to the arm when it makes contact with the taillight, right? What's the motion of the arm? What's the damage to the taillight? What's the acceleration of the arm? What's the forces of the arm? So it doesn't answer any of those other questions. The only question it answers is, does the arm align with the taillight?
You're aware that John O'Keefe was 6'1", correct?
Correct.
Is the only person, let me ask it a different way. Can only a 6'1" person align their arm with the taillight?
No, the arm is adjustable, so certainly people of different heights could also meet that alignment as well.
Just by pivoting your arm a little bit, right?
Sustain.
How would you describe the ability of somebody 5'7" or 6'3" being able to align their arm with the taillight?
Just changing the orientation and the posture of your arm.
Was there any scientific significance, in your opinion, of this particular test?
Again, other than just demonstrating that it aligns with it, no, nothing beyond that.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So this is an extracted frame from one of his dynamic tests in which the vehicle is moving at about 2 miles per hour into his arm, making contact with his hand, his forearm, and his elbow.
What is a
He's got the same
dynamic
hat,
test as
Same shirt.
it relates to a static test?
So that's when something's in motion, and in this instance, it's the Lexus moving at about 2 miles per hour into his arm.
Did Dr. Welcher explain what the purpose of this test was?
From what I recall, I think it was to demonstrate that when his arm makes contact with the taillight, he observed paint transfer in the general location that there were the abrasions or the lacerations on his arm.
Did he appear to paint the taillight?
He did, yes.
Do you see that Dr. Welcher appears to be wearing an orange t-shirt?
Yeah. Sustained.
What is he wearing?
Appears to be an orange t-shirt.
Is that similar to what was described as being, as John O'Keefe having worn that night on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Is there any significance to wearing that t-shirt?
No.
Not that I can think of, no.
Did you note any or identify any shortcomings with this particular test?
Well, much like the static test, again, it leaves the door open to all those questions, right? About, again, doing this at 2 miles an hour doesn't tell you anything about, well, what happens at 10? What happens at 15? What happens at 20? Right? In terms of what are the collision forces? What's the damage? How does the arm move? What would the expected injuries be, right? This dynamic test, as well as the static test, doesn't answer any of those questions for us.
Is this test from Dr. Welcher considered a force calculation?
I'm not aware of him making any type of force calculations or measuring accelerations or anything of that nature, no.
Did Dr. Welcher conduct any testing to determine whether the damage to Ms. Reed's Lexus was consistent with the striking of an arm of a pedestrian?
I'm not aware of any impact testing that he did, no.
Did Dr. Welcher conduct any testing to determine the forces necessary to cause the damage to the taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did Dr. Welcher conduct any testing to determine the forces necessary to cause the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Did Dr. Welcher provide any opinions as it relates to the speed of the subject Lexus at the time of the alleged incident?
No, from reviewing his report and his PowerPoint and analysis, I could not find anywhere in it a specified speed or even a range of speeds.
Did Dr. Welcher provide any opinion as it relates to the forces experienced by the taillight in such an impact?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did Dr. Welcher provide any opinion at all as it relates to the post-impact trajectory or movement, if you will, of John O'Keefe's mass or his body subsequent to the alleged conduct?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Next slide, please.
I wonder if he's
Do you
on
recognize this photograph?
Mensa.
Yes.
What is this?
You know, IQ.
So this is something that you probably have heard and certainly I've discussed already, but this is looking at the right rear corner of the
Holy
subject
Jesus.
Lexus, specifically in the area of the damaged right taillight.
Did you consider this photograph in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Look at Proctor all the way to the
What, if
left with
anything,
brown
of
shoes on.
significance did you note about this taillight other than the fact that it's damaged?
Well, I'm going to jump to the next slide, if you will. So this is now the taillight obviously has been removed from the vehicle. So obviously what's important here is looking at what is the damage that we have to this taillight? What components were damaged in this alleged interaction? So we're looking at the clear diffuser at the bottom is fractured and missing. Same with the ones on the vertical side. The majority of the outer red lens is also missing and fractured. And then on the back side, we also have some damage in terms of some fracturing to that black plastic. And there's also a chunk of plastic missing on the top portion of the taillight as well.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about that diffuser. if you could focus your attention on this area. Describe for the jurors what they're looking at in terms of the diffuser. What is the diffuser?
Right. Let me see if this. So the diffusers, right where my mouse is, there's a clear diffuser that runs along the bottom, and then there's another diffuser that runs along here, and then it also goes up vertically. Same here on the bottom one, that also goes up vertically. So this piece was missing and fractured on the bottom, along with the vertical portion. The chrome piece here you can see is also fractured and damaged. And then the kind of the second tier, if you will, that clear diffuser was also fractured and broken on the upper section as well.
Was that of significance to you in your review of the damage to the taillight?
Yes.
Why?
Well, because that tells me that we have to have enough force and energy to break, we talked about earlier that 5 millimeter thick red outer lens. We have to have enough force to be able to get beyond that to now start penetrating into the interior components of the taillight to get to, again, those clear diffusers and certainly cause damage to get induced out the back end of the taillight as well.
May I have just a moment?
Yes.
Wow. Well done. Well done. How are all the ladies out there doing?
Dr. Wolf, did you bring with you
wetbacks available?
An undamaged taillight exemplar?
Yes. It's up here with me.
It's up there. Oh, I was just looking for it.
Yep.
Thanks for nothing. Describe what it is that you brought with you.
So I brought a two-part assembly. So what I did is I 3D printed a bracket so that I could mount the lift gate taillight assembly as well as the quarter panel taillight assembly.
And these are undamaged in sort of manufacturing specs, correct?
Correct, yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
You have it with you up there at the witness stand?
Yes.
Could you retrieve that with the court's permission?
Watch Beth. Oh, hey now. Oh yeah. Give me some of that. Coochie mama. Oh, look at that fucking
You can
thing.
remain standing for just a quick second. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Is that what you just described?
Correct, yes.
Describe it one more time for the court and the jury. What is it that we're looking at right here?
So this is an exemplar set
just checked out
of
his ass.
taillights
Totally
from a
just checked out his ass.
2021 Lexus LX570.
Just checking out his ass again.
On
Watch
my
it.
left side here, this is the lift gate taillight assembly, and it's attached to the quarter panel taillight assembly. And I will know it's not normally like that. Obviously, you can't have a connector, else you wouldn't be able to open the lift gate. But I've printed a bracket back here so that these can remain as one unit.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to have that marked as next in order.
Is that coming into evidence?
Yes, if possible.
Is that okay?
That had her hair done. Look at her.
So how?
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Look at her. Give me some of that. Coochie mama. Cuckoo cha-cha. Mama.
Somewhere on the maybe the lift gate.
Wow.
And is Dr. Wolf going to use it for his testimony now?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh please. Oh yeah. Let me just sit up. Oh, but yeah, look at that thing. Is that his man cannon right there?
Just give it to him.
You know, if you take the E off of my last name, it says cannon. Oh yeah, it does. Yeah. Crash Daddy.
The
What's his phone
dude
number?
3D printed a bracket to hold it all together.
I know.
That's my type of guy.
Yeah, I know, dude.
Area of
Everybody's attentive. Look at everybody. We're watching.
Correct.
What I'm knocking on, is that the 5 millimeter acrylic?
Yes, both on the quarter panel part that you just pointed to, as well as the lift gate part.
Mr.
Those are-
Jackson, why don't we give that back to the witness?
Oh,
Let
yeah.
him do it instead of you.
Sure.
You got it.
Is there,
She wants to watch him hold the unit.
can you see?
Oh yeah. He's
in
so
that
strong.
material into the diffuser?
Oh, we have
That
the
you
same
just
cup
been
too.
describing.
Oh,
Yes, so as I mentioned
Watch her.
earlier,
Look at her.
in this
Oh,
area
yeah, she's
here,
smiling
there's
now.
a diffuser that's running along the bottom.
So Dr. Wolf, I'm gonna ask you, now I have that so close to
Oh,
court reporters.
My apologies.
Use the
I
other
gotta be able to
side
see
of
your
the
bum
podium.
bumps.
Yes, Your Honor. So
Oh,
along the
that's what I should
bottom
have bent
is
over
the
for.
clear diffuser that runs along and then goes up vertically. And then on the second tier, there's also a clear diffuser that runs along here and then goes up vertically. And you might be able to see it through, it kind of looks like there's little dots on it. So that's what I'm referring to in terms of the diffuser that's underneath. And that, again, so you have that outer material that's 5 millimeters roughly in thickness. And then those diffusers are about 3 millimeters in thickness underneath this.
Could you make a determination, and you can go ahead and have a seat. Well, actually, you may not want to. Could you make a determination of the space, the gap between the outer plasticine area, the outer acrylic area, and the internal diffusers? You can just estimate that gap.
If I had to estimate, I'd probably estimate around an inch, maybe inch and a half.
Okay. You indicated that something was of significance to you in this photograph about the diffusers on the subject tail.
Checking them out.
Correct?
Wait.
Describe
Let me
now
just
that
get back
you're
here a
holding
little
that.
bit.
What was it that was of note to
Fresh
you?
daddy's ass. Hold on.
So as I mentioned, we have damage not only to this outer thick portion,
You want
but it was
to? Oh, you
enough
want to
force
damage
and
something?
energy
Okay.
to then penetrate deep enough to fracture
it's getting hot here.
the underlying diffusers that sit below this outer surface, and certainly enough force then to work its way back through inducement into the backside, and ultimately there was a top portion of the taillight that was
Into the
also
backside.
fractured up here.
Was all that
Oh, yeah.
significant to you in your review of the subject taillight material?
Oh,
Yes.
doctor.
Okay, you can go ahead and put that away.
Oh, look at her. Oh.
Go back there because it's in evidence. So why don't we take it and
Can you walk it
I was
across in
just
front of
gonna
my
store
bench?
it there until he's finished with his testimony, and then we can give it to the clerk magistrate.
All right.
However you
Don't let
want
it
to
get in
do
the
it.
way.
I have no
wanna take
preference.
it? Is he using it still for his testimony?
Not right now.
All right. So
Oh, good. Good. Now I get to look at him. Oh, what strong arms he has.
okay.
She's like, oh, fuck, Jim.
May I
Go get
continue?
me a drink.
Yes.
Can we go to the next
All right.
slide? What are we looking at here?
This is a collection of
Shut up,
photographs that depicts
my bum
various
bum.
fragments from the right rear tail lamp assembly of the Lexus. And I will note that, I'll try to spotlight it. There are a few fragments in this photograph that are glass fragments, which, as I discussed earlier, there's no glass in the taillight, so these did not originate from the assembly. But altogether, from what I recall, there's about 50 fragments, I
Wow.
believe, that were counted or so, maybe a little less than that from the right taillight.
Fuck.
If we could go to the next slide, please.
Wow.
That's
What are we
huge.
looking at here?
So these are photographs depicting the sweatshirt or hoodie that Mr. John O'Keefe was wearing on the night of the alleged incident.
And what was the role that this played in your analysis ultimately?
Well, so one of the things that I noted, and I can go to the next slide, is there were a series of small punctures or holes in the sleeve, on the right sleeve of the sweatshirt in varying sizes. I think some as small as just a few millimeters. Again, I think there was maybe 10 or 12, I think I recall, on the right sleeve of that sweatshirt.
If we
That
could
looks
go
like
back
Bev's
to the
undies
larger
right now.
photo, the previous slide, do you see the right sleeve
10 to
denoted
12
on the
punctures.
photograph to the right?
Yes.
Does it, your review of these photographs, what was the significance of the triangular sort of arrows or markers?
I believe those were to annotate or draw attention to those holes.
Okay, the defects in the right sleeve?
Correct.
Can you count those for us, please?
Draw attention to my holes. What? What's going on?
On the photograph on the right, I believe I see a total of 9.
And what about the photograph on the left, just the right sleeve area?
9 as well.
If we can go to the next slide. What are the
Yep.
arrows
Number
pointing
4.
to?
It looks like
in
Bev's
these
underwear.
Photographs.
So this
I
is
know.
basically the previous shot, but what appears to be close-ups of some of those evidence markers.
That's not marked.
You indicated some of the sizes. What were some of the smaller sizes of those defects?
Those are my teeth marks
From
and
what I
Bev's
recall,
underwear.
like I said, I think it was around 3 to 5 millimeters, maybe some of the smaller ones.
Bedwars
How big is
boxes.
3 millimeters in inches?
Well,
It'd be around, probably around like an eighth of an inch or so.
Yeah.
That's not going to do it, doctor.
It's a
Can we
16th
go
of
to the next
something.
slide, please?
In inches. It's tiny.
No.
What are you describing when you say the word fundamental, or do you write the word fundamentals?
So I want to discuss some very basic concepts that I hope will kind of resonate as we go through the PowerPoint so that you have an understanding of the underlying physics and what I'm talking about.
Can you go ahead and describe the role of an accident reconstructionist and the fundamentals that an accident reconstructionist undertakes when performing the kind of testing that you performed?
So as I mentioned earlier, when I was describing what a simple definition of accident reconstruction is, it's the application of physics and engineering to collision events. So this is, I want to go through some very basic elements of that so that you have an understanding of the physics.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at here?
So this might be something you all remember back from high school physics, but even though it's been around since the late 1600s, we still use these laws today. So what we're looking at here is what I've done is just describe Newton's laws very simply. So, and again, you might be familiar with these. So for instance, if we're talking about Newton's first law, an object at rest tends to stay at rest and at a constant speed unless it's acted on by an outside force, right? So if my arm is just here, right, it's just going to stay there until I give it a push or a pull, right? When I do that, that's going to induce an acceleration, right? So that's when we get into Newton's law, where if I apply a force to a mass, I'm going to cause it to change its speed. It's going to accelerate. And then Newton's third law, basically the law of reaction, indicates that when I push on my arm, there's also an equal and opposite force going back to my hand that I'm pushing with.
What role did these three very fundamental laws of physics play in your reconstruction or your ultimate opinions and conclusions following your accident reconstruction in this case?
So when we're talking about the concept of acceleration, what you will see in the dynamic test that we did and conducted, we measured the acceleration of an arm when it's impacted by a taillight. If we know the mass of the arm and we've measured the acceleration, we can use Newton's second law, which is force is equal to mass times the acceleration, to calculate what that force is applied on the arm, which ultimately you will hear from my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, to talk about that.
Is that broadly considered a force analysis?
Yes.
What role did force analysis, your force analysis, play in the accident reconstruction that you did or you undertook in this case?
Well, there's certainly going to be a correlation between the impact speed and the damage that we see. The higher the impact speed, the greater the force. So from my perspective, I was interested in the speed and the force to look at what's the observed damage to the test taillights that we did.
Do you think that's fundamental to an accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Did Dr. Welcher engage in any force analysis with regard to John O'Keefe's arm and the taillight?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So don't be too afraid. This is some really simple equations that I want to show you. So that first one, delta V. So what do I mean by that? That simply just means you can think of delta, change in. So change in velocity. So if you look at that equation, the change in velocity, really simple. If I've got an object that's, let's say it's initially, for what V naught is, initially at 0 miles per hour, I hit it and it's now moving 10 miles per hour. That means it underwent a change in speed of 10 miles an hour and is moving at that velocity. Acceleration is essentially how quickly did that velocity change occur, right? Did it go from 10 miles an hour in a split second, or did it go to 10 miles an hour over a few seconds? So depending on the timing of that, how quickly that change in velocity occurred will determine what the acceleration is. And as I've already mentioned on the previous slide with Newton's second law, we can then take that information about acceleration and apply it to, if we have a known mass, to calculate what the force on that object is.
How did these math equations, delta V, acceleration, force, how did these play into, what role did they play in terms of the accident reconstruction here in this case?
Well, they're extremely fundamental. And I think as we go through the PowerPoint, you will have an appreciation and understanding of what these concepts are. You'll see that I have plotted graphs with acceleration that shows the rate in that change in speed over time. You will see graphs of delta V, so the change in speed of the arm as it's being impacted by the taillight. And then ultimately we can calculate the force of that impact to be able to assess whether or not there's a mechanism for the injuries. And as I mentioned, that'll be my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, that will discuss that.
Can I ask you about delta V specifically? I'd like to focus on that for a second. Is that okay?
Yes.
When you say that that equation suggests or dictates that an object that is struck by another object with mass moves up to the same speed of the object that struck it, describe that in a little bit more detail in colloquial terms, if you will. Sixth grade terms.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question?
Probably not. Because I don't understand this as if an object
Jackson's, I don't even know what I said.
I can't repeat that. He says no.
and it's struck by another object moving, is that calculating the speed at which the object that is struck moves to the same speed as the object that struck it?
It transfers
So that's
velocity.
sustained. Just ask him a simple question, let him answer.
Easier said than done. Sure. Can you describe in more conversational terms what delta V is describing in terms of mathematics?
Right. So let's just give an example specific to this case. If the majority of the arm is struck by a 6,000-pound vehicle moving, let's say at 20 miles an hour, that arm will experience a change in speed. It'll go from 0 up to about 20 miles per hour due to that impact. So that would be the change in speed. If my arm is at rest, stationary, is impacted by a 6,000-pound vehicle, it's going to change its speed up to roughly what that impact speed is.
And what about acceleration? What are you describing, or what is math or physics describing in that equation in terms of the time it takes for that arm to now move from 0 to 20?
Right. So that's how quickly that change in speed is occurring. So to give you maybe an example you're more familiar with, let's say you're driving down the road, you come up, you see a red light at the intersection, right? You're going to get on the brakes lightly, and your vehicle is going to change in speed, right? It's going to slowly decelerate. Let's say you're driving and a deer jumps out in front of you, you got to slam on the brakes, right? You're going to change your speed much quicker. So that's an example of two different rates of acceleration. One where you're mildly braking, right? You're going to coast down slowly, versus a sudden, emergency in front of you like a deer, you're going to slam on the brakes and your speed change is going to be it's going to happen much quicker with that acceleration rate.
Are there circumstances in which the acceleration can be from 0 to say 20 miles an hour in milliseconds?
Yes, when we're talking about impact durations, especially of this nature, yes, they're not going to be, we're not talking about the impact occurring over a second, 2 seconds. No. That's extremely long. Even a duration of a couple hundred milliseconds in the context of this is considered long.
And then, of course, the force calculation is associated with the delta V and the acceleration calculations. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
In what way? What are we looking at in terms of that a little bit more complex calculation?
Absolutely. So if you look at the bottom equation there, where I have force is equal to mass, and then that top component is the change in speed, right? That delta V, V1 minus V naught, divided by the change in time, T1 minus T naught. So if you substitute in that equation, right, that's delta V over delta T, which is acceleration. So there's a relationship between all of these equations.
And do all of these equations, or did all of these equations assist you in coming to determinations and opinions and conclusions concerning this case?
Yes.
Are these normally accepted methodologies in determining delta V, acceleration, force, all the force dynamics or impact dynamics in an accident reconstruction.
Absolutely. They are the core of physics.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at here? Scientific method. What does that mean?
So the
Smiling.
scientific method is a process that scientists typically use to be able to reach conclusions. And so you can think about it in this case, we make an observation, right? We have injuries to the arm. We've got a damaged taillight. So let's try to do some research to figure out, okay, has anyone done testing with that, right? Has anyone hit an arm with the taillight, see what happens, see what the forces are, right? And then we start to make a hypothesis, right? So what happens, it's kind of an if-then statement. If the arm contacts the taillight, does the taillight break? Does it not break, right? What's the hypothesis there?
Path. Which way to go?
My understanding of reviewing Dr. Welcher's work, it appeared to be that his hypothesis.
Sustained. Next question.
Sure.
Oh.
Did you review? Well, let me ask a different question. Going back to the calculations previously, the delta V, the acceleration, the force calculations that you described to the jury, did you see anywhere in any of Dr. Welcher's reports or his data that he undertook those core calculations?
Nope.
No.
Wow.
With regard to the scientific method,
physics,
did you
out the window
see whether or not Dr. Welcher followed this scientific method as you're explaining it to the jury?
Sustained.
What did you note, or what opinions or conclusions did you come to about the scientific method, if any, that Dr. Welcher did or did not undertake?
Sustained.
What?
Did you review Dr. Welcher's entire database? In other words, all the reports, all the raw data, and his PowerPoint?
Yes.
Did he undertake the scientific method as you know it?
So that's
Why?
Continue to describe the scientific method as you know it and you employ it.
Certainly. So again, from reviewing Dr. Welcher's report, he indicated.
Sustained. I'm going to see you at sidebar.
There we go. Enough of this shit she's saying.
Yep. This is where the Daggins company. He's slowly stabbing it right in the back right now. Welcher, you can't underhear some of the things he says. You know what I mean? Like when he says no, then the objection comes in. Well, I don't know.
So he can calculate how much John O'Keefe's arm weighed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
That's a number. He then can run all the numbers for every single mile per hour until it gets to that result. And he can show that, improve that, because that's what he documents. That's his job, which he does very well. And Bev won't let none of that in.
Nope. Well, she will, but what he's doing is picking apart Welch's aperture report, and he's just being asked, well, did he follow any of these scientific methodologies? And he wants to say no.
Right.
And she won't let him say the answer correct. Correct.
Wow.
Right? That's why you bring an expert witness in for another.
Right. The reason they're here. You're right. Yeah, like that's their purpose here. Wow.
Wow. That's number 3 sidebar.
Real quick, Bonnie Hayes, thank you for sending me a Cash App. I'm sorry. Like, yeah, it was a Cash App. And Pam.
Sorry, I was chewing.
Bonifoil sent me Venmo. So thank you both very much. I appreciate it.
Sorry, I had food in my mouth. I was talking at the same time. So basically, if you want to go back, is that Crash Daddy is looking at his report, giving us a methodology, a basic physics methodology, how you would look at something, come to the conclusion. And he's asked, well, did Dr. Welcher do that in his report, in your opinion? And he said no, and it was objected.
Yeah.
So he tried to ask it 3 different times and sustained. Crazy shit. All right, juries, we're going to take our break now.
Big plan. We're already on it.
Yeah.
Dr. Wolf, may I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Wolf, where are we on the chart?
There's powder.
I've
You
lost
see
my-
right with the lights
I
off.
think
Powder. Look
hypothesis.
how bright he is.
Okay. Let's describe, if you would, please, what role hypothesis plays in the general scientific method.
So generally, it's like I said, it's an if-then statement. So if you make a statement, if the arm contacts the taillight, then the taillight will shatter, right? So you want to do tests and experimentation and analyze that data to see whether you can accept or reject that hypothesis.
And what's the next stage?
So as I mentioned, after hypothesis, it's once you've determined that what your hypothesis is, you want to test with experimentation, analyze that data, and that certainly may be an iterative process that you do multiple times to then be able to draw a conclusion from that analysis and testing.
What's the next stage?
To basically report those conclusions and findings.
Why is it important to report those conclusions and findings?
Well, I think so that you can, whether you can accept or reject the hypothesis that was put forward earlier.
Do you have to analyze the data following the testing that you undertake?
Yes, like I mentioned, I think it's an iterative process, because certainly you could do one test and it may not be clear what the answer is at that point. So you may have to do additional tests to basically parametrically evaluate your hypothesis.
Did you see this well, let me ask you first, did you undertake this scientific method with regard to your reconstruction or your testing in this case?
Yes.
Did you observe this same scenario in Dr. Welcher's report?
Sustained as to that point, Mr. Jackson.
Did you see this undertaken anywhere else?
Sustained there.
What the fuck?
Did you look for testing in Dr. Welcher's evaluation, all of his data?
Yes.
Did you find any
No.
other than the static blue paint test?
That was the only test, correct.
Did you see any force dynamics testing?
That's leading,
Come on.
so you can
Sure.
get to it without that.
Was there any?
What about any other testing? Anything
you.
else that we've talked about? Do you see anything else done in Dr. Welcher's?
As it
report?
pertains to an analysis to the taillight and the damage and the forces, no.
It's the question. Done. Move on, dude.
Let's move
Don't
on
keep.
to the next slide.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's go.
Did you actually undertake testing in furtherance of the scientific method?
Yes.
Let's move on to the next slide and you can describe what we're talking about. What are we looking at here?
So you're looking at a test matrix of the various tests that we conducted at ARCA. I could go through them one by one if you want.
Let me ask you foundationally, was your testing directed toward determining whether or not the scenario proposed in Dr. Welcher's report was consistent or inconsistent with what you would find ultimately?
The objection sustained.
Oh, I didn't even fucking hear us.
Was your testing specifically designed to determine whether the damage to Miss Reed's vehicle, her Lexus, was consistent with the scenario that was proposed by Dr. Welcher?
That's sustained too.
Why?
Come on. What the fuck?
What was your testing? What were you engaged in terms of your testing? What were you trying to find out?
Well, I think it was to, again, we talked about earlier about that hypothesis, right? My understanding, Dr. Welcher indicated that the arm contacted the taillight, but there was no analysis or testing to determine what's the expected outcome of that. What's the damage to the taillight?
So you answered the first question. I'm striking that second part. Ask another question.
Was there anything else?
I think simply put, it's to find out what happens when you impact an arm with a Lexus taillight at various speeds. What happens?
What was your understanding of Dr. Welcher's hypothesis?
That's sustained.
Did you have an understanding of Dr. Welcher's hypothesis?
That's sustained too.
Holy shit. Look at him. He's like, what the
Ultimately,
fuck?
What were you trying to find out through your testing?
As I mentioned, I think it was to determine when you impact a taillight at 10 miles an hour, 15 miles an hour, 25 miles an hour, what happens to the taillight? What's the expected damage? What happens to a sweatshirt when it makes contact with that? What happens to the fragments? How does the arm move? What's the acceleration of the arm? What's the change in speed of the arm? And certainly, as I mentioned, my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, will discuss what are the expected injuries in that type of impact.
Did you see any of those questions answered in Dr. Welcher's report?
Ask it differently.
What did you see in terms of Dr. Welcher's report as it relates to those types of questions?
That's sustained.
Come on.
Ultimately, did you undertake a methodology to perform the testing to answer the questions that you've just explained needed to be answered for this jury?
Yes.
Describe that, please.
So we started out, we kind of worked at this incrementally, right? We didn't start right off the bat with utilizing an exemplar Lexus going right into an ATD or a test dummy, right? We wanted to start in the laboratory to have an understanding what happens at a range of speeds, in this instance, in our first two tests, between 10 and 17 miles per hour, right? What happens, what kind of damage do we observe, right? At 10 miles an hour, do we even break the light? At 17, what kind of damage do we get? What kind of accelerations do we get? And then we moved up to full-scale vehicle impact testing.
Is that methodology that you just described generally accepted in the field of accident reconstruction, in the broader field of engineering?
Yes.
Absolutely. Everything from utilizing an instrumented test dummy to using an exemplar vehicle to all the data acquisition systems that we had in the laboratory, as well as the vehicle. All of that is generally accepted techniques in the field of accident reconstruction to evaluate what we did in this case.
And are those techniques also supported by peer-reviewed articles in scientific literature related to accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Did you rely on this methodology that you just described to render opinions and conclusions as it relates to this case?
Yes.
Have you relied on that same methodology in rendering opinions and conclusions in other courts?
Yes.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So we've gone over this before, but this is looking at the exemplar vehicle that we utilize for the latter part of our testing. You're looking at again, just annotating where the liftgate taillight is, as well as the quarter panel taillight.
When you say exemplar vehicle, what is this SUV that we're looking at?
So it's the same year, make, and model of the subject vehicle. So it's a 2021 Lexus LX 570. So it's the same weight, same geometry, same as the subject vehicle.
Is this a picture off the internet, or do you actually have access to this truck?
We have access to that vehicle, yes.
And ultimately, what testing did you undertake specifically as it relates to this particular vehicle?
We did full-scale vehicle testing with the vehicle driving into an ATD arm, as well as an ATD arm attached to a dummy, and then a full-on impact to a test dummy.
Did you assess the damage to the right tail light after these various tests?
Yes, after all of the tests.
Did you assess the acceleration and quantify the forces that were involved?
Yes.
Did you assess the material and textile damage to the clothed ATD?
Yes.
Ultimately, did you conduct lab tests in an effort to answer some of these questions as well?
Yes.
And you've already mentioned this, but you utilized in your testing the exemplar vehicle to the fullest extent that you felt necessary?
Absolutely,
Were
yes.
you hampered or hindered in any way in terms of damaging the vehicle or utilizing the vehicle in any way that you wished?
No.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are tests A and B? What are those laboratory tests?
So these were the initial two tests that we did to get an idea of starting to test this hypothesis. As I mentioned, We weren't sure at 10 miles an hour what would happen to the taillight. We wanted to see what would happen at 17 miles an hour with the arm. So again, it was to evaluate from a starting point what happens in this interaction based upon how Dr. Welcher had his arm oriented in his PowerPoint and analysis.
Next slide, please. What is this?
So you're looking at a photograph of our lab setup. You can see on the left side of that is our hybrid 3 anthropomorphic test device. To the right is a linear impactor, and this is something we already have in-house that what we built years ago for our testing that we do for the National Hockey League when we're looking at, what's the accelerations on an impact to a goalie wearing a helmet, right? We'd use this same device for that type of testing to measure head acceleration. So we applied this same linear impactor to be able to project, if you will, or accelerate the taillight at a known speed into the ATD arm.
What are some of the instrumentation that you use in addition to the mechanical impactor? What's some of the instrumentation you use to track the data?
Certainly. So you can see, I'll get my, see around here. So at the top here, there's a blue camera here. There's another blue camera here. So these are our high-speed cameras. And you'll see there's a bunch of lights around those high speeds. That's just because the frame rate's so high. And again, it's only sampling, a very, very short amount of time. So you have to have a lot of light when you do these high-speed tests. So we have the high-speed cameras running. We have an accelerometer mounted to the ATD arm here on the other side. So that's some of the instrumentation. There's also a couple other cameras that we're documenting this overall.
Can we move to the next slide, please?
A little different, huh?
What are we looking at in this?
So this is looking at, and not to be confused, this wasn't the arm position when the impact occurred. This is just showing you the setup. So on the left is just kind of an overall shot. And then on the right is right here is a uniaxial accelerometer. So that's going to measure, we talked about that term earlier, right? The acceleration. So that's going to measure how quickly is this arm changing its speed, right? What's the acceleration of the arm as it's impacted?
Does that accelerometer put into motion some of the mathematical formulations that you talked about earlier?
Yes.
Let's move to the next slide, please.
Oh my God.
Tell me about these photographs.
So the importance of this is more specifically looking at the right photograph here. Might be a little bit hard to see, but we wanted to get the same exact sweatshirt or hoodie for the testing to evaluate if the taillight breaks, is there a mechanism for the fragments to penetrate and cause holes in the sweatshirt as were observed in Mr. John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
Next slide.
Good job.
Were you successful in finding the exact replica sweatshirt?
Yes, and I will note, as I mentioned, I know it probably is hard to see, but the material blend on the sleeves are the exact same. They are 60% cotton and 40% polyester.
Was it important in your mind to maintain consistency with the data that you had received concerning John O'Keefe's clothing?
Certainly. I think we wanted to try to control as many variables as we could.
Let's move to the next slide, please. Test A. Describe test A for us, please.
So you're going to see a series of photographs and then videos, but test A was mounting a preconditioned taillight on that linear impactor to accelerate it into the hybrid 3 arm to, again, evaluate the damage to the taillight and the acceleration to the arm.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in these photographs?
Jesus Christ.
So you're looking on the left
Infrared.
of the photograph just
color.
before
Heat.
I'm just waiting for the guy to come over with the
impact
meat.
test
Start slapping
was
the meat
conducted.
against the.
On the right, you're
gonna
looking
need
at
a towel pretty
thermal
soon here.
image that is depicting the temperature profile of the taillight.
Describe that thermal image.
Certainly. You're on
Badass.
the note?
Jesus.
Heat.
Yes.
Tells you what's going to break.
That's what Judge Bev sees when she looks down at Dr. Wolf. Hubba, hubba, hubba.
So what I did is I analyzed the profile of the temperature down in this area. And when we look at that
I'm sure it's
segment,
hot.
that lower portion here, where contact was made,
One in the
The
stink,
average
two in the
temperature
pink.
in that area was about 34 degrees with a minimum of about 33 degrees.
How did you get that exemplar taillight down to around freezing?
So all of the taillights that we tested were preconditioned overnight in a freezer.
Why was that important?
Cold.
Well, it's my understanding that at the time that this allegedly occurred, the ambient temperature was 31 degrees Fahrenheit. So as I mentioned earlier, certainly there's a correlation between how plastics perform in cold weather. So we wanted to take that variable into account in our testing to precondition them down to temperatures that were consistent with at the time of the alleged incident.
Next slide, please.
Have fun, Mary.
What are we
Yeah,
looking at in this
good luck.
slide, on this photograph?
So this is a video. Do you want me to go ahead and play the video?
Microdots.
Tell us what we're about to see, and then I'll ask the court's permission.
So you were looking at a camera that is mounted above the entire setup. If you
Nice,
look at the top
nice.
portion of this
Jesus
video, you
Christ,
will
man.
see the tail light. Part of it's covered
Yeah.
by the high-speed camera. But what will happen is the linear impactor will fire, and the tail light will be accelerated up to 10 miles per hour, striking the clothed ATD arm.
With the court's permission,
Okay.
let's go ahead and play the video.
There you go.
Oh, wow. Check that out. Now, the defense, the prosecution's had this whole
Next slide, please.
demonstration prior to this. Yeah, so
What is this?
they can ask whatever questions they
So
want.
this is also a video, but with the high-speed camera. So it's the high-speed camera that's looking top down at the arm. So you will see when the video plays, you will see the tail light enter from the left and contact the arm. And I will note that this is essentially slow mode, so it's not happening in real time. So you'll see the tail light slowly
frame rate.
moving, but it's actually in reality moving at 10 miles per hour.
Understood.
Frame rate, buddy. Bam. Boom. Move out of the way. Get out of the way.
That would cause
Can I
so
ask
much
a question?
bruising.
Now that that's played,
Jesus
how did
Christ.
you mount the taillight to the accelerator, that linear accelerator?
Right. So we had to get a little bit creative there because you may have observed this when we had the physical assembly out earlier. The back of that, it's not some nice clean surface that we can just bolt on. So what we had to do is 3D print a bracket that we could bolt onto the linear impactor, and we used a polyurethane expanding foam to be able to marry those two together so that we could then bolt it onto the linear impactor to use it for this test.
Did you see any debris from that foam mounting mechanism?
Yes, there's a few
Yeah.
flakes you can see of that polyurethane foam off the backside kind of going into being dispersed there.
Okay. With regard to this particular 10-mile-an-hour test, what did you note in terms of the damage to the taillight?
It was very minimal.
And what did you note in terms of any damage at all to the hoodie?
There was none.
What's
Go
going
to the
through
next
Bev's
slide,
mind right
please.
now?
What are we looking at
nice
in this
cannon.
slide?
So this is looking at a side view. So same test, just looking at it from the side. And similarly, you'll see the tail light come from the left and impact the arm.
If we could play this, please. What did you note in terms of deflection of the arm, the test arm?
Well, the arm essentially, and we'll see this in the data later, it reaches a common velocity with the tail light based upon the portion of the arm that was contacted, again, consistent with how Dr. Welcher has it oriented, it will become accelerated up to 10 miles an hour roughly.
Over approximately what period of time is that arm accelerated up to 10 miles an hour along with the taillight?
We'll see it on the data plots. I think it's about 10 milliseconds or so.
How long, do you know how long an eye blink on average takes?
Off the top of my head, no, I don't. Probably pretty quick.
Somewhere around 250 milliseconds. Does that sound right?
Sustained.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this series of photographs?
So these are extracted frames from the high-speed video that we just saw on the previous slide, basically showing just at contact, just after contact, and then post-contact, so you can see the kinematics of the arm and how the arm is moving.
Okay. Let's move to the next slide, please. What is this photograph?
So this is photographs taken of the taillight after the 10-mile-an-hour test. I will note that there was a couple small fragments of the clear portion of the assembly, the outer lens that was missing from that turn signal area towards the left here. There was a couple fragments missing, and then there was some small fracturing here in that area.
How would you describe the damage to the taillight at the 10-mile-an-hour test?
If I may go to the next slide, I think it might.
Sure.
So this was the totality of that damage at 10 miles per hour. So I would describe it as minimal and superficial.
Okay. Next slide, please. What is this?
So this is the photograph that I just shown you compared to that of the subject taillight so that you can have a side-by-side comparison of the test taillight compared to that of the subject.
Were you able to reach any opinions and conclusions about whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 10 miles an hour?
No. It's inconsistent, in my opinion.
Next slide, please. This is still test A, is that correct?
Correct.
Were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether or not the damage to Mr. O'Keefe's clothing is consistent with being struck by the taillight at 10 miles per hour?
What I observed from the test is that there was no mechanism to create any of the holes that we observed on the subject sweatshirt.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
As well as the former opinion that you just gave us?
Yes.
Boom.
Next slide, please.
Oh, shoot. No punchers in
What
the,
are we looking
in
at
the
in this
sweatshirt.
graph?
And that's the time. Look at the time.
So this is a graph
Wow.
that shows
Boom.
the roughly,
Instantaneous.
on the next graph, you're going to see a 24 millisecond window. So what I want to show you on this graph is what does that look like over a full second so you can have an appreciation of just how quickly this is occurring.
Left and right.
As you mentioned earlier, I think your comment about a blink of an eye, this
Not
is even
even.
shorter than that.
Yep.
We're looking at, as you'll see on the next graph, again, it spans over just a few milliseconds. So that yellow tick that you see in the middle there, what I've done is I've plotted that over a full second. So 1 second is equal to 1,000 milliseconds. So if we go 500 milliseconds to the right, 500 milliseconds to the left, this whole graph represents 1 second in time. This impact duration is occurring very quickly.
1 second, is that reflected from the beginning of the graph to the end of the graph? That's
Yes.
representative of 1 second, is that right?
Correct. So starting at this y-axis all the way to here is 1 second in time with our impact duration happening over just a few milliseconds.
And this was at 10 miles an hour?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this graph?
So we're looking at the acceleration or the change in speed over time, that parameter that we discussed earlier. So what you can see is that as the arm is impacted, we had the accelerometer mounted on the inside portion of the forearm, if you will. You see that it starts to accelerate, right? Because it's changing its speed, and then it starts to level off after the impact has subsided, basically, and it's reached a common velocity.
What do we see in terms of the G forces that the arm is subject to?
So the peak is occurring right around here at about, looks like just over 6 milliseconds. And the peak acceleration is just over 130 Gs.
And what does that mean? What is a G?
So a G is acceleration due to gravity. So if
Measure of
we're
force.
being held down by 1 G. So you could think of it as basically a multiplication factor, that it's 131 times the acceleration due to gravity.
And the next slide, please.
Can't get around that.
What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is, again, that concept that we talked about earlier, delta V. This is the change in speed. So if we do some math to the previous data that we collected, it's a technique called integration, where we can actually add up all of that acceleration to determine what speed did the arm get up to. And when we do that calculation to this data, what we see is that initially at the impact, right, the arm's at rest, right, Newton's law, first law. And then we impart a force on it in terms of the tail light impacting it. It's going to cause the arm to accelerate and change its speed. So as I noted earlier, it's essentially going to reach a common velocity with the impact force based upon how Dr. Welcher has the arm oriented. And we can see that it's a tick over 10 miles per hour at just over 10 milliseconds. So that means that the arm in a 10 millisecond period is going from 0 up to about 10 miles per hour, which was the speed of the impact.
And 131 times the force of gravity is exerted on the arm at the same time.
Sustained is to that point.
Where does gravity play into this? What is the 131 G's? Where's that force exerted?
So that is the acceleration that the arm experienced as a result of that impact. So that's how quickly it was changing in speed.
Understood. Let's go to the next slide.
So is this a good place to take the morning recess?
Oh, yeah.
All right, folks, we'll
Okay.
take a recess. Dr. Wilkins can file the jurors. Want to see counsel regarding just scheduling, please?
All rise for the court, please.
Yep.
Wow.
Didn't happen. There's no way that the taillight from a Lexus.
No, the math ain't mathing, dude. Math is not mathing. And you know, remember, like the first time around, the defense couldn't ask any questions because it was just brought in from the FBI. You know, they could have been called either way, but not knowing what, right? Not knowing what they were going to say. Right? Exactly.
You can't even bring them up now. Like,
what the fuck? No, but like that. But they could now that the FBI didn't hire Aka, Karen's team did. But the defense can now tailor their motion on their examination of Dr. Welcher, and versus Dr. Wolf and Dr. Hensler to be like, okay, was this right? Was this wrong? Jackson had the time to do this time around, not last year where he had no access to that because they were provided by a third entity, so to speak.
And they couldn't bring that up.
No. Nope. Nope.
I mean, I don't see how the jury doesn't take this guy's information and scribble it down, right? How do they not?
Everybody on Twitter, Aiden's in the house. Everybody on Twitter is saying that they're all taking notes, heads down, taking notes. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
this guy's watching.
This is not a distractor. This guy knows what he's talking about. This is what happened.
Right.
Yeah, there's no way. The change of velocity.
I'll bring it back.
They're talking the change of velocity, people, that is in such minute time frame for all that to happen that there's no way that it could have happened. It's like when you hit a hockey puck. When you use the stick, and when the stick contacts the puck, for a second, the puck is traveling the same speed as the stick. And you add to that force, momentum, velocity. You add to that.
All right, 20 minutes.
Court, all rise.
All right. 20-minute break. Gotta water my plants today. It's great that they're taking notes. We like that, right? It's exactly what we want them to be doing. A couple minutes. Who's got a couple minutes? So, just so you guys know, let me share this real quick. Let me stop that. Right. Check this out. So this is kind of some of the stuff that I watch. This is slow motion of energy being transferred from a stationary object, which is these beings, you'll see the energy transfer right through them. And this will make some sense.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, by the way, I like these guys because they use cameras that got like 1 million frame rates, 1 million pictures a second. So check this out.
Welcome back to Ballistic High Speed. We've got 2 finale episodes for you guys. We're wrapping up our week here at Washington County Machine Guns, and as you can see, we've got a little army of ballistic torsos, wonderfully provided by Ballistic Dummy Lab. Chris is here as well, so he'll get to see the destruction. And what are we going to be doing to these?
Today, we have a military-grade Claymore. This is an M18A1 anti-personnel mine. This is not a fake, a phony. This is not a prop. This is military spec, 1.5 pounds of PETN. This actually is a little bit over at 1.55 pounds.
A little bit more spicy.
Little bit spicier, and it comes with a little extra punch. They typically have 700 of those steel ball bearings.
Yeah.
They're like, kind of think of it like a BB.
We filled it a little bit more than that.
Yeah, this one's probably pushing 1,200.
Yeah, we jam-packed that thing.
So it's gonna be
probably about 8 feet away.
8-10 feet away.
This guy here should get the brunt of it. He should probably go away. And these two got kind of a cone of destruction, so we'll see how much these two get. They should get at least the blast, maybe some of the pellets, but this is gonna be pretty insane. So like I keep saying, if you haven't subscribed yet, you're gonna wanna do it now because the next episode is gonna be an even bigger explosive.
Yep.
So
just double touch on it. We're at Washington County Machine Gun.
Yep.
And this is real PETN.
Let's get this set up.
Spanky, no, what we're doing is we're just gonna show energy transfer. This is a good way to show you what he's referring to.
And see some of the best high speed I think we're ever gonna see.
Let's do it.
All right.
So our Claymore here is aimed pretty well we're kind of focused on this guy, right in his chest. The blast radius should cover up, down, over into these guys. Should just be a madhouse in here.
Yeah.
And so to make sure we get even more extra safe and keep our cameras usable so we can get you guys more content, Tread has this, I believe this is out of Humvee actually. It's one of the armored windows. It's gonna protect anything from going any direction towards us and keep it all going towards the dummies.
Yep, and we're gonna be about probably at least 400 feet away around the corner.
Yeah.
And this is gonna be set off with electrical detonators so we can do it nice and safely.
Yep.
And yeah, there's not much more to say.
Yeah, that's
we just gotta see what happens.
It's about time to get to it.
Go. All right, tell them we're ready.
High speed ready!
3, 2.
The middle one's going.
Yep.
There's 3 triggers.
Nobody move.
All right, nobody move!
What'd you guys think of that sound blast?
Very loud.
Pretty intense.
Well, Tread nailed the distance on how far that would go.
Look at that.
Took a
Look
lot
at
of
that.
energy.
Yeah.
Okay, center guy. His head is gone.
This guy has wood lodged into him.
Oh, God.
The Claymore was on a pallet, and there's no longer a pallet.
Oh.
There used to be a pallet there.
So, like, all that dirt got shot into these guys, man.
Yeah.
That's like 3 or 4 inches down into the earth.
There's a super clear BB going straight through. You can see it through his shoulder, out the other side.
That's perfect.
Which is to get the high speed.
He had a head, right?
This dude had a head.
Look at the top of his skull.
And there's his brains or something.
There's blood all over the head.
Oh, there's blood everywhere.
Pieces of brain. What do you think about that?
That's pretty nasty.
And look at all the bones coming out, his ribs.
Completely
his
charred,
spine.
charred, dude.
Yeah.
And this actually happened to people in combat?
Ugh.
Oh, all over Vietnam.
Jesus.
Good Lord.
All those black dots are BBs.
The ribs are completely gone. The whole front of the rib cage is gone.
Oh, you're
I
right.
don't even know where it went.
I think I found the head.
Oh, Tread found the
Or
head.
what's left of it.
Is there any?
Is that that? Oh yeah. I guess it's like that. Is that right?
That's his brain. Well, Tread, you've done claymores before. Is this what you expected or more devastating?
No, this is what I expected.
Yeah.
That's
Awesome.
pretty typical.
Bloop. Oh,
Oh,
interesting.
Oh, look at all of them floating. It's no wonder it sent him so far, because when bullets stop in your body, all the energy is deposited.
I want to know where it flew the top of his rib cage to.
There's so many in there.
Oh, those are steel. He'd be fine. He wouldn't get lead poisoning or anything. You know what would be really awesome to do with this right now? Go huck it into an MRI machine.
Oh, just
and
have
then
him
in
go
slow-mo, just watch them all come ripping out.
That would be bad.
Okay, well.
What about this other guy? Yeah.
I don't see much from the back.
Oh, yeah,
Oh.
he caught some. Yeah,
He's
he's
a
collapsing
high
along. Tension pneumothorax.
Tons of channels. The BB is stuck against the clavicle here.
Oh, yeah.
Go back to the high.
So one dude's for sure dead.
Here we go. This is where it starts, the high speed.
So again, thanks to those two people, and back to some really cool high speed. Oh my goodness. That fireball's tremendous.
Yeah, PETN has a nice fireball.
I can't believe that.
Look at their faces. It's like when a nuclear bomb goes off in the distance.
The portal to hell is opened and they're staring into it.
Oh God, look at that rapid shockwave. That's so sharp.
See the wave?
That's so vicious. All right, let's get some more speed involved.
20,000 frames.
You can see it beat into the back of his skull and everything. Look at all the BBs. There's
Kinda
so
crazy
many.
'cause looking at him, he didn't look that
No.
beat up. But now seeing this, no, nobody's surviving
Yeah,
that.
watch the left side of his face.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, he's so dead.
He's so
He's
dead.
so dead.
There's not a chance. It's so bright, it flared the other side of the lens. Look how sharp that sound wave is. They're mixed in with the plaster, but you can see his chest just get riddled right there. And then if you watch his stomach, that's getting shredded up as well. Wow. We do have another that's a bit closer in on this area.
20,000 frames a second. 100,000.
Looks like their photo was taken. All right, what enters the frame first? Yep, all those BBs and plasters. Oh yeah, he's
He's so
done.
waved.
He's so done. Oh, it ripped off his scalp.
You can see his jaw open.
It's as if we had like 20 shotguns of birdshot all going off at the exact same time, plus a massive concussive wave behind it. And it's in the shadows, but his whole stomach is just, look at this.
Well, then eventually he disappears.
He really does. I wonder if we see that on here.
Because now we're getting into wood and dirt.
Mm-hmm.
There's a big chunk.
There's his
There
body.
he goes,
Oh,
yeah.
he's starting to emerge as well. Snapped off that PVC and everything. He's gone.
That was a lot.
That's more than I thought, Tread.
I literally thought it'd rip the middle guy in half.
It was close.
Yeah, it was close.
His chest was caved in.
I think what happened is the wave went up on him because I saw his whole.
So that is that shockwave and how transfer of energy from, in that case it was an explosion in them BBs that come out, that's transferring energy. But John's arm being hit by that taillight would transfer energy, and the speed at which it transfers that energy in, how many milliseconds or fractions of a millisecond, that's what does the damage to tissue and veins, and it rips and tears stuff apart from inside. And you can tell, a medical examiner can tell what a blast injury is. So just that alone, they can prove that his arm There was no transfer of energy. Game, set, match. It's over. Let's see something. Hold on, guys. That's a good picture, Larry. Let me show you guys real quick on Twitter. That's a good picture of Larry and Chandler, huh? So that's Larry, the UI guy. That's Chandler. She's going to law school. Very smart. Mm. Self-reflection. Yeah. You're still a freaking idiot. Oh, wait a minute. They don't plan on continuing the false claims of Jen McCabe's phone deletions? Are you shitting me, dude? They come out of the extraction report. John walking 116 steps, come out of his phone, you idiot. They don't plan on presenting any witness who saw John in the house, despite promising that jury that. Well, yeah. Tricks they used to dupe the mob and the U.S. have all been abandoned at the moment of truth. Wow, what a fucking stupid idiot. Few within the pink mob are capable of self-reflection. However, maybe more than we expected given the scarce crowd showing up. Dude, there's not one blue shirt out there, so you shut the F up. How does it feel to have been accusing innocent people of crimes for nearly 2 years? They're not. They're guilty, dude. 227 happened. Colin in the house. All based on claims by the defendant and her media allies, only to have none of that presented at the trial. Not one witness. Really? Decent human beings, people with a conscience, like the police officer that just got up there and testified, or Jen McCabe who lied to the FBI, or Kerry Roberts who lied to the grand jury. Are we talking about people, decent humans like that, dude? That type of decent humans to you? Is that what we're talking about?
Oof.
People with a conscience. Yeah. Look in the mirror. Would you feel deeply troubled at this point if you carried a 227 side out? No, I wouldn't. Nope. 227 happened. Jen McCabe Googled how long to die in the cold at 227. You're an idiot, Kevin. Who am I? Yeah. He's still in the closet, that dude. Wow. What a
Tommy on a rant. I love it.
unreal, dude. That's awesome.
Oh my god. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, it's Danielle.
Save that for later.
Yep.
Yeah.
Auntie Deb gets it right now. See? There you go.
One, two, bring it to the folk. Peak acceleration is just over 130 Gs.
And what does that mean? What is
Lot.
a G?
So a G is
Who did that?
Oh my God, I love that, Auntie Deb.
Ah!
Gotta share that. That's badass.
Auntie Deb in the house.
Wow, guy. Really? That's badass.
1, 2, a motherfucking G.
We still got the fan, guys. Kelly Diva, read the call taker's name and narrative and name. She testified that she was called in after the 911 call so Good could go to the location. But this says she was the 911 call taker and she wrote the narrative. Although we heard in trial, Good, a male voice was on the phone. Why would she be logged in? And oh, no. We heard Mike. Time out. Didn't we hear
Yeah,
her
it was
answer
good.
the phone and him ask the address? He was inbound now?
I'd have to go back and listen to it, Tom. I don't remember, man. Honestly, I don't. At 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
It was him, I believe. But yeah, so yeah.
This one, Amy Leah, she's right. We hear her on the phone telling him the correct address.
Okay.
So she answered the phone.
I forget. I really forget.
Right here, call taker says it right here. Kelly Diva.
Jeez. Wow. One, two.
Howie car. Uh-oh. Right, enough of that.
Oh man.
There you go.
Yeah.
All in the house.
Yep.
Related. We can actually go another level down with people that are related to them.
Oh, you could, dude.
Unreal.
Yep. That's a good song. Have you heard it yet?
No, not yet.
Oh my God, you hear the song.
I saw Larry this morning.
Yeah.
Interesting. Flipper.
Concerned about how we're gonna keep the. I understand tomorrow's supposed to be very hot. Court officers are concerned about how we're gonna keep the fans and air conditioners going and be allowed to hear the witnesses.
Uh-oh.
I've talked to the lawyers, everybody's in agreement that because we're ahead of schedule, we'll give you tomorrow off.
All right, I gotta stop that.
Oh, that's a good tune.
I know it is, but we'll get popped on that.
I hear you.
Crash Daddies. I love when they do these. They're so good.
Oh, here's another one for you.
Oh, look at this guy. Look at this.
He doesn't look good, man. You know. Good luck, buddy.
Wow.
Yeah. It is what it is. His choice.
Shannon. Oh my God. Give it a call.
Christ. Oh, go counsel. Good gracious, ass boat dishes.
I wonder if we can get the reports from when that guy got beat up at his partner.
At the Black Rose?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's in there. You know, that was staged. He had a ride waiting for him to pick him up and everything. Another Boston cruiser picked him right up and they're out of there. I get a picture of the firefighter he hit in the face.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Almost killed him. Yeah, I have that. Yeah. Oh, they made sure they showed up in different vehicles, huh?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Corner taillight housing is blown out before Proctor even got out of bed that morning. It's a wrap.
Okay.
I guess. I don't know how that is.
If you say so.
And this guy, I'm not even listening to him. No.
He's a fucking ass clown, that guy.
Yep. He 100% is.
Oh, that's Trump.
There we go. All right, that's not good. What?
It's a movie.
Oh. That window's made of sugar then.
Yeah.
What's this? Michael Morrissey. Oh my God. Dog bite awareness. Isn't that freaking poetic?
I saw it yesterday. Yeah, it was pretty funny.
God. So they're banging on this arm. They're not ripping the sweatshirt, Mike. How does that happen?
Interesting theory, isn't it?
It's perfect. There's nothing wrong with it. So how?
Michael Johnson. I just sent you something in your ex email. Oh my God.
Hold on. I'm looking. Oh. Oh.
Oh, I'm just kidding. Jennifer coughing doofus spitting lies. Yeah.
I'd love to read this. I can't.
Oh.
I can share it. This is badass. Let me find yours first. You sent that to me?
I see some stuff, yeah.
All right.
There is. See, he dresses up like fucking
that.
I mean, if you look at the just the sterile environments, like the motorized piston that can control speed,
yeah,
and the solid arm with the weight transfer to it, and the graph that shows you the force of impact, just that if it goes 10 miles an hour, the mass will move at 10 miles an hour eventually. I mean, come on, this is great. Now, can they call him back for a rebuttal?
I'm not sure.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to download these. It won't let me.
What are you trying to do? Show some shit.
So, yeah, I'm trying to see something. So, like, Mike, say you ran a business out of your house, small business, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And you were just a consultant, and you went into people's businesses and told them how to run it better. And then you moved, but yet your mail kept coming to you.
Yeah.
What would you do with that person's mail?
Send it back to the sender.
Well, yeah. Okay. So what do you do with the magazine that comes to you? Like they send periodical magazines out to that niche of people, right? The consultants. You get that magazine, but you're gone. Still getting delivered.
Throw them out.
You're not interested in what it says?
Not typically, unless it's something I'm interested in, you know what I mean? You know, that's all.
What if you were maybe like a court reporter?
Yeah.
And
Madam Court Reporter?
Yes, reporter similar to that.
Okay.
In that period, like say a magazine comes out for all the different court reporters.
Right.
Present.
I just want to play with my big ling.
All right. So this is like a periodical.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Where is it? Oh, look at what it says inside of it. If I had to pick just one app that I absolutely must have on every device I use, it would be Signal. This is inside that Madam Court Reporter's magazine.
Yeah.
Even the courts are telling people to use Signal.
Younger people understand it more than I do. Obviously, I'm not a boomer, but I'm close. But yes,
right. But I mean, it keeps everything secure, so why not, right?
Right.
But yet,
the people, I don't need this guy on my face. The people here are all like signals. Oh, you can't have signal. It's this big bad unknown thing. It really isn't, Mike. It's like any messaging program. Yes, the Journal for Court Reporters, and that's in this month's issue is Signal, right? Like, didn't Hank make a big deal about Signal?
In the voir dire, he definitely did. Yeah,
He sure
my God.
did. Do you think he'll bring it up now in front of all these people?
I can't say whether he would or he wouldn't, Tom, because I can't get inside that guy's head. I have no idea what he's thinking. He's so fucking twisted. After he exposed what happened to the kid's dad, I've lost complete.
Yeah, you can't make up. You know.
Yeah. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube.
No.
It is out there. He said it in open court. It's in the court docs. It's fucking horrible. He's a horrible human being. I truly hate that man. I truly do.
Yep.
Truly hate that man.
And there was no need to say that. Zero. There's
he's a
other
piece of-
ways, Mike. There's 900 ways to say the same thing. And of all people to know that, he knows better.
Right. And he might say, well, the kids aren't watching him because we know the parents told them
Don't
not to
matter.
watch.
Don't
Doesn't
matter.
matter.
Don't matter.
It's out there.
Some things
Social
you keep
media-
yourself, Hank.
I don't think Hank, well, maybe he does. Maybe Hank understands social media. I don't think he realizes the impact it has once a legal proceeding is done. Everybody's a court reporter now. And you decide what you like and what you don't like, and what you can read, who you're going to follow, who you like. So you have the antis and you have us.
Yep.
So you just decide what you're going to do. But still, that's moral compass for me, is to mention something like that to younger kids growing up that are in their, pubertic stages of life or whatever you might want to call it.
You know that got clipped and sent to them. You know it. And
someone from school and in her grade, it went viral. Of course it did. Of fucking course it did. And he should have known that. And I'm glad, and I hate to say it this way, but it's fucking shallow, but I'm glad he did it, not anybody else.
Well,
if it had to be said,
stuff like that, though, Mike. Come on.
Had no bearing on the case.
I would think as a lawyer, there's certain decorum you have to have in a certain, I thought that was part of the training, part of like your ethics of being a lawyer, right?
Right.
You have to know,
a little bit of gray you can work with, right? It's a little bit of gray, especially with Ben. Let him do whatever he wants, and he knows that he can ask questions that normally wouldn't be allowed in a federal courtroom that are being allowed now. He's having a ball with them. But, dude, pick your lane. Know your audience. Like, you understand, like, this is on TV. It's not a federal proceeding where it's no TV.
It's on TV, all right.
Yeah, you're getting outed, dude. And you'll never recover from this. In my opinion, he'll never recover from this. He'll just be known as that guy that tried to put Karen Reed away.
And again, he's known as Whitey's lawyer, right?
Well, Whitey was considered a bad guy,
and now he's the Commonwealth lawyer,
and he was defending a bad guy, but really he wasn't. He was trying to keep the guy quiet from not exposing too much corruption. But I just think that now he's got himself in a spot where he knows he's effed either way, whether he wins, loses, or draws. He's the bad guy because he's going up against the face of, right versus wrong, good versus evil. The epic battle we always wanted, Godzilla versus King Kong. I don't know how you want to do it.
You know what? You can go kill the turtle, but he never dies. The dude always comes back.
Right.
Dude comes back and he can fly. You know that turtle, that big turtle, he comes flying back.
Yes.
No.
Today's day, just today's June 6th D-Day too today, so it's a big day.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, so it's like a big day. So now, I didn't see Dr. Welcher in the
I didn't notice him walking in this morning.
Dr. Helcher, sorry, Helcher.
Yeah,
Is that what it is?
the other
Yeah.
guy. I didn't
Was
see
he
him. Matter of
there?
fact, I didn't see him walking in today. As a matter of
So
fact.
this is my thing. So Dr. Wolf goes today,
Yep.
breaks up Dr. Welcher's testimony. Welcher's brought back in for a rebuttal witness, and then they end it with Dr. Hetzler of.
What about the medical? Yeah, the medical examiner, right?
Oh yeah, I'm seeing Crash Daddy today. We keep going after Cross from Hank, but then we
Right.
call in Dr. Green, medical examiner, and then maybe Henschler to finalize it.
But and again, right? At what point? At what point is it? We know she's going to get innocent, and this is about all the other nonsense. At what point is that line? Where is that line where you're not only defending her, but you're proving corruption?
It's you're close right now. Like this test in itself, what he presenting to the jury versus what he's hearing, what he's with Welcher showed is complete opposite. In just terms of the testing apparatuses used evolved. I mean, come on. I mean, Dr.
Yeah, the way that he tested, he didn't even do the calculations to like
right.
force, mass, velocity, acceleration. None of that matters to that guy.
But yet, Auntie Bev let it in.
And,
you know what I mean?
as well as the other guy who didn't even have a degree.
And you still have Garrett Wing to call in when it breaks over. There's a lot of stuff going on that, should be in, shouldn't be in. And then all of a sudden, but whatever the prosecution wants, they're in. Without Bourdieu. Now, you mean to tell me that if they had Bourdieu Judson, they would have fucking never let him testify. That was a gift to the defense. They knew what they were getting when they said, okay.
Number one guy in the country, cell phone, she won't let him in. Number one dude.
Bourdieu, what, Green, you mean? Or
Back in session, you may be seated.
Early.
Yeah. Him. He's smart.
Okay, you all set, Dr. Wolf?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Wolf, before we get into laboratory test B, I failed to ask you, were you compensated or was ARCA paid following the proceeding last year for any of the time?
Yes, last year.
Last year?
Correct, yes.
Do you know how much that was?
From what I recall, I think it was around $20,000.
Was ARCA paid by the defense your initial testing, okay, initial analysis, which we talked about earlier this morning? Was ARCA paid by the defense for any of that?
No, not the report, testing, none of that.
Okay. What were you paid for last year related to the first proceeding?
My time to appear at the proceeding.
Travel?
Correct, travel, testimony.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So the form, Mr. Jackson.
That was leading.
Sure. What about now? Have you been paid any additional sums by the defense specifically for your undertaking that you're testifying about today?
Yes.
About how much have you been paid?
I think when I spoke to accounting, I think they indicated it was around $50,000.
Okay. Let's talk about laboratory test B, as in Bravo. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
What was different about lab test B as opposed to lab test A?
So the tests were essentially identical aside from the speed increase going from 10 up to 17.
Okay. Let's take a look at the next slide. Just so I'm clear, Doctor, I want to make sure I'm on the same slide as you. Is this slide 35 pursuant to your notes?
This is slide 36.
36, got it. Okay. We can be a little bit more brief, I think, because is this similar to the 10-mile-an-hour test, just with increased velocity?
Correct.
Okay. What about the purple-hued taillight on the right? What is that?
So again, that is a thermal image depicting the temperature profile of the right taillight that was tested.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to note that the average temperature profile of the taillight here in this test was approximately 30 degrees Fahrenheit.
Is that below freezing?
It is, yes.
And the ATD, the test dummy, if you will,
Yes.
is it also clothed?
Correct, yes. With you may notice a difference in the sweatshirt color. We put on a new sweatshirt in this test.
Was it also an exact replica of the sweatshirt at issue worn by John O'Keefe? I'll ask it a different way. How did it compare to the sweatshirt that was worn by John O'Keefe?
It was made by the same company and had the same material blend as the previous test and the one that Mr. John O'Keefe was wearing.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So this will be a video. You will see, much like you did in the other one, where the taillight will be accelerated up to 17 miles an hour, impact the arm. And one of the things you'll see is actually an artifact of the test, if you will, where the taillight, due to the fact that the impactor stops at the end of the stroke, that force actually causes it to decouple from that polyurethane foam that we use to adhere the two.
What do you mean by decouple? What does that mean?
So, as I mentioned, it once the linear impactor reaches the end of its stroke, it stops instantaneously, and the force of that stop just caused where we adhered the two together, just caused it to detach, basically break away. So, in essence, it doesn't matter because we only care about that. Remember, we were talking about that short duration of time, that 10 milliseconds. So once it breaks, it's already reached a common velocity to the taillight.
Okay. Can we go ahead and go to the next slide, please? What do you note about this impact?
So one of the things you'll see is kind of that dust cloud that you see. Again, that's all the particulates from the expanding foam that we use. So that's kind of what you see in the background there, kind of going over kind of the arm and the taillight there.
Do you note more damage or less damage to the taillight at 17 miles an hour versus the 10 mile an hour test?
There is more damage, yes.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So you're looking at a top-down view from the high-speed camera. You'll see the taillight enter from the left, impacting the arm at about 17 miles per hour.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Can you describe the decoupling that's shown here?
Absolutely. So as you can see where the two are basically married together, right? It's kind of actually coming back together now. So that bond that we had, right? This is the most effective way that we could mount it to the impactor. It just became detached due to the force of that impactor stopping at the end of the stroke.
Understood. Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So in this slide, you're looking at another high-speed video. This is just a side view. Again, you're going to see the taillight enter the frame from the left, impacting the arm at 17 miles per hour.
Is this in slow motion as well?
This is in slow motion, correct, not real time.
Okay.
Haha, shattered.
What do you note in terms of the deflection on the arm?
The arm, as we saw in the previous one, is accelerated up, so it's moving now at roughly a common velocity with what the impact speed was.
And what did you note about the damage to the taillight?
It was more significant than the 10 mile an hour test, which again, there was very minimal damage to that, where several fragments of that red outer lens fractured as well as the clear lens.
Okay, next slide. And what is this depicting?
This is extracted frames from the previous video just showing right at contact, during contact, and post-contact.
Next slide, please. What is this a photograph of?
This photograph is depicting the damage to the taillight at the conclusion of the test, where again, it's missing fragments of the outer red lens. I will note that the interior diffusers and plastic components are intact in this test.
When you say intact, what do you mean?
They are not damaged or broken.
At all?
Correct, at all.
Next slide, please. What is that a picture of?
Another photograph showing the taillight post-test. Again, no damage to the underlying diffusers in terms of being cracked, shattered, or broken.
And what did you note in terms of the damage to the outer acrylic, the red piece?
It broke into a few fragments, and I think on the next slide, I depict those in a photograph.
Let's take a look at that. What is that?
So this is a photograph depicting the collection of the fragments post-test. I will note there's one clear piece, one red piece, another clear piece, and then there is one more red piece in this bag. So the outer lens broke into approximately 4 pieces in the 17 mile per hour test. And I'll point out one other thing just because you can see it in the photograph. This is that 3D printed bracket that we used to bolt it onto the linear impactor with the foam on the other side that mounted it to the taillight.
Thank you for that. Next slide, please. What is this a picture of, or pictures of?
This is a side-by-side comparison showing a depiction of the 17 mile an hour test impact to the test taillight, comparing it to that of the subject taillight.
Were you able to reach any conclusions or opinions as to whether or not the damage to the subject taillight on the right is consistent with striking an arm at 17 miles per hour?
It's inconsistent from a damage perspective.
What's the basis of that opinion?
The test that I've just showed you all.
Was that testing that we've just talked about conducted in accordance with the scientific literature and generally accepted methodologies that you've earlier described?
Yes.
Is the damage to the right rear taillight consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 17 miles per hour?
No.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Slide 45, please. What is this?
You're looking at photographs post-test of the sweatshirt that the ATD was wearing at the time of the impact.
Is this the 17 mile an hour impact?
Correct, yes.
Did you note any defects in the fabric of the right arm?
There were no punctures, holes, or fraying of the material during this impact test.
Based on this testing that you conducted in this case, is the damage that you saw of the shirt that John O'Keefe was wearing consistent or inconsistent with the shirt that's on the ATD?
It was inconsistent compared to the sweatshirt that Mr. John O'Keefe was wearing.
Based on that, do you have an opinion or a conclusion as to whether or not the damage on Mr. O'Keefe's clothing was consistent with being struck by the right rear taillight at 17 miles per hour?
It is inconsistent.
Next slide, please.
Boom!
What is this graph depicting?
So going back to these terms that we've talked about, this is the acceleration trace of the 17 mile an hour impact test. And you can see that we reach a peak of acceleration at around 5 milliseconds, and that's at about almost 270 Gs.
You said 270 Gs?
Correct.
Or 217?
270.
Thank you.
70.
Did that have any significance on your analysis?
Yes.
What was that?
Well, we can use that to estimate. Obviously, we can integrate that to get the speed, but we can also estimate the force applied to the taillight with that information.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What is the delta V as it relates to the 17 mile an hour lab test?
So you can see, again, the arm initially at rest is accelerated up, increasing in speed, and then reaches just about 16 miles per hour, so reaching nearly a common velocity with the taillight at about 8 milliseconds in time.
Next slide, please. Did you conduct additional tests other than the 2 lab tests that we've talked about?
Yes, sir.
Describe just in general, and then we'll talk in more specifics. What were the tests that you undertook after the lab tests?
So we conducted 2 tests with a suspended ATD arm that was impacted by an exemplar 2021 Lexus LX570. We then conducted a test where the arm was then attached to a test dummy, and then our final test was a full-on impact to a test dummy.
Can we go to slide 48, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
This is the exemplar 2021 Lexus LX570 that was utilized during this test program.
Was this the same vehicle that was utilized in all the tests, C, D, E, and F?
Correct, yes.
If we could go to slide 49, the next slide. What's depicted in this photograph?
Well, so there's a number of things here, so I'll try to point them all out. So obviously, we talked about just now the Lexus here, the exemplar vehicle. We have a forklift that was hoisted up that ultimately was suspending the arm. I think I have an additional photograph that shows it close up. But the arm was suspended from the forklift at the correct height to interact with the taillight. We have our high-speed cameras set up under this umbrella. There's another one over here. Another thing you'll note is we brought out the chest freezer when we were installing these in the Lexus to, again, keep them at that steady state temperature for as long as possible.
If we could go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is the approximate position that we plan to have contact occur in these tests. So as you can see, the forearm is in contact with the lift gate and the quarter panel taillight along with the elbow.
Why did you choose this configuration for the arm, the forearm, the hand, the elbow?
It was based upon my review of Dr. Welcher's work, and that he did through his static and dynamic test or paint test that this is how the arm was roughly oriented when the alleged contact occurred.
What were you trying to replicate in positioning the arm this direction, this way, as it relates to the SUV?
Well, I think as I stated earlier, it was to understand, okay, let's get beyond just simple geometry, aligning things. What happens to the arm, right? What are the accelerations? What's the damage, right? What we want to answer some of those other questions that Dr. Welcher didn't answer.
Does this...
So I'm going to strike the last part of that answer.
Does this configuration align with your understanding of Dr. Welcher's alignment of the arm as it relates to the vehicle?
Okay. Existing.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Jess Machado. There's Aiden. Wave, bud.
Hey, buddy.
There he is. We see you. We got you. We got you.
What? Oh, what's that? There's Lou. She's
Hank?
peeked around lunch with a guy.
He's right there. Yeah.
Yep. There's Lou. Of course, he's wearing slacks. Yep.
How's he stand there? I don't. God love Aiden. How he puts up with that. I mean,
that's stink. Look at that.
Oh,
I know.
how's he do it? How's he do it? I don't know.
I don't
God
know,
love
man.
him. My
I don't
hero
know.
today.
I don't even know why Gretchen Voss is taking notes, because she doesn't even work for anybody. What the fuck is she doing?
Go up behind her and go, leave.
Turtle Boy looks jacked.
I think Meredith might have something to do with that.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I inquire?
Yes.
Peg. Look at Peg.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide.
She doesn't believe in science, dude.
It's right in front of her.
I know,
It's
but
self-explanatory. What was the speed of your first test out in the field?
15 miles per hour.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in these two photographs?
So on the left is a photograph of the installed preconditioned taillights just after the install, and on the right is a thermal image of that. And if I may just point out with the temperature. So one of the things you may see here is that due to the reflective chrome here, this is just an artifact of that being really reflective. So when we look at the average temperature profile of the taillight for this test, the average was approximately 17 degrees Fahrenheit for the taillight.
Was it important in this testing to account for the temperature variance of the taillight assembly?
Yes, absolutely. And I will note we certainly strive to maintain that. One of the things you actually may see in this photograph on the left are these pellets on the ground. And that is due to the fact during the installation process,
Dry
one of my
ice.
colleagues was positioned adjacent to the taillight fixtures, applying a compress of dry ice to help mitigate any heat transfer during the install process.
Good
Let's
boys.
move on to the next slide. What are we looking at in this overhead view?
This is it's a drone video, so you're going to see the Lexus accelerate from left to right, impacting the
I love
hybrid
this guy.
suspended arm in the area where you could see the umbrella.
Can you use your spotlight and orient us? Where are the vehicles and the testing locations?
Yes. So the Lexus is starting here. You will see it accelerate in reverse with the hybrid arm suspended in this area here.
Okay. Is this a video or just a still shot?
This is a drone video.
Let's go ahead and play that. Dr. Wolf, is that in real time or slowed down, sped up?
This is in real time.
Okay. Next video, please. What is this?
This is a camera that was mounted on top of the forklift that was suspending the arm.
Looking down.
Is this a still shot or is it a video?
It's a video.
What is the orientation of that arm as it relates to the vehicle that we'll see?
So it will make contact with the taillight, although I will note in this test, ultimately the contact ended up being more of a clip or a side swipe in this test.
Go ahead.
From the bottom up. Bang. Yep.
Did you see the impact area?
It's quick.
Right. What did you mean when you said more of a side swipe or a clip?
So I think the next couple of videos will help demonstrate that.
Let's move on to the next one. What are we looking at in this video? Or, I'm sorry, in this photograph?
So this is going to be a high speed or a slow-mo video. You're going to see the Lexus come in from the right and then move across the screen to the left. And you'll see contact occur between the taillight and the arm.
Okay.
Okay. Right.
Can you explain for the jurors using this video what you meant by more of a side swipe or a clip?
Right. So this is where the hand and the wrist are kind of in the area of the quarter panel taillight, and then a portion of the forearm in contact with, I'm sorry, what I previously said, the wrist and the hand in contact with the lift gate portion of the taillight, and then on the forearm is more in contact with the quarter panel taillight.
Okay. Can we move to the next slide? And what is this angle?
This is, yeah, same test, just a different angle with the high-speed cameras in slow motion.
And this is at 15 miles per hour, correct?
15 miles an hour, correct.
Can you explain for the jurors, given the fact that this is suspended, does that have any impact on the ultimate analysis or reconstruction, rather than being attached to an ATD?
Effectively, mass is mass. So whether we have an arm that is suspended or attached, again, it's the arm is on a joint, right? So the arm can accelerate freely of the rest of the body, right? So if anything, even if it is attached to the body, you know, there may actually be some additional force associated with that, just because there could be more mass attached to it.
Understood. Okay, let's go ahead and play this video.
Just watch the wrist. Shattered right there. Done. Done. 100 pieces, Mike. That wrist is no longer ceased to be a wrist. At that speed, not
Can we go to
happening.
the next slide, please. What are we looking at in these three photographs?
So you're looking at, on the left, starting from left to right, just at contact, and then just after contact, and then post-contact. So as I mentioned, you can see that in this first one at contact, again, we don't have, the hand isn't and the arm aren't positioned as far out on the previous tests. And the hand is in the area and the wrist of the lift gate taillight with part of the forearm in contact with the quarter panel taillight. And as you saw in the video, essentially the arm just kind of just moves out of the way of the vehicle as it comes by.
Understood. Next slide, please.
Mike.
What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the test vehicle subsequent to the test, depicting the, I'll say, lack of damage to the taillights.
Describe what you did see in terms of damage or lack of damage on the taillight.
There was no damage or fracturing to the taillights.
Describe the orientation of the arm in this particular test that you said was more of a side swipe. What was the orientation of the arm to the taillight in terms of how much of the arm touched the taillight? It's probably a clunky question, but I think you understand it.
I don't know if I could break it down into, I think just qualitatively speaking, like I said, it appears to be the hand and the wrist and kind of the lower portion of the forearm, maybe to the mid forearm or so.
So nothing on the upper arm?
Correct.
Making contact?
Correct, nothing on the upper arm, yes.
Okay. If we could move past this slide and onto the next slide. What is this depicting?
So this is depicting the test taillights of the 15-mile-per-hour impact into the hybrid arm compared to that of the subject taillight.
Was there any notable damage at all on the on the exemplar taillight following test C at 15 miles an hour?
The only thing there may have been was some very slight abrasions maybe to the plastic, but there certainly was no breaking or fracturing of the lens assembly.
Were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 15 miles per hour?
In this test, it was inconsistent.
Even in a side swipe?
Correct.
Was that testing that we just saw done in accordance with scientific literature and generally accepted methodologies in the area of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
No.
Is the damage to the right rear taillight of the subject vehicle consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 15 miles per hour in a side swipe configuration?
It's inconsistent.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
100%.
Yes.
Can we move to the next slide, please?
He forgot the blue paint.
What are we looking at in this graph?
The grease paint?
The blue paint.
So
I'm
you're
missing
looking
it.
at the hand acceleration over time, so you can see that
$400,000.
because as you saw in the previous
how much of a
video
check
and
went
slides,
back to Meatball?
the
We
hand
don't
initially
see none
made
of this.
contact
This is
with
the
the
data.
taillight, so that gets accelerated up first. So we're getting peak accelerations
Jesus Christ.
in this test for the hand
250. Jeez.
of about 254 Gs.
Yeah.
And yes, over a period of about a little over 6 seconds or 6 milliseconds or so.
That's a long duration.
What was the arm
destroyed?
The appendage outfitted with to determine
G-sensor.
the data on this graph?
Right. So if you think back to the lab testing that we did, right, because we didn't have, and again, this is kind of why we did the testing incrementally as we went about it, but in the lab test, we didn't have a way to mount the lift gate assembly to also evaluate that interaction. So when we moved outside to the full scale vehicle testing, we had a lift gate taillight, obviously the full vehicle. So we also instrumented the hand with an accelerometer as well as the forearm. So we were able to measure the acceleration of both the hand and the forearm in these tests.
Nice.
Can we move to the next slide, please? And what are we looking at here?
So this is the, the acceleration of the arm. So you can see that it reaches a peak around 5 milliseconds at about, looks like just under 200 Gs.
And the next slide. What's depicted in this graph?
Change of velocity.
So this is doing, again, the integration of the acceleration data for the hand to determine what speed did the hand get accelerated up to. And you can see that at the onset of this, it's at rest, it's impacted and then gets up almost to 15 miles an hour in 4 milliseconds. ultimately does reach at about 18 milliseconds. It does reach that 15, but it's nearly at 15 at contact.
Thank you. The next slide, please. And what is this delta V showing us?
So this is showing the change in speed of the arm. And again, because the hand was, and the wrist was more of the central impact to the ATD arm, this ultimately saw less acceleration, therefore less of a change in speed. So at around 6 milliseconds, well, roughly actually about 1 millisecond after it started to increase in acceleration, it's at about 5 miles per hour.
Is that reflected in the fact that the arm pivoted?
Yes,
spun?
there's some rotation going on, so it's not translating or accelerating.
Understood. Can we move to the next slide, please? Test D. What was the speed that you undertook in test D as in Delta?
So this is a 29 mile per hour impact into the suspended hybrid arm.
We move to the next slide. What are we looking at in this series of photographs?
So on the left is my colleague, again, compressing the taillight while we install the upper tail, the liftgate taillight to, again, try to maintain that steady state temperature. Over here on the right is the thermal image of the taillight after the install. So the average temperature of this taillight during the test was approximately 17 degrees Fahrenheit.
Next slide, please. Staying with test D, what is this depicting?
This is a drone video showing a top-down perspective of the test with the Lexus starting on the left-hand part of the screen, accelerating in reverse into the suspended hybrid arm over here at the location of the forklift.
Okay. If we could watch this video, please.
Wow. This is fucking awesome, dude.
Do your next slides show? There you go.
What the fuck?
What are we looking at
This
here?
is so cool.
So this is a video camera that was positioned on top of the forklift looking down at the arm. So you'll see the vehicle move from bottom to top as this video plays.
By the way, Dr. Wolf, what are the purple and white lines that we see have predominated?
Nice.
So I was talking over that.
Sorry.
That's okay. What are the purple and white lines?
He's like, I'm playing it anyways.
So those are guidelines to help. I will
Backing
note that
up.
this is kind of like a needle in a haystack. It's very hard to hit this small of a target. So just served as a guideline to reference as we're accelerating rearward into this.
Is this in real time?
This is in real time, yes.
What's the
Damn.
speed that the vehicle is entering the frame at?
29 miles per hour.
Thank you.
Whoa!
What happened to the arm
Gone.
in terms of its suspension?
It's gone.
It actually gets ripped off from the mounting location.
So then he's
Is
gonna
there a
ask,
reason you believe physically that
much
that
force?
arm was ripped off from the suspension tethers?
Well, certainly there was enough force to break the tie lines to the forklift.
Was there a test value of those tie lines?
I think they were rated at 150 pounds.
oh, Mike.
What does that suggest in terms of
Three of
the
them.
force that was exerted, just before we get to the other testing, the force that was exerted on the arms to tear off the tie lines?
Well, it indicates that the arm saw at least 150 pounds of force.
Okay. Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this video?
So this is going to be a slow motion video. You'll see the Lexus accelerate in reverse, making contact with the arm. And again, this is the 29 mile per hour impact test.
Okay.
Great driving skills, by the way. Keep it on target.
Yeah, I know.
Nice. Done. Why are we here again?
Next slide.
It's over. It is over, folks.
And what is this?
Elvis is
This
left
is
the
a
building.
video, a high-speed video, so slow motion of test D at 29 miles per hour into the ATD arm that is suspended. So you'll see the Lexus enter the frame from the right and impact the arm.
Okay.
Nice hit.
Oh,
See how it wasted above the. See how it hit. Look above.
yeah.
Look at the top of it. It kills this friggin' quarter panel.
Oh my
Done.
God, yeah.
Look at the
Does
dent.
this strike more reflective of
Bang.
what you were attempting to
Yep.
replicate?
Yes, this was a more central impact to the arm. Yes.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And what is this?
So this is a high-speed or slow-motion video depicting the test D at 29 miles per hour, just a different perspective than the previous video.
Okay.
To the tail light.
Next slide. And what are we looking at here?
So this is extracted frames from the high-speed video. So starting out left to right, this is roughly at first contact with the majority of the hand, well, the hand, the majority of the forearm in contact with the lift gate taillight, with a portion of the elbow in contact with the quarter panel taillight.
Can I stop you right there on that far left frame? Is that,
Look.
does that fairly replicate what you were attempting to approximate?
Waved it
terms
in,
of the
Mike.
Orientation of the arm versus the taillight.
Yes, more of a central impact compared to that first test at 15, yes.
Is that more or less consistent with what you saw in Dr. Welcher's test where he had his arm in that still shot associated with the geometry of the car?
Sustained.
Is this consistent with what you were trying to replicate after your review of Dr. Welcher's report?
Yes. Sustained. Can I ask you differently?
What were you trying to replicate, or why were you trying to replicate this at the 29 mile an hour test in this particular orientation?
We were trying to see, based upon Dr. Welcher's orientation, what happens to the arm in terms of the acceleration and the damage to the taillight at that configuration at contact.
Okay, next slide, please. What are we looking at?
So this is a photograph depicting the damage to the liftgate taillight as well as the quarter panel taillight.
And what do you note in terms of that damage?
So on the liftgate taillight, a significant portion of that thick 5mm red outer lens is fractured and broken off. The underlying diffusers are still in place. There was a small crack in, I believe it was the upper diffuser here. The quarter panel taillight had the clear section damaged with the outer lens missing, along with some fragments from the outer portion of the red part of the lens.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is another photograph depicting the quarter panel taillight. As I indicated, there is portions of the red lens cover missing. The interior diffusers remained largely intact in this test.
Next slide. What is this side-by-side depicting?
This is showing the results of the 29 mile per hour impact test to the test vehicle compared to that of the subject taillight.
Given that orientation of test D, were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether or not the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 29 miles per hour?
It was inconsistent.
What's the basis for that opinion, Dr. Wolf?
The results of this test.
And was that testing conducted in accordance with the scientific literature and generally accepted methodologies in the field of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Is the damage to the right rear taillight consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 29 miles per hour? When I say the right rear taillight, I mean of the subject vehicle.
Sustained is to that.
With regard to your opinion concerning whether the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 29 miles per hour, do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What is depicted in this graph?
So this is looking at the acceleration of the hand in the 29 mile per hour impact test with peak accelerations close to 800 Gs.
Yeah.
2 milliseconds.
Have a nice day. Bye. No way. Mike,
Next slide,
astronauts
please.
coming in from freaking outer space don't go through that.
What are we looking at in this graph?
This is the acceleration of the arm, reaching peak acceleration of about
Wow.
about 500 Gs.
Just no.
You indicated 800 Gs in the last graph. What's the difference? What's the difference in the delta between the 500 and the 800?
Between the hand and the arm?
Understood. Which one suffered or was subject to 800 Gs?
That would be the hand.
And which one was subject to the 500 Gs?
That would be the arm.
300 G difference. None.
What are we
Gone.
looking at in this graph?
So this is looking at the change in speed. So what speed did the hand get up to as a result of the impact? So we can see that in about 3 milliseconds, the arm is moving nearly at almost 25 miles per hour. And then a little bit later, again, this is still very quick in time, at about 14 milliseconds, it's at about 30 miles per hour.
You can't see that fast, people.
Next slide, please. What's depicted in this graph?
So this is looking at the change in speed of the arm as a result of the contact. So starting here at about 2 milliseconds, the arm accelerates up to, by 8 milliseconds, we're at about 35 miles per hour. And this, you may be wondering, why are we getting more speed than what the input was? And that's because you get a phenomenon known as restitution. Basically, there's an elastic collision between the two where you can get almost a bouncing effect. So when you have something that weighs 6,000 pounds striking something that's much, much lighter than that, it can actually cause it to accelerate up to a greater velocity than the impact speed.
Baseball.
Next slide, please. Test E, 24-mile-an-hour impact test. What is that?
So this is a 24-mile-an-hour impact test to the ATD arm attached to a test dummy.
Next slide, please.
Oh.
Why did you utilize 24 miles an hour for this test?
So it's my understanding that this is the upper end. There is a triggering event of, I believe it's 1162.2, and I think at the end of that data, the speed is approximately 24 miles per hour. So we did a test at the end point, if you will, in that data set.
What is this photograph showing in terms of the orientation of the arm and the hybrid test dummy, or ATD?
So the orientation is to depict, again, the orientation that Dr. Welcher indicated in his static and dynamic test to show what happens when again, that ATD arm that we had is attached to a test dummy and is struck at 24 miles per hour.
Next slide, please. And what is this?
So this is a thermal image of the taillights just after the install with the average temperature at about just over 33 degrees Fahrenheit.
Next slide. And what are we looking at?
So you're looking at a top-down drone video with the Lexus here on the left that will accelerate in reverse up to 24 miles an hour, striking the ATD arm.
Let's watch that, please. Next slide.
Right down the
What are
side
we
of the
looking at in
car.
this slide?
So this is a top-down video from atop of the forklift, or where the arm is suspended attached to the dummy. So you're going to see the vehicle enter from the bottom into going to the top of the screen.
Jesus.
Planting blow. I want
Right.
to see the data.
Next slide.
There's no way there's no way, dude.
What is this view?
It's just another perspective. This is a slow motion video where you'll see the Lexus in reverse. I think this one actually has kind of a long build-up before it starts here.
Yeah, keep talking.
Look at the run out, Mike. After the hit, look how long it takes for that dude to stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, all over a white Jeep with the blade in the front.
There it comes. He's putting it in slowly. Easy does it.
It's moving.
Easy does it, big fella.
You can do it.
Easy does it. Here comes the moment of penetration.
Kaboom. Right, it's still going. Doesn't stop right away.
No, the tail light way over here, Tom.
Yep.
See the tail, yeah, came way back towards
So
us.
this is a perspective from the high-speed camera, so a slow-motion video with the Lexus reversing into the ATD arm at 24 miles per hour.
Before you play this, Dr. Wolf, I failed to ask this, it may be obvious. After each of the tests, C, D, E, F, were you replacing the taillight with new exemplar taillights that had been temperature accounted for?
Yes, every test had a new set of quarter panel taillights, as well as liftgate taillights. And even in the test where the taillight in the 50-mile-an-hour test where the taillight was not damaged, we still put on new taillights. We did not repurpose or reuse any of the taillights.
Okay, thank you. If you could play this for us, please.
Crash. Oh. It hurt.
Jesus.
His wrist is destroyed.
Then the rear view mirror catches him, or no? Just misses
The
it.
side mirror, maybe.
Almost gets him.
It could, Mike. You never know, right?
Right, I just did the pirouette from last year now.
Yeah, I see that. Busted elbow. Have a nice day, dude. No.
Yeah, but we
No.
don't have a fucking bruise, man.
His elbow would be twisted backwards.
In this
Ah,
configuration, was
destroyed.
the ATD outfitted with the hoodie that you've earlier described.
Yes.
At the time
When
you
did he punch
outfitted the ATD with the hoodie in this configuration before this test E, did you confirm that the sleeve, the right sleeve, was damaged or undamaged?
After this test?
No, before.
Before, it was undamaged before the test.
Okay. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is still frames from the high speed. So starting out on the left here,
I'm getting-
just at contact. So the forearm making contact with the liftgate taillight, and then the upper part of the forearm and the elbow making contact, a direct hit into the quarter panel taillight. And the middle here is just after contact, and on the right is post contact.
Thank you.
Hurts, man.
Next
Hurts
slide,
just
please.
looking at it.
What are we
Yeah,
looking
Gil,
at?
this is what I wanted last time.
This picture.
So this is a overall photograph depicting the taillights subsequent to this test at 24 miles per hour. I will note that there's no damage to the liftgate taillight, and then there is damage to the quarter panel taillight.
Is there any damage to the internal diffusers on this taillight?
So if I go to the next photograph, if I may.
Please.
So you can see here, there is this kind of thicker, it's actually not a crack. So I'm looking at the clear diffuser here with the dots that you see. This line that you see, kind of opaque. I don't know if you've got a laser pointer to.
Right here, people. Right here.
Yes.
Just so there's no confusion. Thank you.
The dots.
Oh, I'm not confused
So
now, man.
The
dots?
line right here that's part of the assembly. So that's just a part of how the plastic is molded. There's a very small crack right here in the underlying diffuser, but all of the remaining part of the diffuser in terms of this portion here and here are all intact, and same with this portion of it.
What about the chrome piece that's running between the diffusers?
I don't believe that was damaged during this test, no.
And what about the clear
That's some tough
acrylic
stuff.
toward the top left of that taillight housing?
It was partially fractured, but not the entire outer portion of it.
Game over.
Next slide, please.
Yeah, that's the big difference there.
What is this depicting?
So this is a photograph depicting the quarter panel taillight subsequent to the 24-mile-an-hour impact test with the ATD arm compared to that of the subject taillight.
Based on this test, were you able to reach any opinions and conclusions as to whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 24 miles an hour?
Sustained in that form.
Were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 24 miles per hour?
Based upon the test results, it's inconsistent with striking an arm.
Why do you, on what do you base that opinion?
I base it upon the test results that I've shown in terms of the video and the data acquisition.
Can you describe that in a little bit more detail?
So during this test, we had the instrumented hybrid arm outstretched from the test dummy with the accelerometer on the hand and the forearm. We had data acquisition on the vehicle, monitoring the speeds of the vehicle. We accelerated that vehicle into the arm at 24 miles an hour to conduct a dynamic impact test to collect data certainly about the acceleration that the arm experienced, but then also make observations about the damage that we observed to the taillight.
Do you hold that opinion that we've just discussed to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
And were your tests conducted in accordance with methodologies that are generally accepted in the field of accident reconstruction in this particular test cycle?
Yes.
Next slide.
I have no further questions. End it, buddy. End it. You got it.
What are we looking at in this series of photos?
Oh, you really?
So
all
these
gas,
are
no
photographs depicting, excuse me, the test clothing. Again, prior to the test,
all right,
there were no holes or damage to the sweatshirt. That was the same post-test. We did not see make any observations with respect to any fraying, holes, punctures to the material of the sleeve.
Nothing.
Was there any damage whatsoever observed on the right sleeve of that ATD?
No.
Next slide, please.
Holy
What
shit.
are we looking at in terms of this graph?
So what you're looking at in this graph is the acceleration of the hand reaching a peak acceleration just after 10 milliseconds of
450? No.
approximately 435 Gs.
No.
Wow.
No, dude. No.
Next slide. What are we looking at here?
This is the acceleration of the arm during this 24-mile-an-hour impact test, reaching peak Gs of about 300 at 4 milliseconds.
And the next slide. What is this delta V graph showing us?
So this is showing the change in speed of the hand as a result of the impact, ultimately getting up to approximately 24 miles an hour, which again is the impact velocity of the Lexus.
And how fast did it get up to 24 miles an hour?
In probably about 10 milliseconds or less.
Next slide, please. And what is this delta V showing us?
This is showing the change in speed of the arm going to about just over, looks like about 22 miles per hour at about 10 milliseconds. So total window of time of about 8 milliseconds that it took to get up to that 22 mile an hour speed or so.
Understood. And next slide, please. Did you undertake, by the way, another question. On that, when the ATD was oriented in test E, as an echo, where it was standing with its right arm out, and the impact was on the right arm, what happened to the mass of the body of the ATD?
It rotated.
Was it projected at all off to the side?
No.
Was it projected rearward?
No.
Was that rotation expected based on your experience?
Yes.
What is the 29 mile an hour impact test in test F?
So this was a test that we conducted with a what's known as a rescue Randy or a test dummy that was a full-on impact to the right rear corner of the Lexus.
Let's take a look at the next slide, please. With regard to test E, if I could please ask you about that. I want to go back to that test, even though we're looking at this one. With test E, was that reflective of a direct impact on the arm itself,
Correct, right in the area of the elbow to the quarter panel taillight.
as opposed to a side swipe on the arm?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. Did you undertake to test a direct impact on the body of the ATD in this test?
Of the Rescue Randy dummy?
Yes.
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
So this is the intended impact configuration with the Rescue Randy suspended here by the forklift, and again, kind of in the path of the profile at that right rear corner.
How much does this test dummy weigh?
Approximately 200 pounds.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is a video. We had a little bit of a false start, so our
Yeah,
high
the
speeds
shoes
weren't
didn't get
triggered,
kicked
but
off.
Thankfully, we were
Notice
able to pull our surveillance video to get at least an overall video of the test taking place.
Do you have, or did, well, let me ask you that did you intend to have high-speed video just like you've had in every other test?
Yes.
What went wrong? Something
Just
didn't get
miscommunication between the driver and the rest of the test engineers.
Got it.
So false start.
Okay. Was the taillight housing reassembled for this test?
Yes, it had a preconditioned new set of taillights on it.
And other than the taillight being damaged several times that we've seen, was there any other damage to the rear of that exemplar vehicle?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Other than the taillight damage that you rotated through in your testing, C through F, was there any other inherent damage to the the lift gate that existed when the exemplar vehicle was received by you?
When it was received, no, it was in good condition. No defects or damage were noted.
Okay. What are we going to expect to see in this video?
So in this video, you'll see in the surveillance video, the Lexus will come from the right to left, strike the Rescue Randy, and then you'll see the Rescue Randy projected and slide on the ground.
Okay. Can you play that one more time, please?
You know what happens when that happens? All
road rash.
Everything. It wears your clothes off of you people.
Next slide,
Like-
please.
You'll see.
What are we looking at in this series of photographs?
So this is a extract from our VBox software and data acquisition system. So on the top, you'll see the video. On the bottom is the data. So this is another feed that we had of video. This was triggered. So we do have data from this perspective. So what you'll see is my colleague will move away from the assembly with the dry ice, and then the vehicle will accelerate in reverse.
That was my question.
Cooling it down.
The blue, that's dry ice. Gloves?
You can't, you don't want to touch dry ice with your bare hands. So it's, he's wearing gloves.
Nice. Thermal
He's
camera.
capturing the thermal images now.
Wow. This fucking A, dude.
This is what you do, bud. This is the math. This is the sausage being made right here.
Yep.
Watch the G's right here. Bang.
Wow.
Yep.
Next slide, please. And what are we looking at in this?
So these are extracted frames from that video you just saw from the data acquisition system. So on the left here is just before contact between the test dummy and the Lexus. On the right is just at contact.
Destroy people.
Next
Mush.
slide, please. And what are we seeing in these series of photos?
So this is obviously during the collision sequence. The body now has loaded into the lift gate and the back window. What you're seeing here is the back window shattering.
Disintegrated.
And this is just a few split second later in time where, again, the body is continuing to move with the vehicle as it's contacted.
Done.
Next slide.
This depicts
Holy
the
shit.
post-impact damage to the
Don't
rear
look
of the
like that,
Lexus.
does it, Mike?
As I
No,
noted,
it doesn't,
the
boss.
rear window is
Holy
completely
shit.
shattered.
Done.
There's deformation and crush
Yep.
to the liftgate section of the vehicle.
There's none of that.
The bumper step was popped out, and then there was some minor fracturing in the bumper cover at the lower level.
Holy fuck.
Told you not to go so fast.
Did you
Look at
note
what you-
anything regarding the internal components of the
Look at
exemplar
what you did.
taillight, even at this direct impact?
Done.
Wow.
So
The tail light's still intact.
The tail light,
Holy
as you can see,
Jesus.
it blew out the outer lens cover. I believe the
Look at the
part of the clear diffusers were actually still in place. I think the lower one might have been fractured here, but I think the upper one was still in place.
Look at the outside tail light's not even damaged.
I know.
At
Bring it.
29 miles
What?
an hour with a direct impact,
Holy
did the
fuck.
exemplar taillight exhibit the same type of damage
Grave
to the diffuser
concerns.
as the subject taillight?
Mike, look at the wrinkle.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
More
570.
or less
I can
damage
do that,
in this
yeah.
photo
The wrinkle?
to the
Yeah.
diffuser specifically
That's a
than
tough one to
in
get
the
out.
subject taillight.
Well, I think there was more in the subject taillight. As I mentioned, I believe the top diffuser
More
on this
damage?
was correct.
Okay, that was my question. And is there another slide at the on the back end of this one?
That's it.
Okay, we can have the lights.
That'll buff out.
That'll buff out. Yeah.
Dr. Wolf, you conducted tests at what miles per hour? Tell me the sequence.
Love it.
It would be 10 miles per hour, 17 miles per hour, 15 miles per hour, 29 miles per hour, 24 miles per hour, and then a full-on hit at 29 miles per hour.
Regarding all of the tests you conducted, what did you observe with regard to the damage, if any, to the internal components of the quarter panel taillight? And I'm talking about the chrome pieces and the diffusers.
It was less in all of the tested taillights than that of the subject taillight.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the right rear taillight of the subject 2021 Lexus is consistent with an impact to John O'Keefe's right arm during a high-speed reversing maneuver?
No.
Sustained in that form, Mr. Jackson.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the right rear tail light of the subject vehicle is consistent or inconsistent with an impact to a right arm during a high-speed reversing maneuver?
It was inconsistent.
Didn't happen.
What's the basis for that opinion?
All of the test data that we did from the laboratory testing, moving up to full-scale vehicle testing, all of the collected data in terms of the photographs, the observations, all of the acceleration data collected. So all of the testing that we've walked through in this PowerPoint, along with certainly that was based upon all generally accepted and peer-reviewed methodologies in the accident reconstruction community.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty based on your experience, training, and
Yes,
education?
sir.
Yes.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to relating to the punctures, holes in the hoodie that you saw that was related to John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Whoa.
Do you have an opinion or conclusion as to whether or not the damage that you saw to the hoodie related to John O'Keefe is consistent or inconsistent with a impact from a right rear taillight of the subject SUV?
It was inconsistent.
And what do you base that opinion on?
Based upon all of the impact testing that we did with the clothed ATD arm in the laboratory as well as the field.
Still wasn't ripped.
In any of the testing that you did you ever see taillight pieces cut, puncture, or fray the sleeve of that hoodie?
No.
Oh.
The exemplar hoodie, I should say.
Correct.
Oh my.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the rear taillight of the subject SUV was involved in a center of mass strike of a pedestrian at a high speed rearward maneuver?
Yes.
What is your opinion?
that the damage to the subject Lexus is inconsistent with a center of mass hit.
What do you base that opinion on?
The testing that we conducted in that last test that you just saw.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, Dr. Wolf?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Is this a good place for a break, or do you want to get
That's it for
started?
me, folks.
Joyce, why don't we let you have your lunch? Okay? So
Wow.
we'll come back ready to go at 1:30.
1:30 to the back.
Wow, dude.
Wow, wow, wow.
I don't even know what to say. Well, I do.
Well, this is what I wanted last year. Obviously, we wanted to see all this. We've been talking about. We've been talking about. Yeah,
It's right,
yeah.
right here. But here it is.
They brought the goods. They brought the goods, dude. They brought the goods. And according to the tweets I'm seeing from inside the courtroom, everybody's facing down in the notes. One young kid's blown away. You know, visual is just as good as DNA today. Everybody wants to see it, but we live on videos and pictures and live
Right.
streams now.
We're visual people, right? We got to see it. And
so
I
once
saw it.
So once it gets brought into a courtroom, it's even better. Last year it wasn't. They just talked in words and hypothesis, and you know, I think Lally just mummed him to death. You know, my question is, how does Hank cross this after lunch?
Listen, he's had this information from last trial, Mike.
Right. Yeah,
This is the big thing. This is why that whole ACA was, let's get ACA out. Let's get ACA out. Throw him out. You know, voir dire him 5 times to Sunday.
Right. Try to find that expense report that was misquoted.
Grave concerns.
This is exactly why they wanted ACA out. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. And that's why we had to see a voir dire of Dr. Wolf get, you know.
How good are you, man? How, like, what?
You saw Hank Brennan at his worst and Dr. Wolf at his best during that voir dire. Honestly.
I'm with you.
And to see this on display today, how if any big insurance, like, you know, Arabella, whoever, hire these guys, and you know, you really only have to do like a set of tests where there's a 5-mile-an-hour crash, a 10, 20, 30, 40, and they'll have all these videos lined up for anybody in court to go and argue a case for the insurance company or another prosecution or defense team or whatever you want. These people are fucking legit, man. Legit. Every thought, like, so there's no hole in the fucking fabric. They
None.
duplicated it. They showed you what they bought of the material. It's the same. So I'm just thinking about, they closed every door that you could possibly have to try to get it for a cross, and it's not going to happen.
And
There's
we
no
paid
way.
$400,000 for blue paint.
Yeah. Like,
That's all that, Mike. That in itself, right there. Look at the difference. Look at what we got. Look at what we just sat through. Our questions are answered 5 ways to Sunday without asking them.
I've been waiting. This is like the highlight of my trial right here. Watching this, I'm so glad they brought the heat. You know, this is right here. They brought the fucking heat, man. Catch me if you can. I'm gonna throw a fastball right down the middle. You know it's coming.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Catch it. Catch me if you can. There's no fucking way. There's no way. And then you have Rentschler in the bullpen ready to come out if they bring back Aperture or whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
You know, okay, do it. Do it.
Mike,
you don't even need Rentschler today. You don't even need him today. He's in your bullpen, right? He's won 4 days rest. He's ready to fucking go.
So now the same question. At what point is it not about Karen Reed's innocence? It's about this shit's broken and corrupt. Look at this. Look at this right here. Right?
Right.
Everything after this is like the Patriots putting 50 points on somebody because they can. Not because it's right. Sportsmanship, you don't do that. You don't run up the score. You just whatever.
Unless they talk trash in the paper and someone prints it.
But
right?
then there are some times where the coaches just drop the hammer, let it go. Let's
Yeah,
try
so-
this. Let's go here. Hey, this
You
works.
know, it's like Belichick not liking another coach and saying, okay.
That's
I'll
why
show
the
you what-
Patriots are hated, because of that one game where Patriots was 76, I think 76 or something, 13, and they ran the score up something hard. And
So to your point, at what decisions does Hank say, white towel, it's over, I lost the jury?
oh no. He's
You
fighting.
still think-
He's fighting this guy. This is what it's about, dude. This is Godzilla and that turtle guy fighting.
I don't.
It's gonna get
I don't-
fucking destroyed, but they're gonna fight.
Yeah, okay.
Those get knocked down, they're gonna fight.
Man.
Telling you.
How do you-
Well, he has to counter everything. We're gonna be a day just on Hank.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the rest of the day is gonna be a count. I would imagine, unless he is not like he already tried to rattle Welch, Dr. Wolf last time during the rodeo. He couldn't
Right.
get under his skin with the
Remember
whole
that?
signal fucking app and all. He wouldn't bite. He wouldn't bite.
Signal's
So
gonna come
now-
up again, and it's in the lady that speaks on the microphone. She's repeating everything that's being said.
Right.
That is a court stenographer, right?
Right.
There's a magazine, Court Stenographer Weekly or Monthly, whatever the freak it is. In that, they talk about using Signal, the app, for encryption.
Right.
It's safe.
Right. Everything's
So-
encrypted for that. Yeah.
Like enough of that. It's all
But
fake.
just the-
Fake outrage is what it is.
You talk about every angle cap. You know, they use the 200-pound. What do they call them? Dummy ATV. They use the right arm weight. They use the right angle. Everything and the speeds. They vary the speeds. They got it down to cold. There's nothing that you can cross these guys on. The methodologies there, Newton's law they use. I mean, it's like, I don't know. I'm stupid.
No, you're actually not, because it's all a bunch of common sense.
Right, because I'm a juror. That's probably
How much common sense do we need to be a juror to see that?
They better walk. This better be like a 45-minute deliberation. Go downstairs and say, prosecution never fucking prove the case. This case should obviously. This case should have never been trial. You know, you guys are all in on the joke, right? Come
I
on,
hope
you're kidding me, right, Joe?
I hope they write a letter to the judge. Thanks for wasting our freaking time.
Right.
Why? Again,
Looks
why
so
we
bad-
here?
Looks so bad in Brennan's career, Lally's career, McLaughlin's career, Bev Cannoni's career. Just a big black eye. How do you recover from this?
And they're not even trying to say, listen, sorry, we made a mistake. You got the DA with a fake email address.
Yeah. Yep.
Where's that? Howie Carr.
They
Morrissey's
tried to
got a
jail-
fake email. You know that. Burner
They
email.
They jailed the journalist that leaked it out.
Yeah,
wrote
put him
about
in
it,
jail
you know.
took him away from his kids for 60 days.
You know, they did everything they possibly. They played their best game, but they never had the truth on their side. And we just absolutely robbed them.
They have the guns and the badges.
And now we still have the medical examiner from Rhode Island.
Yep.
You have the 227 Google search if you want to go there today, right?
Well, he's pretty sure that was him getting out.
Right.
They wanted to call him.
Renslow's in the house.
They put this third
Oh,
party,
no.
and there's
I mean-
no way they can put it on Karen. So you think
No.
about that. So if they third party this, which is what they're doing, right?
Yep. Third party culprit.
Karen's not part of that third party. See ya.
So if they can prove the car never hit John, John was never hit by the car.
Just
then
did.
What happened to John? He was in the fucking house. Those are dog bites. Those are
Sure looked
fucking
that
glass-
way.
Those are scratches on a bite mark. That picture you had up yesterday of the dog and the X-ray.
Yeah.
That perfectly lined up. There's the puncture holes. There was no puncture holes in the testing done today. So what are we doing? What are we doing? Let's fucking throw the white towel in. Let's call it a weekend.
Really?
You know, Karen's not guilty with prejudice. Can't be tried again. Bring the feds in. Let's see what really happened. Let's get the DNA from somewhere.
It's funny how the feds are involved into this now, huh? Isn't it funny? Think about that.
They never weren't ever involved in this.
Bingo.
That was a media play by the prosecution to tone it down. That's all that was. It was
Oh.
they thought they could control the narrative by boxing everybody out with the pink shirts, not being able to get on there. Truth will always win over evil,
Always.
right?
Always
Over, this thing here proves to me that it was a fucking dog bite. Right there.
It's a whole bunch of common sense again, right?
Right. That's just all that is right there. It's a bite with a scratch and another claw coming up and scratching again.
German Shepherd.
Yep.
They had a German Shepherd, didn't they?
I think so, Tommy. Yeah.
But the scratch marks. I mean, a Rottweiler do the same thing to you. Just jumping, playing with you. Both sides, if I don't mind. I don't understand what I mean. Both sides.
What's everybody saying on Twitter?
I don't know. I don't know. But this is definitely I don't know, Mike. Uncharted territory again.
Well, I'm not a trial watcher either. Like I'm just not. I don't do it.
Oh my God.
I'm here because of John and Karen and everybody. But like, this is fucked up. Like, what are we doing? Like, I'd be up to the judge as a juror going, "Hey, it's over." I'm talking to my pals and we're done. You know, it's over.
You see this, Nan?
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah.
Freaking love this. That's funny. All right, here we go. 31 minutes ago. As they have been all day, almost every juror is taking notes. Great. It's clear to all of them at this point that John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car. But yet John is dead and someone killed him. The only image they have of Brian Higgins is this. No decorated dude. Just a guy in a hoodie moving duffel bags out of cars at 1:30 in the morning and yelling at John O'Keefe right after texting his girlfriend. Too bad Hank Brennan didn't let him put on a suit and tell the jury all about his decorations. Because this is all they will think of when they hear the name Brian Higgins. Oh, I see what they did there.
Oh yeah.
See what they did there?
Oh yeah, that's fucking Farwell.
You know it, buddy. That's a low blow, but that's, I gotta say, maybe appropriate.
It's so appropriate.
Wow, man.
Two psychopaths right there, dude. With a badge and a gun. Both have badges and guns. I think they can get away with anything. Brian Higgins thought he was going to get away with murder. And he might have. He might have gotten away with it if it was anybody else. Besides Karen.
Why would he need to delete the image, the image file off of his phone and then get rid of the SIM card that the stuff was on? That messes me up, Mike. That I gotta be honest with you. That's pretty tough.
Well, I think we talked about. I think it's the communications between him and Brian. You know, pictures. Maybe who knows? Berkowitz calls.
No. There's a common denominator there, dude.
Yeah. It's hard for me to really understand what goes through a killer's mind. I don't have that mentality. Like,
that's a bold statement right there.
I just feel like you're a sick individual and you got caught up in your own fantasy world in your head of like how powerful my gun and badge is and what I can do to you, and I'm the fucking law in this fucking town, and that's how it's gonna be. Well, fuck you, dude. Fuck you, man. This game's over, dude. Put him on the fucking stand after this shit. Put him on the stand now. Get him up on the stand. Why were you texting Karen? What happened? We don't give a fuck now. We don't
Yeah.
give a fuck.
Now we
gotta
want to
call
know
them
what
in.
happened. Yeah.
What the
damn
fuck
right.
happened, dude? You
Yep.
said last time you saw a tall head of hair in the fucking house.
Remember that? He couldn't
Yeah.
say the name, but he did see someone that was dark-haired individual just meandering around the freaking house.
So he's
That's not even his.
What were you doing? Why didn't you tell us about Canton PD last year? Why are you showing a video this year? Who were you talking to at 1:30 in the morning? What were you taking out of the truck in the morning? Why are you backing your Jeep? Why are you starting your car? Who left behind you in that car that night? These are the things we want to know.
Who did he call at 7:30 in the morning that day?
Probably his lawyer.
Probably not.
I don't know. Oh, his girlfriend. That's
definitely
right.
not.
Oh, his girlfriend and Sharon. Yeah. And Aka just fucking crushed Aperture with 50 grand versus 400.
Why would the FBI hire that company? Think about that for a quick second, Mike.
Well, there's probably a short list of companies that they're gonna hire with the reputation. I'm sure they're rated. Yeah, and Jessica Machad posted a picture of the SUV after being hit at 24 or 28, whatever it was, of the full
Destroyed.
body impact. Yeah,
Saw that.
like,
Done.
Yeah.
Done. Oh my God.
The whole tailgate was gone, dude. This fucking case is so over now with the visuals.
Mike,
It's fucking over.
you know the road rash that just snow or not. You're
Oh, you're going.
oh, you're all even worse.
You
Sometimes the snow hurts, it burns.
the friction of his weight in plus the speed on
Yes.
top of the snow, whatever how
Would have destroyed the fabrics and everything over. There was a 6-inch
Yeah.
Cape Cod berm there too. He would have wiped out over that.
you would have, and fucking sneaker didn't come off, and his hat's still on. Where's his hat? Where the fuck did the hat go? They didn't put it on there, but still. And then this stuff afterwards just shows you how fucking evil these people are, man. And if Richard Green gets up there and puts the 227 search into fucking play,
And
how
then
can
they
you
call
not?
him up.
Yeah, how do you not call? That's my thing. I would call Green next. I don't care if he's here for the weekend. And then you call him Higgins. Then you call Albert if you want to. Call Colin if you want to. But fuck me, man. This is crazy if they don't. I don't know. And they're smarter than me. But like we said at the beginning of this trial, we want more visuals from Aka. We talked about this. We want a better demonstration, not just because word salad is just word salad. They probably weren't allowed to give a video of last year from the FBI. Probably. So no.
Again, it's the FBI's product, right?
Last year.
Yeah,
Last year it was. Yeah. That's the 2
But even still, the judge says what comes in and what doesn't.
That's right.
So
now as a paid witness now, they can, give all the discovery that they give it to the prosecution. If the prosecution has a problem, they voir dire them. They passed. Okay. You're a doctor, right?
Yeah.
They fucking tried to get them thrown out because they didn't disclose a payment to them. That's how fucking snaky.
And it was just
Brennan
an invoice of miscommunication, most likely.
Yeah. So Brennan knew this is going to blow his case up scientifically without a reasonable fucking shadow of doubt within the methodology of any scientist testing. Do you agree? Yes. He knew that this would absolutely sink his case. But besides a million other things that he's trying to cover up. If you're the best lawyer in the country, there's no way you can cover this case up with what's been exposed. That Acker demonstration, 6 ways to Sunday, was just the icing on the cake for me. Just that's enough. But if you want to take the whole cathedral down, the gemstone of Boston, the Norfolk County, you want to go out to the fucking nuts. You want Norfolk? You start putting him on the fucking stand, Higgins. You start putting fucking Albert on the stand. 227 comes to play. You take down McCabe soccer moms. You fucking get perjury charges against Kerry Roberts. You get perjury charges against everybody that perjured themselves.
They all lied.
No amnesty. Remember that, guys. We talked about this. No amnesty. None. Nobody gets amnesty. Everybody inside that house. Levinson, Julie Nagel, Maddie Matt, everybody goes down.
Yep.
All of them.
Yep.
No more. Fuck them. No amnesty, dudes. You guys were all part of the problem. And you're still part of the problem today. Fuck them. Fuck them all, dude. Let's not forget what
they really
did, what they were trying to do to this young lady, and what they were willing to get away with corruption, taking pictures of a timeline. Fuck you, Paul O'Keefe. Fuck you, dude.
They've been doing this this is the scary part, is this came too easy, man. It came way too easy for these people.
How can you be an O'Keefe and watch this testimony and still say Karen's guilty? Is fucking beyond me. They should be going up and shaking her fucking hand right now and apologizing. Seriously.
That just makes too much sense. Look at what you've shown us. Sorry.
Then they try to put Karen and Aiden in for witness intimidation on a grand jury account.
Oh, no, they didn't try. They did. They went there.
Right?
The fucking grand jury said no. Get out of our town.
But they tried. They even tried to do it, man. The Tully arrested him in front of his kids. Proctor all over the cover-up. No fucking amnesty, guys. Lock them all up. Put them away. They deserve it. Don't get fucking sad on me. Don't get fucking, well, they kids and stuff like that. I don't give a fuck at this point. You had Hank Brennan tell the fucking world that their Bush, that their fucking father died of an OD on the mother's grave at open court. What are you, a fucking douchebag? Come on.
Yeah,
no fucking
douchebag. No, he is a douchebag. That's a yes.
He's a royal douchebag, dude.
There's some things you can keep from the kids, dude. You don't need to tell them.
That was the
for what? All for what, Mike? All for what? How much farther ahead? Because of that, it's like how far ahead? How?
Hank knew that what they had in discovery from Arca. He knew this was gonna. Why did he go this far instead of going? You know what? I know I'm going to lose this case at some point during this trial. I've lost it, but he still went ahead and threw the kids' shit in there, and then got Turtle Boy's article trying to indict him on witness intimidation with Lucky Laughlin.
I feel bad for your kid, man. Oh,
fuck, man! You got me all fired up, man. I'm fucking pissed off now.
Oh, here's a great one. You ready? I got a good thing. I'm gonna hit play. This is only about 10 minutes long. I'm gonna put something in the oven for
go ahead, buddy. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
But check this out. This is highly recommended. Okay. It's either dog bite or tail light. This lady asked ChatGPT. Check this out.
Wondering what exactly would ChatGPT say about those marks on John O'Keefe's arm? We know they're central to Karen Reed's case. On the one hand, the Commonwealth says John O'Keefe got some scratches and marks on his arm because he was hit by Karen Reed's car. She backed into him, the taillight shattered and scratched his arm up. He was found on the ground in front of 34 Fairview with snow on top of him and taillight pieces around him the next day. Now, Karen Reed says, no, that's not it at all. Instead, I dropped him off at 34 Fairview for a party. He went inside the house. He was attacked inside there, maybe by people, but also by a dog named Chloe, who was owned by the owners of the house, the Alberts. And that's Karen Reed's story. She says they took John O'Keefe outside, left him in the snow right there in front of 34 Fairview by the flagpole, let the snow cover him up. He died that night of a combination of a blow to the head and hypothermia. I decided, hey, let's ask ChatGPT what it thinks about the injuries on John O'Keefe's arm. I was just curious. Let's find out. Now, in the latest version of ChatGPT, you can put photographs in. So what I'm going to do is put in a photograph of John O'Keefe's arm, and I'm going to ask it what it thinks. I thought first, because I don't want to precondition it, I want just sort of ChatGPT's thoughts on this. Could you call it thought? I don't know what the right expression would be. So I'm going to ask it sort of more generically. I'm going to say, what could cause the injuries on this person's arm? So I'm going to ask, okay, what could cause the injuries on this person's arm? Linear, superficial to moderately deep lacerations and abrasions. These patterns may suggest, okay, you ready? Most likely causes, number one, animal scratches, e.g. from a dog or cat. Multiple linear marks in clusters are consistent with claw or bite-related injuries. The varying depth and direction support defensive or reactive movements during an encounter. Number two, defensive wounds. Common on the forearms when someone raises their arms to block or shield themselves during an attack. Could result from a sharp object like a knife, glass, or fingernails. Number three, contact with sharp brush, thorns, or wire. If this occurred outdoors, especially in wooded or overgrown areas, it might produce similar linear scratch patterns. But it's number one is animal scratches. That's the most likely from a dog or cat. So that is pretty significant. It says less likely but possible would be self-inflicted, accidental scraping or falls against a rough or sharp surface like broken metal, wood, or debris, or a glass injury with shards causing multiple angle cuts, which would be about the equivalent of what happened here. Would you like a clinical or forensic style breakdown? Well, that sounds interesting. And do you know the contents in which this photo was taken? Okay, so I'm not going to answer that question yet. I would like a clinical or forensic style breakdown, but let's wait just a minute. First, what I want to ask it next, is it more likely those injuries came from a dog or from a broken plastic tail light? Because it was not glass and the person's arm went into the tail light. Okay, let me see if is it more likely? Okay, yeah, we're going to ask it. Between the two scenarios, a dog versus a broken plastic taillight, the injuries shown in the image are much more consistent with a dog attack. Here's why. Pattern analysis. Number one, numerous parallel lacerations, many with curved or slightly jagged edges. Clustering of wounds on the forearm. Varied depth and spacing, suggesting multiple contact points like claws or teeth. Some wounds look like punctures or deeper gouges, not smooth incisions. All right, dog attack. Highly consistent. Dogs often scratch and bite simultaneously, especially if someone is fending them off. Claws cause parallel scratches, often in groups. Teeth cause deeper puncture-type wounds or tears, and the irregular pattern matches movement and struggle. Wow. Broken plastic taillight, less likely. Injuries from broken plastic usually result in fewer, cleaner cuts if there are sharp edges, more linear and mechanical lacerations, and cuts that follow the path of force, e.g. a single slice or scrape. You'd expect one or two long gashes, not this many jagged and varied ones. And unless someone fell or was dragged into the taillight, it would be hard to produce this number and variety of injuries from one point of contact. Okay. All right, well, let's find out a little bit more. Here's one thing I want to know to detect bias. Do you recognize the photograph? Do you recognize the photograph? I can't recognize or identify specific photographs, people, or proprietary images. Oh, good, good. So I was a little concerned that maybe it had been preconditioned related to this case, but it doesn't sound like it has been. Okay, but I don't know if I even read the conclusion up here. This is much more consistent with a dog attack, either defensive wounds from fending off the animal or a sudden aggressive episode. A broken taillight is a poor match for this injury pattern. Wow, that is really direct. That is very, very direct. Okay, let's go back to that question it asked me about, did I want a forensic style breakdown? Yes. Yes. A forensic style breakdown, please. All right, let's see what it has to say on that. Adult human forearm, likely right arm, multiple lacerations, abrasions, and puncture wounds. Image reference seen on photo. Injury description, 12 discrete wounds, lateral and posterior forearm. The types, linear, puncture-like, and abrasion clusters. And it says that's varying in depth and length. Some are parallel, others are intersecting of the linear, that the puncture-like wounds are deeper and more localized. Now, that could be a dog bite instead of a dog scratch. Abrasion clusters raking or scraping against a rough surface. The orientation, the majority of them are angled obliquely or vertically relative to the arm's long axis. So in other words, they're not running up and down. Clustering implies repeated non-uniform contact rather than a single linear event. Now that alone is very, very significant because if he hit the tail light, that was a one-time event. His arm may have gone into it and then pulled out, but it wasn't repeated that he kept hitting the tail light. Mechanism of injury, comparative analysis, dog attack, highly consistent. Claw marks tend to leave multiple parallel scratches, often with irregular spacing due to movement. Teeth can cause punctures, tears, and deeper lacerations, which may appear in chaotic clusters. Dogs often grip and shake, causing tearing patterns inconsistent with rigid single object trauma. And that is actually what the expert for Karen Reed's side talked about, that there were multiple different places and patterns that could be associated with more than one event, like more than one bite, more than one scratch. Defensive wounds from fending off a dog often appear on outer forearms, the exact area shown here. The broken plastic tail light is unlikely. It would be more likely to produce one or two sharp, clean cuts that would follow the edge of the plastic. A predictable directionality, in other words, like in the same direction, and glass-like lacerations, which would be sharp, which would be linear, potentially embedded fragments, which are not observed here. To replicate this number and type of injuries, the subject's arms would have to be dragged repeatedly across multiple jagged edges, which is inconsistent with this pattern. So absolutely fascinating. It appears fresh, trauma inflicted within hours, highly consistent with a dog attack, especially involving both claws and teeth, strongly indicate repeated biological contact, not injury from a single static object like a broken tail light. Wow, that is really fascinating. So ChatGPT is all in on the Karen Reed defense team idea that these are from a dog bite. These are not from a broken tail light. So absolutely fascinating. We go live on the Karen Reed case at 7 p.m. Eastern in the evenings. Please be sure to join us, and I will look forward to seeing you then. That's 7 p.m. Eastern.
All right, we are going to follow some breaking news right now. This is coming to us out of Burlington right now, where a host of Massachusetts lawmakers have arrived at the facility where Marcelo Gomes da Silva was being kept in ICE custody.
And as we told you earlier this afternoon,
Sorry about that. I just wanted to say real quick, I saw Rhonda. She's very photogenic. We'll just leave it at that. Looks good. So, yeah. Where do we go from here? Right? Where do we even start? Who signed what? Who knew what? Right? Can't put it all on Proctor. This is not a Proctor thing. It's fun. I just saw something on Twitter. You want to see something funny? Check this out. I laughed. I chuckled at least. If you know, you know. You know who this is? Look at what she's saying. Bayaka. Nancy Pelosi is usually pretty good about the stock market, we'll say. She's usually really good. And that is, it's a political thing. It's kind of funny. So, yeah. How's Hank even approached what was just said in court? How's he come about? How's this come about? Well, how do you know you were doing 29 miles an hour? Yeah, Welcher, the guy with check this out. The guy with 30 freaking binders, papers everywhere, looks like a yard sale's going on. Look at this guy. Look at Dr. Marie Russell. Look at Barrows. They don't need to look at all this stuff. They knew what happened. 227 most definitely happened. 227 happened. Why would you delete that if you never said it? It doesn't. Yeah, no. Nope. Well, glad we could help you out, RVA. But at the same time, it's the money that they had to spend to do this. I love this one too. This one is just something about this. This one's special. I have a blue sweatshirt too. That guy just proved. Yeah. Bring the medical examiner on, right? Was his arm broken? Was his arm shattered? When a human body reacts or is subjected to that many G forces, like it disintegrates. It becomes water because we're 80% fluid. We're 80% water. You'll find out how much percentage at 200 Gs. You'll find out you made from water. Not happening. It'd be his. I would probably say his arm may even possibly tear off, but just the bones in his wrist with that much velocity, they liquefy. His bones would liquefy inside his skin if the skin didn't break open. Seen it. Bad. 200 Gs to human bone. No, he didn't have a broken wrist. 17 miles an hour is destroyed. 24. Come on, no. So, you know who knows all this stuff too? Like all that math that the guy right there just did. Like he did a lot of math to get to the end result. You know who else does math like that? See if the chat can pick it up. Who else does math like that? Like Mr. Wolf. Who else can do that math and have it come out? Force, mass, velocity, and acceleration. Who did that math and said, no. I need someone to check my work here. Call people. The freaking FBI. You realize the FBI paid them to do the analysis of what we just saw? The FBI paid that bill, Mike. For the most part.
Here's what the anti-free Karen Reed people are saying. Just want to be honest. Don't come for me. I just wish the Commonwealth had done similar animated tests to show the speed damage to the taillight. It would have been better demonstrated than the paint test.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, his arm would have been ripped off his arm. There's no way.
Yeah,
At that
like,
velocity, no.
Joe Flipperhead's like, now the jury's going to see the real Brennan because he's got nothing to work with here. So,
Hey, ask. Hey,
how'd you guys know it was in the hot tub?
Ask Joe Flipperhead, Mike. Ask Joe Flipperhead what happens at 200 G's versus the human body. We're gonna call it. He was told it was 250, 300, 400. Just stays 200 G's in a human body. Find out. I want to know what he thinks happens to a human body at that point.
All right.
200 G. Omissions from the antis. Yeah. There's nothing they can even say now.
No. Nope.
Yeah.
It's over,
Jen, what's
dude.
Jen Coffin-Daffer say? Well, you know, they're only like experts. Wow.
Well, it's like Kevin from Yellow Card Seals.
Yeah. I was reading some of that nonsense earlier.
What's it like? Evidence plus logic equals whatever it is.
Yeah.
There you go in your own fucking formula, you know. So just come on, but it's over. If anybody on the other side says, "Well, I listened to it," I want to hear what you have to say. I really
bring it, right? Bring it.
Yeah. Bring it. I won't shut you out. I won't make fun of you. I'll fucking say right to your face, good point or bad point. But you got nothing, man. And thank God for Rescue Randy, the ATM, the dumb guy there, the AT, whatever you call that guy. You know, the test dummy.
Yeah, no kidding. I feel like that sometimes. I think I'm blocked. I'm blocked.
From some of the antis?
Yeah. Finally happened. It happened.
Badge of honor. Right.
Can't even yell at him. Can't. Yeah. Done. Can't burn that one. Okay. I'll figure a way out. Figure something out. Yeah. So now what do they do now? Now, like, I well await their opinions, and there's no way that this is gonna take days. There's no way this deliberation is taking days. If this doesn't take an hour, I'm shocked.
And the other thing is too the proposed jury instructions that we're get to look at a little bit different.
Fuck yeah, throw them away. Not guilty. Let's go. Why you waste our time?
Jesus, Mama Llama. She's delusional. This is what Mama Llama just posted.
Here we
Crash
go.
Daddy just proved the Commonwealth's case guilty. Oof.
What?
Okay. That's what she says in her fucking tweet. I'll send it to you right now. Yeah, she's gone,
really?
Dude. She's out of her mind, dude.
Wow.
So with the holes, if she's not talking about the holes in the sweatshirt, the twisting of the shoe. Oh my God.
The vehicle never contacted. The vehicle never contacted him. Never.
No broken bones, and like if the overhead one at 20, hey, the one at overhead at 20, this guy Ray, the overhead view at 24 mile an hour looking down, is very telling. I'll send it to you. That's huge. I wish just for shits and gigs that Aka painted the guy blue.
Oh, that would have been funny, right?
You know,
yeah,
right. Fucking A, man.
That's running up the score.
Oh man. 44 minutes ago, Aiden Carney. Hank Brennan is staring at Dr. Wolf, just straight up glaring at him in the most angry way possible. Oh my
nice.
God. He's trying to intimidate Dr. Wolf. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God.
Check this out, people. Watch this for a second, everybody.
Yeah.
Shoes are on.
20, yeah.
The shoes are still on.
Yeah.
What's Mama Llama's excuse for that? She knows what happened.
She picked the select one. I think she added some taillights breaking off because no taillights break at 24 miles an hour, right? Am I correct?
Didn't puncture the arm.
Yeah, that's what it was. Didn't puncture the arm. You know how fast that is, dude. You know how fast.
Moving out.
She would have slammed into Higgins' Jeep so fucking hard, right?
Hey, you telling me she's that good of a driver at night in a blizzard, drunk? She's my hero. She can pull that off. She's my fucking hero. She's gonna hit a 6'2" guy that can just sidestep what 3 inches. He's out of the line of anything. No, not happening.
These guys are fucking whack. They're all saying, "Oh, this proves that Karen did it." Oh my god, these people are fucking gone.
Yeah, man.
Holy, yeah. This is their ploy on social media, obviously.
I agree with Miss Lynn at this point. I agree with her. Run it up. Let it go. Let's go.
We're at 42 objections and 42 sustained objections. Only about 5 of the 42. Wow. Ask it differently. Wow.
He would have been a freaking busted up mess, that boy.
You know, here's the thing. Let's not try to overthink why his shoe and all this other stuff is. We just witnessed in real time, real life, a scientific experiment, okay, that just happened. Let's think about Elon shooting a rocket off. It's going to explode in the air. You just watch it, right? But it comes back. You just saw the rocket come back and land, but the top of it went off and blew up somewhere. This happened in front of everybody. Millions and millions of people, and hundreds of thousands of engineers are all shaking their head going, yep, that's the way to do it.
Yep.
That's the way we were taught. Control the environment, control the weight, control the mass. I mean, control the speed of the projection will equal force. Right? Kind of how I said it. I don't know.
Yeah.
And I'm a fucking idiot. So this just
What
tells
do the
you.
O'Keefes even say to this guy?
Yeah,
I don't even say. Where do they start?
Tommy, if you and I can see it,
Oh,
yeah, Shelby, they're all pictures themselves, Shelby, that's for sure. I would be like, oh, okay, guys, let's huddle up and have lunch. What you guys like? You know, let's talk about lunch.
Right.
Yeah, double mimosa. Yep, you want a bloody Peggy? Yep, come on.
Because they know they can get away with it. This is just a formality. That's all this is. I don't know if they had the Lexus, if the FBI paid for it. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know.
It wouldn't be something if FBI was involved in investigating.
No, some dealerships, if they do a lot of business with companies or a whole commercial park, they'll let you use a vehicle, a pre-owned one, and fucking let you do it. As long as you play, they don't give a fuck. You need it for a day. You gonna buy all the parts from us and fix it? Yeah, okay. Done.
People don't understand that like vehicles are nothing to people. Like the people that run dealerships and stuff, like take 5 of them. Go, just get out of my face. Bye. Bring them back. They don't
Trust me.
They don't.
I know.
Yeah.
I've been there. The
guy goes, here's a plate. Take whatever you want. I'm like, no. He goes,
yeah.
Take it. I'm like, no, here's a plate. Yeah. I'm like, oh, okay.
Fucking see you later. Bye. Take it. But I'm just happy that they had the visuals this time. I know last year they were probably like, we heard they paid $500,000, but the government overpays for fucking everything. Right?
I think that was a really good investment. I think we got a good return on our investment with that one.
Here we are bitching about Aperture getting $400,000. The federal government paid $500,000. Now Karen only pays $50,000 or $100,000 out of her pocket, right? And look at it, if you can charge the government whatever you want, basically, and if they want what they want, they're going to get what they get, right?
So, Mike, just think of the stuff that they're not allowed to bring up.
Dude, I remember reading articles about when they were building buildings, federal buildings, and paying a couple $1,000s for a toilet. Yeah, it was a used. Obviously, it was a used vehicle. They didn't buy a brand new 2021. So
they still have her vehicle, and they've torn it all apart too. Think of that. I wonder if
Yeah.
wonder if that vehicle could be like we'll put it on the block at Barrett Jackson. Throw it up in the block as is.
I'm telling you, there'll be
As
a
is.
true crime junkie out there, dude, that will fucking do this.
Yep.
You think I'm crazy? Some
No.
millionaire?
I'll
Some
buy that.
fucking
We're
millionaire
running up the
dude
block, dude. As is,
doesn't
no
give
tail light
a
in the
fuck.
back. No, I want
He'll
it.
have a he'll
Yep.
have a fucking dinner party. It'll be at a Comic-Con fucking event down in Tennessee.
It'll
Here's
be
the
swinging on
yep.
a carousel that spins in circles, all roped off, and people will be there.
People laugh, but this is what they'll do.
Oh, yeah.
This is the actual taillight, the actual cars you drove.
Yep.
Right? You'll pay money to get into the show, but that's
They
part
have
of the
no
deal.
idea. They have no idea.
Right? The fucking
I know.
I would love to see the end number of that fucking thing. I really would. I would like to see. Hopefully, Karen buys it back, right? Because she's the first option to buy it back, and then does what we're talking about. She rents it out and makes money off it, fucking residually. Like every time it goes to a show, have a trucking company to ship it to a Comic-Con.
I'd take care of that. I would be curator of that. I would take care of that.
And
I
you
would
stay
be-
there at the hotel, and you get to show people. Hey,
Oh,
not
no,
too close.
You gotta
Get your
put it in a
picture taken
trailer,
there. Yeah.
closed trailer, locked up, nice and take your time, back roads only, insurance, the whole 9 yards. Yep.
Yeah, Mike Rodriguez is saying the Commonwealth needs to reject the science to try to win this case. So we'd have Hank Brennan, fucking South Boston rat, fucking try to fucking outdo Dr. Wolf in science. Okay, here we go.
And not just that, but then he's gonna call everything else that he did into question.
These fucking people are delusional.
The Mama Llamas in the world, yeah, they
Oh
are.
yeah, they're just fucking gone. How
know,
can they
dude.
actually be? How can they fucking?
I'll tell you, they
How can they actually be driving a car right now? How can these people actually have a job right now?
dude, she's
What
a
the
nurse.
fuck?
She's a nurse in
No
charge
way.
of people's health. Yes, guy. Yes.
Oh, you think Goat Boy thinks that she's gonna dismiss one or two jurors? I can't see. Yeah, I can't see any of them fucking.
Well,
Even if
no,
she does-
listen. If Hank is looking at Dr. Wolf, he's looking at the jurors, and Hank's saying, "You're gone, and you're gone, and you're gone," as he's smiling to them. Don't
Yeah.
trust that,
Well,
Hank.
How many people can they throw off though? I mean, these and if
They
they're
have-
younger people, they're not going out. They're doing the right thing.
Listen, they can tell who's gasping at what.
Yeah, maybe. I just think that I'm just blown away at the presentation. I'm so glad it went this way.
You see the back of the friggin' Lexus, the back tailgate, just destroyed.
At 29
Done.
29 miles an hour.
Yeah.
No, what I'd like to see, this would have been even better. Maybe they did do this, is they took the chip, the telematics, and tested it after these tests.
To pull the
How many
data from it.
triggers? Yeah, how many triggers were
Yes.
there?
Yes. What
Imagine
happened?
if-
Throttle
if-
speed, blah blah.
Yes,
I want to see all
right.
that stuff. Yes.
So let's have, I bet you Dr. Rentschler has all this data waiting to see what the Commonwealth is going to do.
I'm sure that's part of the package, Mike. They have to have that
Right?
data to come to the
Well, that
analysis.
makes sense.
That's a check on their data. That's a check
Take
on
the-
that force mass velocity acceleration. That's another check on
Right.
that. Yes. Yep.
We don't give a fuck about the Bluetooth right now. We want to see the triggering event. We don't care about the key cycle. We want to see what happens at the triggering. What are the RPMs? What's the fucking speed going? What was the angle of the tires, if you will? Whatever you wanted, however you want it done, dude. You know, I don't give a fuck, man. Give me the fucking tech data off this motherfucker. These fuckers, man.
Yep. They lied. And we got it all up. Dude, we got fucking front row.
Yeah,
Everybody here got front row. We've been here front row day one. Everybody here.
Yep, twice.
You guys know what's up. Yes. Oh, if you're not new here, please like, subscribe, thumbs up, all that stuff helps.
Yeah.
So,
We
you
ain't
guys
clapping
know
them.
that deal. I can say, what's this? Renee Rita, $20 super sticker. Thank you very much. and making it count. Have a great days. Thank you. You too. Thank you very much. And Beach Bum, dog treats. Got to get them for Henry. He's a good boy. That dog is awesome.
Yeah.
Donna, membership. Love it.
Thanks, Don. Yeah.
And Hank's brand new Bicky got new member.
Remember. Yeah.
Love it.
These fucking people are delusional.
Yeah, dude.
Rescue Randy. And you know what? No holes in the garment either. Like that's a huge tell. Nothing.
And it's not like they backed up the throttle.
I think we should get off. I think we should back away from the like. I get the $400,000, but the government paid $500,000 for ACRA last time, and then we didn't even get a video. I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, we got screwed last time, right?
I don't know.
We got the freaking Smurf Patrol over there running around blue fucking paint. I can't. And it's got all these binders out, Mike. What was with the binders? Why have all this? Is it like he got like a condition he needs to be around all these things around him? His watch has got to check his email. Wait a minute. Hold that question. Come on.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what the fuck he comes back for a rebuttal. Because I love the fact that they have Rentschler in the background waiting.
Yeah. Yeah. No holes, no hole. The sweatshirt it wasn't even torn, Mike. The outside wasn't torn at that speed.
I can't wait to see what he's gonna do.
Sarah, I'm glad I'm glad you said that. Me too. From the first article, it's finally coming together right now in front of us. We just don't see I don't think we can understand the gravity at the second of what we're seeing. I don't think we can comprehend it. You know what I mean, Mike? We're in the forest. All of us are.
If it becomes more clear for me, then I'm all for it. But right now, I'm enjoying every moment of this.
Dude, we got all weekend for the internet to do the internet what they do best. Tear this stuff apart, and they will come at Mike Monday morning. Forget it. Just wow.
And like what these people are saying, the antis, is that, well, this proves that the taillight was shattered. Yeah, but guys, he would have broke his fucking arm into jelly. The bone, the muscle, the would have been jelly.
Did not realize the taillight was broken inside the Sally port. It was broken intentionally when they took it out of the vehicle to break it. Do they not get that part? Where do they miss that? How do they miss that? Brian Wanless got called in to remove the taillight because Proctor didn't know how. No report written. When he was asked about it, I don't want nothing to do with it. The other guy, Mike, right? He couldn't answer a straight question. He needed documents. He needed to verify that. He was everywhere except where he was supposed to be. Versus Dr. Wolf, who set the test up, got everything ready for the test, conducted the tests, and then wrote all the reports after the tests. Yeah. How do you get past the 3-inch gash?
Here we go. Yeah, with his back of the head.
I have grave concerns, Bev. Grave concerns.
We need some volume. We're leaving at 3:45, she says already. That's all she cares about, dude.
I'm embarrassed.
You get some volume on this?
Yeah.
I think it was turned down a little bit.
So I make sure I have the right one.
There you go.
Boom.
All right. Mr. Brennan, you are all set.
Put us back in session, you may be seated.
So jurors, we are going to stop today at 3:45.
Again, Bev, enough with your
All right.
fucking time
Mr.
schedule.
Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Group. All right. So, okay, great. Thank you. All right, do we have the actual? Okay, great. Yep. So,
216.
thank you. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Good afternoon, Dr. Wolf.
Good afternoon.
When you testified in direct, you shared with the jury some of the work that ARCA does. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you had mentioned a couple interesting things, that there had been some work with the Department of Defense.
Correct. Yes.
The work with the Department of Defense, was that during your time or before you got there?
That would have been prior to my employment. Yes.
So when you were telling them about working with the Department of Defense, that really had nothing
Here we
to do
go.
with you. That was ARCA before you began
Here we
working.
go.
ARCA as a whole, yes. The work that we do, yes.
Not you.
As I said, I wasn't involved specifically in that project, no.
And you mentioned that you did some stuff, or the company does some things for the NHL.
Yes.
You didn't tell us much more about what you do. There's other things that ARCA does as far as clients, right?
Certainly.
Did you share with us that you work for lawyers and law firms?
Yes, we do.
And you do litigation, insurance companies?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any reason why you highlighted the Department of Defense that you don't do and the NHL, but didn't share the rest of the stuff with us?
Oh my God.
That's just some of the prominent clients that we have.
I see. You provided us a CV, didn't you?
Yes.
And that's like a resume, tells us a little bit about your education experience. You get to highlight some of the things, your accomplishments.
Yes.
You shared with us you've been the Director of Accident Reconstruction at this company, ARCA, since 2017.
No, not since I started.
You started with ARCA in 2017.
Correct, yes.
When did you become the Director of Accident Reconstruction?
I think that would have been in January of 2024, so about a year and a half.
About a year and a half ago?
Yes.
And you received your certification from ACTAR.
Yes.
Did you pass the test on both parts first time?
I don't recall if it, I think it was I had to retake, I think, the practical section in the afternoon.
Well, you would recall something like that, wouldn't you? Did you pass both parts on the first try?
Like I said, I think it was the second part I had to retake.
Well, this is a pretty important test, isn't it?
Not really.
It's your certification.
It is, but much of the concepts that are covered in it are very elementary.
Well, not so elementary. You had a hard time with part of it, didn't you?
Well, with respect to the portion that I had to retake, it's a practical exam where you have to reconstruct an accident, where you have to determine approach angles, departure angles, and it can be very sensitive to those inputs. And unfortunately, if you mess up one of your first angles and you carry out that calculation, then the whole problem is graded wrong, even if you did all the math correct.
Like a scrivener's error.
The multiple choice question part, that's the easier part, correct?
Oh, you're a fucking.
I don't know if it's easier, but there is a multiple choice part.
There's a more practical part where you actually have to go out in the field and do assessments, kind of like the things that you did today.
You don't go out into the field, no.
And, when did you first take that second part that you didn't pass?
I don't recall.
You don't remember when you took the test?
No, I don't.
Suffice to say, you took it again.
Correct.
And ultimately, you passed both sections of that test?
Yes.
In your CV, you list your schooling and you list your degrees, don't you?
Yes.
You mentioned some of the things that you focused on in your academic experience, don't you?
Yes.
And you have publications.
Correct.
Recently, you did a publication regarding vehicle control history on Toyotas.
Correct.
Vehicle control history is data that is stored in a vehicle,
Yes.
and Toyota owns Lexus, correct?
Correct.
So you have familiarity with vehicle control history. In fact, you have a publication on it.
Yes.
In your entire resume, you only mention pedestrian collisions, or that you're involved in pedestrian type events 3 times. Is there anything specific in your resume or your publications that show a published accomplishment, for example, in pedestrian collisions? Do you have any publications that have been peer reviewed or published in that area?
No, I don't have any publications in pedestrians.
That's it, buddy. Hold your chin high.
You write or
Fuck
you
them.
note areas of specialty, and you list a bunch: accident reconstruction, human factors, EDR, commercial vehicle, HVEDR, pedestrian bicycle accidents, nighttime visibility, and a number of others, correct?
Correct.
Is there anywhere in your resume that notes particular classes that you've attended and completed regarding pedestrian collisions?
No, I haven't taken any classes in that.
You haven't taken any classes on pedestrian collisions?
No.
Have you ever taught regarding pedestrian collisions?
No.
Have you ever been a speaker in a presentation about pedestrian collisions?
Yes.
Okay. Is that listed in your resume?
I don't list lectures or presentations, no.
You were asked questions about your involvement in this case. Yes?
Yes.
And you had shared with us that you, at the beginning, were working for a separate party or a third party, you said?
Yes, another agency.
Another agency. And at some point, you came into court and testified last year.
Yes.
And during the time before you came in and testified, you weren't wholly independent of the defense, were you?
Well, certainly before all of our testing, at the point at which we did all of our testing, report, and analysis, as I mentioned on direct, I didn't know the Commonwealth or the defense in this case.
My question, more precisely, before you testified, before you came into court and gave your testimony, you weren't totally independent from the defense, were you?
No, I mean, I had to communicate with them to be able to determine when to appear for testimony.
So you were communicating with them, yes?
Yes.
And in fact, some of the time that you spent, ARCA actually built the defense for, and they paid that bill, didn't they?
Eventually after the trial, yes.
During that time, you know what a sequestration order is, don't you?
Yes.
Do you think that you're under a sequestration order today?
Yes.
Did you talk to anybody about any of the prior testimony in this case before today?
No.
How'd you get here today?
How did I get here today? I took a car ride over from the hotel.
Who drove you?
It was a driver. I don't know his name.
Who set up the car?
It would have been someone on the defense team.
Was it like a window, like a limo?
It was an SUV.
Was there anybody from the defense with you on the ride over?
There were 3 young ladies in the back seat. I think they might have been interns, and Mr. Woke.
And who?
Mr. Wolk, I think is it pronounced? Am I saying it wrong?
Have you discussed anything about this case before your testimony today as far as the trial?
Before today?
Yes.
Yes.
Have you discussed anybody's testimony in this case?
Nobody's testimony, no.
That was different last year, though, because before you testified last year, you did have discussions about testimony, didn't you?
Not with the Commonwealth or the defense, no.
But I'm asking, though, you did have discussions about testimony before you testified last year, right?
Correct, yes.
And you know what a sequestration order is, don't you?
Yes.
He's a douche. He's a
After you
fucking
testified
douche.
last year,
Oh,
the
fuck
court
you.
ordered you to provide all of your text messages, all your
Here we go.
communications
Signal.
with the defense, didn't they?
Yes, earlier this year.
And when you were ordered to provide all of the actual verbatim communications with the defense, did you provide those communications?
Yes, all of the records that I had at the time I provided.
Well, not the records. You know what I'm getting at. Did you provide the communications?
I provided everything I had in my possession, sir.
A text message isn't just a time and date. It's actually substance when you text somebody, isn't there?
Correct.
And when you texted, how many texts do you think you had with the defense?
From what I recall, I think it was around 50 texts that I sent.
It wasn't 100, I think it was 50.
Well, I think it was around 100 total in terms of back and forth, but it was, I think, 50 that I sent.
And during those texts, communications, conversations, correct?
About logistics, yes.
Did you provide the content of those text messages when you were ordered to by the court?
Well, those text messages spanned from, I guess it would have been April or so of 2024 through May to June of 2024. Ultimately, I think I received the court's order in May of this year, April of this year. So it was a year after the fact, and I had already deleted the text at that point.
How many of those text messages did you delete?
I just swiped the conversation, so it would have been the whole conversation.
Not how you did it. How many of those 100 or so text messages did you delete, sir?
It would have been the whole text chain. I didn't individually delete them. It just, when you swipe, it just deletes the text chain.
After you deleted them, did you go into the recently deleted and then delete them so they were unavailable?
I don't recall doing that.
Well, you were asked to search your records for the text messages.
Oh my, Hank is doing it.
See if you still had them or whether you had destroyed them all.
I checked my phone, and I also checked with my phone carrier.
So do you know if they were still under the recently deleted part of your phone, or did you go and take that extra step and totally destroy them?
From what I recall, I did not find any of the text messages, no.
This is all you got, dude?
Is there any reason why you deleted all of your text communications with the defense?
Well, it's something that I routinely do. I work with attorneys and clients all the time, whether it's appearing for trial or inspections, and I don't have a habit of keeping a text chain that talks about logistics and things. It's just I routinely delete them after that communication is over with, and certainly after the prior proceeding, once it had concluded, there was no reason for me to preserve those.
And so, at some point, you switched from text messages to another form of communication, didn't you?
Yes, earlier this year.
Tell us a little bit about this new form of communication, not text messages.
So Mr. Jackson had indicated that he and his defense team utilize an application known as Signal for their communications amongst their defense team. Ultimately asked if I would also use that application to communicate, which I agreed to.
Is Signal an encrypted app?
It's a secure encrypted app, yes.
It doesn't leave any records, right?
I don't believe so, no.
Well, you have it. You're using it. Do you have any records from your Signal use?
You're going to allow that?
Do you have any
Of course
records
you
from
are.
your Signal use?
I do not, no.
So you know full well that Signal is an encrypted app, leaves no record.
There may be a setting that you can change. I just know that the way that it was set up, there was no record.
Well, who set yours up to have no record?
I don't know. I think it was default.
Have you ever checked your Signal app to see if you have any record of your communications pursuant to that court order?
Well, I don't have the application anymore, but at the time I did check the application.
Out of all these clients that you've had, how many
Oh,
times,
Hank,
how many
let it
clients
go,
have you used
dude.
Signal with?
You look like a fucking
This was the
idiot.
first time.
Have you used it since with other clients?
Not yet, no.
Jesus Christ.
Before you testified last time, at the last proceeding, or should I say when you testified at the last proceeding, kind of like today, you attempted to portray yourself as totally independent, didn't you?
Sustained enough.
When you testified at the prior proceeding, did you attempt to portray yourself as totally independent?
Yes.
The truth is, before you testified, you were communicating with the defense and attempting the best you could to assist their cause, weren't you?
I wouldn't characterize it that way.
So before you testified, you wrote out questions that you thought could help, that you should be asked when you testified, correct?
So something I routinely do before testifying is prepare an outline of topics and questions that would best help be able to get out my opinions and the analysis I undertook, ultimately so that you all have an understanding of what I did.
So I'm asking you a question. You gave the explanation, but you're skipping over the answer to my question. So
Sustained.
I'll ask you again. Before you testified, did you write out a list of questions that you wanted to be asked?
Yes.
And when you listed out the questions, you also listed out the answers, didn't you?
A general response. It wouldn't be verbatim to that.
I didn't say verbatim, because you list out the answers to each and every one of the questions that you had prepared.
Yes.
So for every question, there's an answer that you provided so that you could follow a script, so to speak, yes?
I wouldn't characterize it as a script.
One of the questions asks, so not being able to inspect vehicles is something that is not uncommon in your line of work? And your answer, absolutely not. Remember writing that out?
Yes.
And then you put a footnote, a comment. And you said, not sure if you want to put this somewhere in the direct examination. I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicles. I had enough information from the material I reviewed, so it wasn't necessary. If you need to show the jury, it doesn't matter in this case. Did you write that?
Yes.
When you're talking about they, I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicle. Who's they?
That'd be the Commonwealth.
And so when you were writing out these questions as is your routine with the answers, is this the mark of independence to you?
Well, I think, again, whether the Commonwealth asked me that question or the defense asked me that question, my response would be the same. It wouldn't change depending on who called me to testify. There are a number of cases, by the time I get involved, the evidence is gone from the roadway, the vehicle is gone. So it's certainly not necessary to inspect a vehicle. And I wanted the jury to have an understanding that because I didn't physically inspect the vehicle, it didn't affect my analysis in the case.
So you think that showed independence?
Yes.
Then you also had another question. Would it be fair to say that because you do a lot of nighttime visibility work, your cases frequently involve pedestrians? Remember that?
Yes.
And you said, yes, unfortunately, there is a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian fatalities. Is that true?
Correct, yes.
And do they happen more often in the day or at night?
More often at night, yes.
Statistically speaking, by the way, this case involves nighttime, doesn't it?
Correct.
Statistically speaking, most of pedestrian fatalities occur during the evening and night hours. So my specialty in the area of lighting and human factors results in a lot of my cases involving pedestrians. Did you write that?
Yes.
In fact, when you testified, you shared that with the jury, didn't you?
Correct. I've testified to that twice last year as well as this year.
And in the notes that you wrote, when you shared it last year and this year, was it an important point for the jury?
I think so, because it helped gave them an understanding, I think, of my background and lighting and human factors. And as I mentioned earlier today, there's a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian impacts, right? So my specialty in lighting and human factors results in me seeing many, many different types of pedestrian impacts.
So if it's important, why did you include a note? If you don't want me to say this, that's fine. Why did you include a note to the defense that if they didn't want you to say something that you thought was important, you would leave it out?
Well, I think because I didn't want to confuse the jury about a statistic that just because we have inclement weather and dark lighting conditions, it doesn't automatically equal a pedestrian impact, right? We have to look at the evidence and the damage to the vehicle and the injuries to determine whether or not a collision occurred, not the visibility.
So you weren't trying to mislead the jury, you were trying to help them because they wouldn't understand something that you were trying to explain? Is that the way you're phrasing this?
I think at the end of the day, it was to help them understand my background, how it relates to seeing a lot of pedestrian impacts.
Something was important that helps the jury get to the truth. Why would you offer to leave it out?
Well, I didn't leave it out.
No, but you offered to. You would have if requested. Why did you invite, excuse me, why did you invite somebody else to object to your independence and guide you to leave something out? Why would you even provide that invitation to them?
Again, it's because I didn't want them to get hung up on a statistic that just because we have more pedestrian impacts at night and in bad weather, that this alleged incident happened at night under bad weather, to give it more weight, to weight the evidence more because of that statistic.
You done?
Yes.
If you make a mistake in court
He's a
under oath,
fucking
would you
piece of
take the
shit.
affirmative step on your own and correct that mistake?
I'll allow it.
I would do my best to do that, yes.
Well, when you say do your best, would you do that if you became aware of it?
Objection. I'm gonna allow it.
Yes.
Before you testified in a proceeding last year, there was a hearing that you testified in front of Her Honor and other people that were here, correct?
Correct.
I wasn't here.
No.
You were.
Yes.
And you testified about your experience, didn't you?
Correct,
When you were
yes.
sharing your experience with the court, it was important for the court to have an accurate understanding of what your experience was because it was being evaluated in that hearing, wasn't it?
Correct.
When you testified to the court, you testified that you had been qualified as an expert to testify over 20 times, didn't you?
I don't have the transcript. I believe I said approximately 20 times.
The reality is you hadn't. You'd only testified and been qualified 11 times at that point.
Correct. I misunderstood the question. I thought it also encompassed deposition, so I added those two and approximated at 20.
And at some point when you realized you had made a mistake in your testimony to the court, you had a chance to come back when you testified last year and fix it and clarify the record, didn't you?
Correct, which is why I provided a comment with the specific breakdown for clarification.
And when you came back and testified under oath the second time, on the record, under oath, did you clarify and fix the mistaken testimony that you had provided just days earlier?
I don't recall being asked a question, no.
No, it wasn't whether you're being asked. The question is, did you take the affirmative step to fix the misstatements under oath that you made? Objection.
I'm gonna allow it.
Take your vote.
Sure.
Bev is so fucking bad here, Tommy.
Yeah.
I can't get up. Wow. Wow. He's just trying to save face in front of the O'Keefes. They're all like, ha 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 ha. Well, they know damn well this has nothing to do with science.
No.
All right, so let's bring Big Daddy in, Retschler. Let's go.
And
God
again, this is what happens when Mike. This is what happens when you have nothing, Mike.
Yeah,
What's he got? What?
Badgering. That's what he's got. Badgering. All they're doing is badgering.
Why not start going after him about the data, about the
right the
89
tests.
miles an hour,
Yeah,
right?
Let's get out with Newton's law. Let's do all
Right.
that.
Argue
No.
that.
No, you had a chance to correct yourself and this and that, and you're lying. The guy's a fucking doctor, dude. Hey, you're a fucking pawn scum. Cut the shit,
After
dude.
your first testimony, you appreciated that you made a statement under oath that was wrong, didn't you?
Yes.
In fact, you made a note. I realized in my testimony I said about 20 times, when you asked me how many times I've been qualified, I misinterpreted your question, which was my fault, but in looking at my D&T list, it's 11 trials, 7 depositions, 18 testimonies total. Not sure if you want to clear it up or just leave it. Was
Correct.
that right?
Yes, sir.
Can you just leave it?
I'm not responsible for asking the question, sir.
That's good. That's a good one.
Yeah. Touche, motherfucker.
Do you ever heard the terms confirmation bias?
Yes.
Do you know what confirmation bias is generally?
Generally, yes.
Do you think that you suffer from any confirmation bias in this case?
No.
Wow.
Do you have any close family that supports one side over the other? Not the facts of the data, but
His
one side
wife,
over the
dude.
other.
His wife's Facebook page.
Close family?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Wife?
My wife?
Yes.
I don't really know what her thoughts are on the case.
May I approach?
Yes.
Holy shit, Tom.
And to Facebook. And this is KP giving this to Hank. That's how nice of a person she is.
No, I have not.
Never seen that.
No.
Take it back.
That's fucking, come on, that's fucking trolling those guys. Let's ask him like in.
You're unaware of anything that may influence you to lean one way or another?
Correct.
Wow.
Did anybody ask Hank's boyfriend what he thought of this shit? It's a fucking piece of
When
shit.
you first took a look
You're an
at
asshole.
some of the
dude.
facts in this case, you had some information. Since then, you've received a lot more, haven't you?
Correct, yes.
Part of your testimony today to this jury was to provide opinions that you do not think that the holes in Mr. O'Keefe's clothes are consistent with some type of collision. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
In coming to that opinion, you relied on some of your testing that we saw in those videos, didn't you?
Yes.
And that testing involves a hybrid 3-arm, doesn't it?
Correct, yes.
A hybrid 3-arm is an arm from a crash dummy.
Yes.
That's not the technical name, but that's what it's often referred to.
Yes.
And you and Dr. Renshaw have been working together on this case, haven't you?
Yes.
You've discussed ideas and shared thoughts.
Yes.
In fact, you've worked so intimately together, you know some of the things he's going to testify if he comes to testify, you've said many times today, right?
Yes.
And so some of the data that you've shared and some of the opinions overlap with each other, wouldn't you say?
Certainly, he's going to rely on a lot of that test data, yes.
When you were forming your opinion about holes in clothes and potential abrasions to somebody's skin, all of those tests, all of those that you did, were using a crash test dummy arm, weren't they?
Yes.
In your report, you cite, or Dr. Renshaw cites, 3 different sources regarding testing clothing and skin, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, haven't you read his report?
I've skimmed it, but I don't know what the basis are for his opinions.
Did you see footnotes 24, 25, 26, 24 being skin tissue cutability and its relation to lacerations, severity, indices? Did you read that?
Let's see if there's a foundation.
No, I didn't read that reference.
Did you read 25, the book that is cited, Forensic Pathology, 2nd edition?
I'm going to have you come to sidebar.
What the fuck?
You read
man?
fucking Green Eggs and Ham? What the hell is the problem with this guy?
She's letting them have free fucking reign until 3:45. God damn it, man. These guys are fucking
The guy,
ruthless.
yeah, Gail's right. The guy's wife got attacked by the trolls really bad.
Yep. Well, there's Gretchen Voss. I can see the fucking tuna sub fucking from the heat from yesterday that she found on the steps out back. Oh, there's Lou.
Lou's
Baby.
in the house.
Louie.
Hanging
Hey,
out.
how you doing, girl? Give me a look. There you go. I like you too.
Wow,
What?
dude.
Did David Buchanan just fart? What's going on? Oh yeah. Wretched, you fucking trash bag. The fuck. Oh.
I don't know. You guys
They're
won't-
told not, it's so funny to watch the O'Keefe side. They're told not to look at the cameras, and they're like so like hating it right now. Oh, fucking trash bags. Fucking trash bags. Oh
So you ready for this?
yeah.
I wonder if I can put it on the screen. All right, I'll read it. This is what I just got. To my townie friends and acquaintances, 3 of our neighbors in our complex reported us for selling drugs, and they're trying to get us evicted. 71 years, whole life, no drinking or drugs. We will fight this, but we have no interest in living here. Guess who reported us? Most likely your townie friends. Once ours. Retired CPD Bobby Skites, who grew up with Jimmy Quigley. My younger sister with Chris Albert, who all live here. My guess is Sykes and Quigley, who are on the condo association board and have not been nice to us for over 2 years because of this. Good townies, huh? This is retaliation for 2 years of standing up, and it's ugly. We have done nothing but be respectful in the way we've handled things and don't deserve to be treated like this. We didn't even know who Turtle Boy was until he broke the story, and we are not rioters. We went from loving this town and the people with all
Let me
our
again
heart to despising
ask
it.
you about this book that is cited in Dr. Rentschler's
Wow.
report. By the way, have you read Dr. Rentschler's report?
As I mentioned, I skimmed through it.
So in all of your preparation with Dr. Rentschler, you merely skimmed through his report? You didn't take time to read and study it?
Well, none of my opinions are based on work that he did. He's undertaking a completely separate aspect in the analysis.
But that's not the question. The question I asked you was, did you,
Oh,
working
Jesus.
closely with him, take the time to study his report?
As I mentioned, I skimmed it. I didn't read through, as you mentioned, all the references or what he cited. I didn't do that.
Did you read his report?
I did read the report, yes, but I didn't in depth go through each reference and look at what he was citing.
So you read his report?
Yes.
And when you read his report, did you see there were footnotes for a number of different propositions that he made?
I know that there were footnotes in the report, yes.
Well, on the issue of whether or not crash test dummies should be used during experiments as a basis for an opinion of whether abrasions can happen through cloth or an arm, wouldn't that particularly interest you since you were going to come here and testify about it multiple times in front of this jury?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You knew you were going to come in here and suggest to the jury that you thought that these tests were inconsistent with causing any type of holes in clothing similar to Mr. O'Keefe's or abrasions on his arm. You knew that was going to be part of your opinion today, yes?
Yes,
And
yes.
as part of forming a valid opinion that people can rely upon, wouldn't you want to do as much study as possible on the background for that opinion before you give it to a jury?
I suppose, yes.
Well, you suppose. Don't you think if you come in here as an expert, the jury is relying on your background and education?
Yes.
Don't you think, and they're relying on the fact that you're representing something definitively or with an opinion to a reasonable degree of certainty? You understand that, right?
Yes.
And don't you think when you do that, that it's important that you have proper study and foundation before you just come into court and give an opinion?
Well, I will note that the ATD crash dummy is a generally accepted test device to use for not only assessing occupant forces in motor vehicle crashes, but also to assess impact forces. So that the use of that device is certainly generally accepted.
When you get uncomfortable with my question, you generally tend to answer a different question.
Sustain, Mr. Brennan, next question.
Oh, that's a strike.
Strike that, Jules.
Let me ask you again. Don't you think, as an expert, it's important when you come in and you're going to present an opinion based on science or engineering or whatever you want to do, that you study
Well, whatever you want to do.
before you give it?
Yes.
when you saw in Dr. Rentzler's report references to this very issue about what should be used when you're doing demonstration or study of what can cause tears to clothing, weren't you interested in the basis for those opinions?
Well, again, it was something where Dr. Renschler and I worked together, and we were in agreement that we could utilize the ATD arm clothed.
When you decided to have an agreement that you could use that arm, did you read the book that he cites as support, Forensic Pathology, 2nd edition, Vincent J. DeMaio? Did you read it?
No, I did not.
Did you brief it?
No.
Did you peruse through it at all?
No.
When you decided to come to this agreement that's going to have a foundation for your opinions, did you look at footnote 26, understanding the acute skin injury mechanism caused by player surface contact during soccer, a survey and systematic review? Did you review that?
No, sir.
Have you seen any articles that support the proposition that a hybrid arm of a crash test dummy is appropriate to use when you're trying to provide a foundation for an opinion about whether or not tears can happen to clothing or abrasions to skin? Do you have any support for that in your report?
Well, again, Dr. Renschler is going to be addressing the... You're shaking your head.
So I'm going to let him answer the question first.
So as I mentioned, Dr. Renschler is assessing the injuries to the arm, okay? He indicated to me that we could utilize the hybrid arm to assess the injuries to the arm.
So you have no independent experience or research or knowledge, not Dr. Renschler, you don't have any independent research or science or knowledge to support your idea, your theory, your opinion to this jury about the tears to the clothes into the skin.
I was relaying the observations from the testing that we conducted with the ATD. Ultimately, like I said, Dr. Renschler, it's my understanding that he will testify to the abrasions or the lacerations to the arm.
You've given multiple opinions about this to this jury, didn't you?
Correct, yes.
I'll ask you one more time. I'll ask it this way. Name, other than someone called Dr. Renschler, name the papers, the studies, the lower treatise, name the resource material you relied on as the basis for those opinions, that a hybrid three-arm can be used in these type of demonstrations as a basis for that type of opinion.
I certainly, ATD crash test dummies can be used for impact testing, yes.
Not impact testing. You're talking about tears to clothes, abrasions to skin, and I'm asking for the third time. Name one journal, one paper, one study that supports your proposition that you're relying on for the basis of your opinion in front of this jury today. Name one.
I did not cite any in my report, no.
Can you think of one that you didn't cite?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
You had mentioned on direct examination that when you first started looking at materials some time ago, at the beginning, you were unconstrained in the scope of your study. Is that fair to say?
Are we talking about 2023?
Yes, we are.
Okay, yes.
You were unconstrained. You could have done anything you wanted to.
I don't know about anything.
When you said unconstrained, what did that mean?
Well, the agency that retained us didn't ask us to do specific work per se or specific tests.
You didn't do any type of crash test at that time, did you?
Not like was demonstrated today, no.
Instead, you started a working theory that perhaps a glass was thrown at the rear taillight of the defendant's car?
Yes.
Did someone suggest to you that was a theory?
No,
It's just something that you and Dr. Rentschler thought up together?
based on the evidence that we had, yes.
When you thought up that as a potential theory, that's why you built the potato cannon?
The pressurized cannon, yes.
Pressurized cannon. And you shot a glass at the rear taillight, yes?
Yes.
You determined that at 37 miles per hour, there'd be similar damage?
Yes.
And then you came into court last year, didn't you?
Yes.
And you provided that opinion of consistency to the jury, didn't you?
Yes.
You got up and you said that something to the effect that that speed is consistent with the damage?
Yes.
Now, when you gave that theory last year to the jury, did you know about other evidence in this case? For example, if a glass was thrown at the back of the car, how would the bottom of the glass bounce off the car and land near Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Objection. Ask it differently.
Did you consider, when you came in last year and opined, gave your theory about a glass being thrown at the taillight was consistent with damage, did you think about how, if a glass was thrown at the rear taillight, the bottom would have bounced off the vehicle wherever it was and landed near Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I'm aware that it was found near his body, yes.
Knowing that it was found near his body, well, you knew his body was about 7 or 8 feet off the road, didn't you?
Yes.
Knowing the bottom of the glass, the broken glass was found near his body 7 to 8 feet off the road, did you consider if somebody threw a glass and broke that taillight, cross your mind how would the bottom of the glass bounce with him to where his body ended up?
No, I did not analyze that part of it.
If a glass was thrown and bounced off that car, did you consider how its speaker would be left at the curb?
No, I did not evaluate that.
If the glass was thrown at the car and broke the taillight, did you consider how the debris field would end up on the lawn?
Well, it's my understanding, I think that there were plows that came through that night, so I don't know that where the debris field was eventually found, if that's where it would have been at some point earlier.
Did you ever talk to Lieutenant O'Hara or anybody from the state police to see if the plows were all the way to the side of the yard or were just down the middle? Look into that at all?
No, I did not.
So did you give any careful consideration to if the glass was thrown and hit the back of that taillight, how there would be a debris field on the front lawn of somebody's yard?
I don't think that was a part of our scope. It was more or less to determine whether or not, if the taillight was impacted by a projectile like a glass, could you get generally consistent damage to that taillight? That was the objective of the test.
So when you came in and testified last time, you weren't considering all of the other evidence that may not support that theory, were you?
I think our objective was to determine whether or not the damage was consistent with an interaction with Mr. John O'Keefe, and could there be another mechanism to cause the taillight to break?
Is there a reason why you were backing off that opinion on direct examination today?
Objection.
You weren't fully embracing that theory today, were you?
Objection. I'm going to allow that.
I don't know if I agree with that.
In this case, you provided reports recently?
Yes.
When did you provide your report? Was it April 6th?
April 6th?
Or was it May 6th?
I think it's May 7th,
May
if I'm not
7th.
mistaken.
So you provided a report May 7th, yes?
Correct.
And do you know when this trial started?
Early April?
You provided your PowerPoint. When did you provide your PowerPoint?
I think it would have been Thursday of this week.
Well, it wasn't last night.
Sorry,
It's probably-
maybe Wednesday.
probably
Wednesday or Thursday.
Wednesday. Is that fair?
Yes.
In looking at pedestrian accidents, it's important to try, if you can, understand the exact positioning of the body, isn't it?
If a collision occurred, yes.
And if a collision occurred, you can't always identify the exact position of the body, can you?
No, oftentimes it can be very difficult, yes.
You would want to know if it is a collision between a car and a pedestrian, whether the person was fully impacted or it was a clipping type incident. Wouldn't you want to know that if you could?
That would certainly affect the trajectory, yes.
And you would want to know, if you could, the body posture, whether the person was standing up straight or crouching.
If a collision occurred, yes.
Whether they were turning or standing straight or they had their arm out. That's helpful information, isn't it?
It can be, but when we're talking about how quickly this impact duration is, right? If you recall back to the PowerPoint, right, we're talking about a 10 millisecond window. So however the body is positioned at contact, that's how it's positioned. It's not going to be able to have any significant movement or change in orientation in that 10 millisecond window.
The position of the body can change the trajectory of the person who's hit, can it?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Positioning of the body, the way they're positioned, that can change the trajectory if they're hit, after they're hit, can it?
It can, yes.
Whether they're moving towards the vehicle or away from it could affect the trajectory, couldn't it?
If they have some relative velocity, yeah.
Trying to determine the point of impact when you're looking at a scene, it's important when you do trajectory studies to know where the point of impact is, isn't it?
If you're going to utilize studies that look at projection of pedestrians when you're contacted at the center of gravity and you get projected some distance, you can rely on those studies, but you have to have an understanding of where the point of impact is and where the point of rest is.
If you don't have the point of impact, if you don't know the point of impact, you don't know the exact body position, that creates variables in your studies, doesn't it?
Well, again, talking about those studies, they're not applicable when you are contacting, for instance, just a limb or you don't have a center of gravity hit. Those when you're talking about how far will a pedestrian get projected, if it's like a forward projection or what's known as like a wrap projection where the pedestrian wraps onto the hood and then becomes decoupled, those studies are applicable there. But when you're talking about where there's minimal overlap between the body and the center of gravity, then you can't utilize those studies.
So you would not want to know where the point of impact is?
In this particular case, no, I don't think it would be helpful.
You would not want to know the body position?
I don't think that it would be helpful in determining, because again, we have to start with, does the damage, is it consistent with a collision?
So you would not want to know the body position. That's what you're telling us. You don't want to know that.
Well, if the evidence indicates that the contact is inconsistent, then that's kind of where the reconstruction stops. You can't go to a point of impact and a point of rest if there was no contact.
So you don't want to know the body position.
Objection. Can you answer that?
I don't understand his question, Your Honor.
When you're doing studies, you don't want to know the body position?
Objection. Can you answer that, Dr. Wong?
Again, it depends on the type of
What
impact.
the
For
fuck is he
the alleged
doing?
contact in this case, you can't rely on those studies about impact location and point of rest. They're not applicable to
I was
this.
talking about studies. As far as data, information, you as the person doing tests, would you want to know the body positioning?
Objection. And this time we'll get an answer and that'll be it.
We got an answer every single time.
Can you answer that, Dr. Wong?
I feel like I've answered it the best I can, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
You don't like that question?
Objection. Sustained, please. Strike. Jurors
What a
disregard.
fucking asshole.
Okay. When you were doing these video demonstrations, was it important to be as accurate as possible?
Yes.
Data changes if information changes, right?
I'm not sure I understand your
That's
question.
a tough question. You want to be precise as you can in ultimately having a conclusion regarding data, don't you?
Yes.
Could I have PowerPoint page 12, please? Now look at force on the bottom The first letter F signifies force, correct?
Correct.
And the last two letters, MA, signifies mass, yes?
Correct.
That's a very important part of that equation, isn't it?
Yes.
If you change the mass, it can change the whole analysis, can't it?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Let me make it more simple. When you did these tests, you chose a arm from a hybrid 3 crash dummy, didn't you?
Yes.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Now, when you made that choice, you knew that John O'Keefe's arm, based on the statistics and his weight of being 216 pounds, you knew that his arm weight would be 11.8 pounds, didn't you?
Yes.
And you knew that he was 6'1" tall.
Yes.
When you decided to choose an arm in this case, you didn't choose the arm closest to his weight, did you?
It was representative enough, yes.
It was representative enough.
It was close enough, yes, sir.
Close enough. Wouldn't you want to get an arm most closely related to his actual weight?
I don't know that you can have custom-made ATDs.
You probably can't custom make them, but they have one that's 12 pounds. You know that, don't you?
Are you referring to the 95th percentile?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
So there's a 12-pound arm. Mr. O'Keefe's is 11.86 according to the statistics. You know that, right?
Yes.
You looked it up.
Yes.
You didn't tell us that on direct, though, did you?
I don't believe I was asked that.
No. Instead of choosing the 12-pound arm, which is 0.12 difference, you chose a much lesser weight, didn't you?
It was about 10 pounds, yes.
No, it wasn't about 10 pounds. It was less than 10 pounds. Let's be exact. You're a scientist. Let's be as precise as possible when we're talking about data. It was less than 10 pounds, wasn't it?
I think according to the spec sheet, I think it's 9.4 pounds total.
How about 9.38? You keep coming up a little bit. 9.38 pounds.
Sustain in that form.
May I approach?
Yes.
Hank is a fucking rat fuck.
Photograph. Is that a photograph of your materials in this case?
Yes.
And that photograph, it shows the arm that you used in your studies, doesn't it?
Correct.
And it shows that that arm weighs 9.38 pounds, doesn't it?
Oh my
Yes.
god.
That is less than the 11.86 pounds of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, yes?
Correct, yes.
You didn't put that photograph in your PowerPoint to make it clear to everybody you were using an arm that was a much lesser weight, were you?
Oh god.
No, I
God
didn't put that
forbid.
photograph.
Can I move this to evidence, please?
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
Of course, Commissioner, I'd like to show this to the jury.
You've been submitted, let Madam Court Reporter mark it.
Ooh, smoking gun, people. Smoking gun.
Yes, now you can.
Go home. Brennan has debunked the defense.
This is the arm that you used in all of your videos, right?
Correct, yes.
And you can see, could you zoom in, Ms. Gilman, on the weight? 9.38 pounds.
Yes.
There's a bigger difference between 9.38 and 11.86 than there is 12 and 11.86, isn't there?
Correct, yes.
So when you do the math, and have you done the math before on this? When you do the math, it's 26% difference, isn't it?
In terms of more force?
No, of mass, weight, 26% difference,
Okay.
right?
I'm going to trust you, yeah.
Well, do you have a calculator?
I do.
Can you do it?
Sure.
Okay. And before you do that, you took this from Mr. O'Keefe's 6'1". You used a crash test dummy that, what is the height on it?
Well, the ATD, I believe, is 5'7". The Rescue Randy, I think, is 6 feet tall.
We'll talk about the Rescue Randy later. We have questions about Randy. But let's talk about this. 5'9". You said 5'7". It's actually 5'9".
Sorry, 5'9", yes.
5'9". And it's 170 pounds?
171, I believe.
Mr.
Poor
O'Keefe's not
Randy.
170 pounds.
Get the bum wrap, dude.
No, not his whole body.
He wasn't 5'9".
Correct.
Okay. So when you do the math and you take the 9.38 pounds based on the 171-pound doll, and you look at the percentage, doesn't it come out to 5.48% total body weight?
Yes.
Okay. And so the difference, when you look at it, it's a 26.3% difference from his actual weight, isn't it?
Correct, yes.
And so I'm probably at the 6th grade level on this, but isn't it very basic?
True.
That the more something weighs, the slower something has to go to have damage. And if something weighs less, the other part that collides with the force has to go faster.
The force is going to be greater if the mass is greater.
So if you throw a 5-pound rock into a window, you can throw it slower to cause the same damage if you have a 2-pound rock.
No.
I don't know if I agree with that analogy.
Bad math.
That based on 26% difference, in order to actually be accurate, to be specific, to be scientific, you then have to adjust the speeds that you presented on the demonstrations, and you have to reduce the speed by 26%.
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that. You think that having a lighter arm, so what you're telling us is having a lighter arm will cause the exact same amount of damage to the taillight studies as a heavier arm. Is that what you're telling us?
Well, if you look at, for instance, the 29-mile-an-hour impact test, that's significantly more kinetic energy. So the momentum of a 6,000-pound vehicle moving at 24 miles an hour, 29 miles an hour, that's going to overcome whatever the mass is that it's hitting at that point.
You're sidestepping my question.
Objection. Sustained. Ask a question, Mr. Brennan. Just ask a question, no more.
My
comments.
question is, are you telling us that having a lighter arm does not impact the damage in these tests as opposed to using the heavier arm?
Certainly not in the field test, no.
And so you disagree that when you look at the weights of those arms,
He's smirking. I love it.
there's a 26.3% difference.
Look at him.
Yes.
You disagree.
No, I'm sorry, what was your question?
You agree there was a 26.3% difference in the arm weight that you used opposed to John O'Keefe.
Yes, the hybrid arm compared to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, yes.
And you are denying that there needs to be an adjustment to your calculation because the mass, MA, is different. You're denying that.
I think, again, if you're, and this is something Dr. Rentschler, I believe, will
No, I want
touch
to talk
on.
to you. I don't want to talk to Dr. Rentschler.
Well, because when you're addressing the forces for injury and the mechanisms for injury, right, you would account for the difference in the weight.
So you're saying that it makes no difference that you use an arm that was 26% lighter. Is that what you're saying to us?
No, I don't think it would have made a significant difference, especially if you look at, for instance, if you're looking at the 95th percentile hand and the 50th percentile hand, they both weigh 1.25 pounds. They're the exact same weight. There's about a pound more roughly in the forearm and a pound more distributed in the upper arm.
But that's not my question. It's not whether it's significant. Are you saying, under oath right now, that a 26.3% difference had no impact on the calculations in that study? It would have no impact at all?
The calculations, yes, but in terms of the damage, no, I don't think that 1 pound difference, when we're talking about something that's 6,000 pounds, striking something that's, quite frankly, whether it's 9.4 or it's 11 something, it's not, you're not going to get a difference in the damage.
So why not just have a 3-pound arm up there?
Well, I think that's unreasonable, sir.
What's that?
I think that's unreasonable.
What's the difference? It's a 6,000-pound car, according to you. What's the difference between 26% and 40%?
Well, I don't even know that I agree with your percentage because, again, you're accounting for the whole part of the arm that goes up to here, which we did not strike that part.
It's, how much lighter, 2 pounds, and what, how many ounces?
Sorry, what was your question?
How much lighter is it, the arm that you used?
In terms of a percentage?
No, in terms of weight. The weight. 9.38.
Right.
And Mr. O'Keefe, 11.86, right?
About 2.48.
And you're saying that makes no difference? None.
Not in the observed damage at those speeds, no.
Yes.
Why didn't you use a 5-pound arm, sir?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Why didn't you use a 5-pound arm?
Again, I don't know that they make a 5-pound ATD arm.
You didn't tell us when you did these studies, you didn't disclose in your PowerPoint that you used an arm that was much lighter than Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you?
I don't know that it was, I didn't give the weight in the presentation, no.
Let's
He's laughing
take a
on the
look
inside,
at some of your
guys.
testing. The first one was at 10 miles per hour, test A. You remember that test, right?
Yes.
Now, 10 miles per hour, if you had taken 26% off, would you agree it would change the actual speed from 10 miles per hour to 7.67 miles per hour? If you did out the math, if you did it specifically, accurately, precisely, would you agree, using the wrong arm, you make the deductions in the calculations, that that 10 mile per hour test would actually be 7.67 miles per hour? Would you agree with that?
We don't allow that.
No.
No, because again,
No way.
the arm is going to get accelerated up to that speed.
Exactly,
So
of the car.
the speed would still, that mass would still be accelerated up to 10 miles per hour.
Yes, thank you.
Same
You're
thing in
right.
the vehicle testing. It's going to be, given that weight difference, it's going to be accelerated up to that speed.
You
Now,
fucking idiot, Hank.
can we see the video of test A, please? Now, this is your study, 10 miles per hour, you claim, with a arm that is 9.38 pounds, correct?
Correct.
Mr. O'Keefe, 11.86 pounds, yes?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now, this light on the end of this, you're trying to replicate the light on the back of a Lexus?
Correct.
If a Lexus at 6,000 pounds hits a person, the Lexus isn't stopping automatically, is it?
No, it would move at a common velocity with the arm.
It would continue to push forward through the arm, yes?
It may, yes.
And the arm can push into the light before the body turns, yes?
I don't know that I agree with that, no.
If the light on the Lexus, not at this speed, but if the light on a Lexus was broken or breaks and it hits the arm, it's not going to bounce off the arm, it's going to push through, isn't it?
It's going to move at a common velocity with the arm.
And that will move not only the arm, it will move the person's body, won't it?
It may, yes.
It may push the body, it may throw the body.
I don't know about throw.
And the light, if broken, will continue to press against the arm until there's separation. Isn't that fair to say?
It could, in some instances, again, it could bounce.
It could, because it's not always the same. It's a dynamic process, isn't it?
It is dynamic, yes.
You could do the test many times and get very different results, couldn't you?
I don't know that I agree with that.
Would you get the same result every time?
I think you would certainly get similar results.
Every time?
If you had the exact same impact location and speeds, yes.
Well, that's my point. What if the impact location moved a little bit? Could it change?
Well, is Dr. Welcher changing? I don't know if, again, I was relying on what he provided
This
in
isn't
his
on
report.
Dr. Welcher. I'm asking you. No, it's not.
Okay, so. Juries,
Oh,
just
shut
had
up,
that
Hank.
exchange between
You're a
Chris and
fucking pussy, dude.
If the
What the
body
fuck?
position change, you may get a
No,
different
it's not,
result.
Mom.
Isn't that fair
No.
to say?
I was going after what Dr. Welcher had represented in his report and analysis. So we did testing to analyze his orientation that he had demonstrated in his report.
You don't like that question either?
Sustained.
If
Hank, you
the
tough guy.
body position changed, it could change the result. True?
I don't know what you mean by body position.
There you go, buddy. Trip him up.
Do you mean the whole body, the arm? What part of the body?
Okay, let's start with the arm. If the arm position changes,
Here we go.
it could change
Oh, my
the
word.
result, couldn't it?
Well, I'm not aware of any other orientation that Dr. Welcher provided in his analysis report as to alternative orientations.
If the arm position changed, could it change the result?
I don't agree.
Yes, I mean, I presume if you don't have your arm on the taillight, then yes, you'll probably get a different result.
What if it's bent in a different way? Could that change the result?
Again, I haven't reviewed anything that indicates that there was a different orientation that Dr. Welcher suggested.
You're a scientist, right? You can think. I'm asking you. Just a general question. Over here. If you bend the
Over
arm,
here, listen to him.
would it change the result?
He's laughing. He's laughing at him.
It could.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
When a pedestrian is struck, they are not held stationary on a harness, are they?
No.
In this case, the crash test dummy is on a harness,
Yes, he's supported.
strapped
Yes.
by its hips or pelvis.
Yes.
That's not real life. That's not how a pedestrian is usually when they're hit, right? They're not strapped to a harness, are they?
No, and again, the purpose of this test was to evaluate the arm. We're not looking at the whole body here with this test.
And when we talk about injuries, part of injuries is not just the impact, it's the drag, in this case, from the car, isn't it?
It could be, yes.
But when you put the dummy on a harness, restricting or restraining its movement, it is not going to replicate hitting somebody and their movement, including the drag, is it?
I don't know that I agree with that, because it will replicate, again, when we're talking about that impact pulse of 10 milliseconds, it will replicate that. And that's ultimately what we're after, is what's happening in that 10 millisecond window in terms of the contact and the damage and the acceleration.
I know that's what you're after. What I'm asking you is when you end it, when the light stops, unlike a Lexus, and the dummy is stationary, unlike a person, it affects the aftermath, the drag and the push after, doesn't it?
Yes, the kinematics would be different, likely, if it's not restrained like that.
In real life, the pedestrian usually is not restrained, are they?
Correct.
In real life, a 6,000-pound Lexus, upon contact with an arm, doesn't usually stop on a dime, does it?
No.
Could I have the photo from test A, please? And so there is no break, but there is a crack in this light that was a result of this experiment where this light hits that restrained dummy, yes?
Yes.
And this is at 10 miles per hour in your world and 7.67 if you take off the 26% weight.
Sustained us to that form.
We can move to test B, please. Now this test B, a similar test, it has the same limitations, doesn't it? This dummy is restrained at the pelvis.
Yes.
Could you show the video, please? There's two videos. We can see the first one. And was the dummy restrained by its head as well?
Yes.
Was its arm restrained in any way?
It was tethered, but it was free to move.
This test you have is 17 miles per hour with the arm that's 9.38 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe, 11.86 pound arm. If you consider that 26% difference, wouldn't it be fair to say that this test, rather than replicate 17 miles per hour, would actually replicate 12.6 miles per hour?
No, can you answer that?
Not the way it's phrased, no.
And so looking at this test, test B, which you say is 17 miles per hour, can you do a calculation for the 26% difference, or is that something that you don't think is fair?
I don't think that'd be a fair way to characterize it. Again, if no matter what the mass is there, if you're accelerating it, if you're impacting at 17, that arm is going to move at 17.
Well, not just the movement, the damage. If this arm was 5 pounds, do you think the test would have the same exact result?
If it's 5 pounds?
Yes.
Probably would be less damage.
It'd be less damage. So to get this amount of damage, you would have to increase the weight, right?
Sorry, what was your question?
To get this amount of damage, you couldn't use a 5-pound arm. There'd be less damage with a 5-pound arm.
Correct.
Right, because the less weight you use, the less damage at that speed. That's
Correct.
basically how it works.
Correct.
Yeah, Hank, you just answered your own fucking question, pal.
So, in this test, if we could run that back again, you have a restrained dummy at the hips and the head. There's no follow-through of the light or the body that's attached to that arm, correct? And at this speed, you can see the shards of taillight. You can see them move, can't you?
When you say move, you mean just
Not stationary.
Yeah, I mean, they're moving from the taillight as they break.
Detached from the taillight.
Correct, they're
And
broken.
that could create a debris field, yes?
Yes.
And you can see them floating in the air, some of them actually floating and then touching the sweater. Do you see that?
Possibly. Some of it might be, again, some of that polyurethane foam.
Yeah, some might be. And why don't we play it again so we can see clearly? Some might be taillight shards too, right? That black object spinning, that's not poly foam, is it?
No, it would not be.
That'd be taillight shard, right?
Correct.
And so even at this speed, you can see in this type of collision, there is significant, bless you, significant amount of taillight shards that are broken from the taillight and spewed into the air, yes?
Well, I think on the one of the slides I had, I think I showed the fragments that were left. And from what I recall, I think there was 4 pieces from the taillight, from the lens.
If you could put that back a little so Dr. Wolf can see it again, to the point of the collision. Even at this speed, go ahead. Stop. You can see pieces, large, small, medium, maybe even microscopic, are now breaking off from that taillight and being littered into the air, aren't they?
Yes, there are pieces coming off.
If we can go to test C, please. Now, in test C, you actually use only an arm. Isn't that fair to say?
Correct.
You don't use a body or a crash test dummy.
No.
You don't, in fact, this is not the 12-pound arm either. This is the 9.38-pound arm.
Correct.
And when you do this test, you have the arm. It's basically just an object suspended in the air, isn't it?
Yes.
And you said, I think on direct examination, I think you said that this is the same as if it was on the dummy. Is that your testimony?
Well, in terms of, again, the amount of weight that would be interacting with the taillight, whether it's attached to the dummy or not, what's in direct contact is going to be the same.
Well, the fact that it's just floating up in the sky like that, it's very different than if it was attached to a person or a dummy, isn't it?
In terms of how it moves immediately after the impact, yes.
Not just how it moves, as far as the impact. Isn't it different?
I don't know that I agree with that.
Okay. Well, wouldn't you say that in addition to the arm, if you had another 200 plus pounds being held down by gravity, that would affect the force that's acting on the arm?
Well, the arm, again, is going to be accelerated, but the center of mass of the body's not going to see that acceleration.
Have you testified before in this case about the importance of the full body and gravity?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Have you testified before in this case about the effect of gravity and the full force of a body as opposed to just an arm?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember whether you thought it important on a previous time you testified that there was significance to the arm would be attached to a 200+ pound body, and there was the issue of gravity that would affect force.
From what I recall, I think that had to deal with whether or not the pedestrian would be projected based upon an interaction with the arm or a full-on center of gravity hit, right? When we're only hitting the arm, we're not hitting the CG of the body.
You did test B, and you claim it was at 17 miles per hour, test B.
Correct.
And we saw the damage. This is at 15 miles per hour, test C. Could you play this, please? It might be a delay, so you could fast forward a little bit, please. How many times do you think that arm spun around?
I don't know.
That's not what would happen to a person who got hit. Their arm wouldn't spin through their body like that, would it?
Correct.
Their
It would
arm
not.
wouldn't spin that many times.
No.
There'd be the pull of their body weight, yes?
I'm sorry, what was your
There'd
question?
be the pull of their body weight,
The body weight, yeah, would affect the movement afterwards, yes.
gravity, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. And so there's a reason why you do this test at 15 miles per hour. Is there a photo related to this, to the damage to the taillight? There is a reason why at 15 miles per hour the damage is much different than the other tests at 17 miles per hour, isn't there?
Correct.
Right, because at 17 miles per hour you have a dummy that is strapped by a harness in its pelvis, and when it's hitting the arm, it's affecting it much differently than just a arm floating in air. Yes?
No, I don't agree with that. The primary reason there's a difference in the damage is because of the amount of the arm that's outstretched and interacting with the taillights. There's a difference in those two tests.
And so the body and the weight of the body, you're saying, has nothing to do with the amount of damage.
Not in these tests, no.
So when somebody gets hit, does the body weight have anything to do with the damage? Not just the area that gets hit. Does the body weight affect it at all?
Not in terms of the impact, like the rest of the body, it's not going to matter if, for instance, only my hand, like in that last test we just saw, it was the hand and the wrist, how much my stomach weighs, my head weighs, is not going to affect the damage to that taillight in that interaction.
And by the way, this test, you said 15 miles per hour. If you consider the 26%, you're only at 11.1 miles per hour. Is that the right math?
Again, I don't agree with that, because if you look at the data and you integrate the acceleration data to get the speed, right, that we saw in those plots, the hand basically gets up to, I think it was 14 or 15 miles an hour. It reaches that common velocity of the vehicle.
Let's go to test F. On test F, you placed the dummy more behind the vehicle, didn't you?
Correct.
And when you test it, you put it more behind the vehicle. This is more of a full impact than it is a clipping, isn't it?
Certainly, yes.
And when you put this dummy behind the car, this was not a legitimate crash test dummy. It was a different type of dummy, wasn't it?
Yes, it's called a Rescue Randy.
A Rescue Randy. And that is not typically the type of dummy that you're going to use for crash tests, is it?
I wouldn't agree with that.
And when you did the Rescue Randy in crash test F, did you use the 12-pound arm, or did you stick with the 9.38?
The hybrid arm wasn't attached to the Rescue Randy.
The hybrid arm was not. Is that what you said, or it was?
It was not. No, not in the full impact test.
Okay, so what was the weight of the arm on the Rescue Randy?
I don't know specifically the weight of the arm. I know that the total mass of the Rescue Randy was 200 pounds.
Isn't the weight of the arm important when you're talking about impact with the arm?
I don't think relative to the rest of the mass of the body.
So now the mass of the body counts, but before it didn't.
Objection. Sustained enough.
Okay. If we can see in test F, we have some photographs. Start with the first one, if you could widen that, please. Now, this is a direct hit.
Correct.
Is this simply a photo or a video? Could we go to the next one, please? So the Rescue Randy's placed much further in the car than the other type of tests that would be more similar to a clip, yes?
Correct.
Next photo, please. And that is the result of the impact?
Correct.
Do you see the debris field?
Yes.
Is it near Rescue Randy?
Some of it is, yes.
Yeah, it's spread out a little bit, yes?
That's fair, yes.
But it's not right on his body. It's a distance from his body, yes?
There may be some, I can't tell from this photo, there may be some around his body, but yes, there's also debris close to the Lexus as well.
And could we, and this is the demonstration where you didn't turn on the videotape, so we don't have a videotape?
Correct, we had the false start, yep.
What's that?
We had the false start.
The false start. Is there another picture after this? Those clothes. Are there holes or tears in the clothes?
Yes, there's damage that's consistent with road rash when clothing or a body makes contact with the pavement and is grinding into the pavement.
Pavement's hard. Right?
Yes.
How about frozen ground, frozen dirt?
Is that hard?
Yeah.
I suppose it can be.
Well, do you have any doubt whether frozen ground in the Northeast in the winter is hard as a rock?
I haven't done any analysis to assess that.
And so seeing holes in those clothes is what you would expect after Randy hits that hard ground, right?
Are you talking about frozen grass or paved?
I'm talking about Randy right now. These holes in the clothes are what you would expect after Randy hits the hard ground, correct?
Objection. I'm going to allow that. Is that what you'd expect? All right, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Hank is just getting away with fucking murder up here. So road rash concrete would fucking do that. You fucking pavement would do that. What? The jury sees right through this sham. Right through. Yeah, poor Randy. He's getting talked about like in the third person and shit. Not cool. Randy's like one of the most likable guys in the court. Goodness gracious. This guy is just out there.
So holes in the clothes is what you would expect
checked out completely.
after Randy hits the ground, yes?
If there is prolonged sliding contact with the asphalt, certainly you could expect to see tearing, large holes, material fraying, and even transfer of pavement material onto the clothing.
You've done no studies on hard ground like a front yard, have you?
In terms of a pedestrian sliding on the grass?
In clothing tears, yes.
No, sir.
And if you could go back one slide. You see the debris field is near but not on Randy? Can you tell if there's any small pieces or microscopic pieces on or in Randy's clothes in the study? Did you look?
No.
If I could go to test E, please. Test E, you cite as having a speed of 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And that's with a arm that is 9.38 pounds. Yes?
Correct.
And to remind you, Mr. O'Keefe's arm would be about 11.86 pounds. Yes?
Correct.
If you would reduce 26%, you'd be at 17.8 miles per hour, wouldn't you?
Are you doing the math, Dr. Wolf?
I don't agree with his characterization, Your
Okay,
Honor.
next question.
I understand you don't agree, but if you took 26% off the
Yeah,
24
Beth's out
miles
of it.
per hour, you would come up
She's
with
out of it. Look at her.
17.8 miles per hour, wouldn't you?
He wants out of it so.
I'm going to allow that.
That's what the calculation would yield.
Okay.
She is an evil woman. Look at her.
On test E, there are some differences between your test and what would happen in real life. For example, there is a harness, correct?
Correct.
And the harness prevents the dummy from being thrown naturally.
Correct.
The harness affects your ability or one's ability to see the study and see what the trajectory would be after impact, correct?
Well, that wasn't the purpose of the study, to assess the trajectory, sir.
I understand. I'm not trying to criticize, but it affects the ability to see the trajectory when the dummy's on a harness, doesn't it?
Yes.
Could we put up the first video on this, please? A photo 115, if we can start with. If you could stop it right there. And you can see the feet aren't as firmly planted on the ground as a person would be in most circumstances because of that harness, yes?
Correct.
And that affects gravity, doesn't it?
Affects gravity?
Well, when the car hits, the gravity, the weight of the dummy is less because it's held up by a harness, isn't it?
Right. So gravity really is, again, is suspended at this point, just above the ground.
The arm that's extended, is there a glass in that hand?
No, there's not more weight in the hand.
So there's no object in the hand in any of these tests?
No, because ultimately what would happen is, because of the accelerometer being mounted on the palm of the hand, if you had a glass there, it would interfere with those measurements.
I understand why you didn't do it, but would you say it's fair to say that if a glass was in the dummy's hand on these tests, it could affect or change the damage?
Well, if you add another, I think that the drinking glass we utilized for the testing last year, I think was 0.7 pounds. So if you add another 0.7 or pound to the hand, that hand contacts the liftgate taillight, you certainly could see damage to that taillight, which we certainly didn't see on the subject vehicle.
So weight does kind of matter, right?
It can, yes.
Not just 0.7 pounds, the 2.5 pounds can matter too. Weight matters.
Yes.
Because that's kind of what we were talking about for the last half hour. Weight matters in these tests, doesn't it?
Correct, but you can't look at this in isolation, just between damage, and you can't separate it from the injuries, right? What's going to happen to the body in terms of the injuries in a 24-mile-an-hour impact?
Does weight matter?
In terms of the force?
And so we see this dummy with the arm stretched out, correct?
Correct.
Okay, can we bring this back? Stop right there. This isn't approved crash test dummy, is it?
The Rescue Randy portion, no.
No.
It's not instrumented like a hybrid.
Is the arm the hybrid 3?
Yes, the arm is the hybrid 3.
So you took, in test F, you didn't put the hybrid 3 on the Randy, but in this one you did?
No, because you risk, these AT devices can range from $100,000 to $150,000, and you run the risk of destroying that equipment in a test like that.
So in test F, did you put the hybrid on the Randy, or did you keep Randy's original arm?
It's just the Rescue Randy in the last test.
On F?
Correct.
This one, you have the hybrid arm on Randy.
Correct.
So you're switching up between tests, what pieces you're using, aren't you?
I would say adding, but...
Well, adding and subtracting. It doesn't have two arms. There's one off, one on. One's Randy and one's hybrid. So you're switching.
Yes.
Different result.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay.
Are you trying to say a different result between test F and this test? Because they're not the same test.
Oh, I understand. I understand. If we can have this come back a little bit more. Okay, and let it run. Stop. You can see the shattered taillight moving, and most of it's moving in the same direction, isn't it?
Yes.
And that's what creates a debris field after a collision, doesn't it?
Yes, I mean, components will break off and fall to the ground, yes.
Now, since Randy is on a harness, he's not going to be thrown the same way as it would happen in real life, is he?
Correct, and that wasn't the purpose of this
I
test, sir.
understand. When you chose 24 miles per hour without the 26% deduction, which would make it 17.8 miles per hour, when you chose 24 miles per hour, it's because you had looked at the text stream data that had been taken from the defendant's Lexus, right?
Correct.
And when you looked at that data, you understood that during that event, 10 seconds of data is captured, yes?
Yes.
But that doesn't define the whole event, does it?
That only encompasses what was recorded.
And you said you chose 24 miles per hour because that was about the speed at the end of that 10 seconds.
Correct.
You do realize at the end of that 10 seconds, the car, the defendant's Lexus, was going faster. It was still accelerating, don't you?
Objection. I'm going to allow it.
From what I recall, the last data point, I believe the throttle was still at around 74%.
Well, ARCA specializes in text stream data, don't they?
Yes.
Okay. So you are looking at that, you would agree that at the end of the 10 seconds, the defendant's Lexus was increasing in speed.
Well, we don't know, again, beyond that data point, what the data is.
At the end of that 10 seconds, the car was going up, not down, in speed, yes?
Correct.
And you can't tell how much longer that car traveled for after that 10 seconds, can you?
Correct, we don't know.
So when you chose the 24 miles per hour, it was just based on a data point. It wasn't based on you believing that there was an impact at a certain speed, was it?
No, and the triggering event itself it's not a collision by definition, and nowhere in that data can you parse out whether or not any contact even occurred.
We know that.
Okay.
The point is, you can't tell how fast the vehicle was going if it was in a collision from that data, can you?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
If that vehicle was in a collision, you wouldn't be able to tell from that data what the speed was at the time of the collision.
If contact allegedly occurred at some point in that data set, no, you would not be able to pick a row in that data and say, this is where the collision occurred.
Or after that data set, you would have no idea.
Outside of the data?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And so when you look at this experiment that you did, if you were to add, you said 24 miles per hour, but that's not considering the 26%. If you were to add 7 more miles per hour to this collision, would you expect more damage to that right taillight?
Potentially, yes, but you're certainly getting into the realm of injury at that point.
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking you a simple question about damage. If you were to add 7 miles per hour onto this test here, would you expect more damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes.
Okay, can you finish the video? Okay, now I want to ask you some questions. You can stop there. I want to ask you some questions. Can you bring it back to right before the collision, please? Speed changes the result of this, doesn't it?
In terms of the impact speed?
Yes, the impact speed can change the result of this, of the damage to the right rear taillight, can it?
Correct.
And the angle of the arm can change the damage to that right rear taillight, can't it?
It can, yes.
Did you take any pictures of the debris field after the impact and damage in this test E? Did you take any photographs of the debris field?
I believe so, yes.
Was it included in your materials that you provided us?
It should have been in all of the test materials that was provided, yes.
Was the debris field within a certain range? Was it within a certain circle, 10, 20, 30 feet?
That sounds about right.
And so a debris field, although it might scatter, it almost forms kind of a ring, doesn't it?
It can, yes.
And it can form that ring away from where the body lands, can't it?
It can, yes.
And in this test, which you say is 24 miles per hour, without the reduction to 17.8 miles per hour, in this test, upon impact, there is a number of pieces of taillight that shatter, isn't there?
Yes.
Did you count how many?
About 19 pieces.
19 pieces. Could you move forward just a little bit? And when they break and scatter, some of them go up, some go down. Stop, please. Yes?
Correct, yes.
Some of them come in contact with Randy's arm. Yes?
Correct.
Now, Randy being on a harness, it's not like real life when the Lexus goes by, could continue to push him with it, right? He can't go with the car or the Lexus because he's on a harness. Yes?
Correct. He's not going to move from that position.
If you can move forward, do you see Randy's feet?
Yes.
See the right foot?
Yes.
It's twisting, right?
Correct.
Turning. Stop. Could you show the photo of the sneaker, please? When you were reaching your conclusions that you offered to the jury today, did you consider this photograph?
No.
Did you know that this sneaker was up against a curb in the area?
Yes.
And you didn't consider this at all?
Wasn't a part of my analysis.
Okay. You can go back to the video. You see the spin and rotation on the foot?
Yes.
Can you keep going? And the turn of the sneaker?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to go back, Ms. Gilman, please, to the point of impact. In your studies, you would agree there can be a clip of a pedestrian that causes significant damage to a taillight where the pedestrian incurs no lower body injuries whatsoever. That can happen, can it?
Well, I don't know that I would describe this as a clip to the arm. This is a full-on impact to the arm, so it's not a clip. Again, you saw at the 15 miles per hour. I think that's more analogous to a clip or a side swipe where the arm just kind of gets brushed out of the way. This, I would say, is a full-on impact to the arm.
Okay. To use your words, in a full-on impact like this, a pedestrian could be involved in a full-on impact causing that amount of damage to the taillight that's reflected in this video, but suffer no lower body injuries. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't address injuries, sir.
Well, let's play it forward. Do we ever see Randy's knees hit the car? Hips? Ribs?
I see the foot getting run over, but I don't think there was contact with the legs, no.
Would you agree that a pedestrian could be in this type of collision and suffer no lower body injuries based on your presentation here?
Sir, I don't address injuries. Biomechanics is not my area of specialty.
You said it's common in vehicle pedestrian collisions that there's some type of bumper displacement. You
Correct.
said that?
Yes.
Okay, bring it back to the beginning, please. Stop. Any bumper displacement in this collision?
In this specific test, no.
You said that on direct, you would expect that there would be some panel deformation. What does that mean?
So if for instance, let's say the hand is not contacting the taillight or a portion of it is contacting the lift gate, you could see deformation to that body paneling.
You said that you would expect to see, not that you could. What you said on direct is you would expect to see panel deformation.
Yes.
And you said in this case there was none, right? Talking about the defendant's Lexus, you said, I would expect to see panel deformation, and in this case, the defendant's Lexus, there was none. That's what you told us on direct.
Correct.
Let's watch let's watch your video. Play it ahead. Is there any panel deformation, stop, in this?
No, sir.
Okay. So when you said on direct examination, relative to the defendant's Lexus, you would expect panel deformation, there was none. There are examples, one that you gave us yourself, where there is a collision causing this amount of damage to a taillight where there's no panel deformation.
I'm going to allow it.
Right?
If I recall, I think you're referring to my prior testimony in another proceeding where I had not conducted this testing yet. So ultimately, that's part of the reason why this testing was conducted, to evaluate that.
Good job.
In this case, the damage to the right rear taillight, there's no panel deformation there, is there?
Correct, there's not.
When somebody is wearing a hat and they're involved in a collision similar to this, can their hat fall off?
Potentially.
Did you look at photos? Was there a photo of the hat, Ms. Gilman?
You're still wasting time to 3:45.
Before you came to your opinions and conclusions, did you look at this photo and see a hat on the grass?
I did review this, yes.
And did you give any consideration when you did your tests to whether the hat would come off Randy or any crash test dummy when you hit it at that speed?
No, that wasn't a part of my evaluation.
Could I have photo 77, please? What's that, sir?
So I don't know if you'll be able to see it in the photograph, but there was some material transfer from the jeans that the rescue Randy was wearing.
And so as a result of that impact, there was scuffing from Randy's jeans onto this exemplar Lexus.
There was scuffing, yes.
Did you look at the defendant's photos of the defendant's Lexus to see
Yes.
if there was
Sorry.
It's okay. To see if there was any scuffing in a very similar area?
I don't recall it being at that portion of the vehicle close to the rear wheel.
Where did you see the scuffing on the defendant's Lexus?
I think there was some scrapes along the wraparound section of the bumper cover.
The bottom part?
Correct.
It's not claimed that's attributed to the collision, so I don't want you to consider that. But did you see other scuffs a little higher up on the Lexus?
I did, but I don't know that those could certainly just be normal wear and tear to the vehicle.
Was that normal wear and tear?
This, no, because we observed it in the test.
Could I have photo 153, please? Now, this is a photo without the hatch back up. This is just the lighting fixture, right?
Correct.
And could you close up in on that? And you would agree if you went 7 miles per hour faster, it would cause more damage to that, wouldn't it?
Yes.
When the taillight is shattered and it spreads through the air, does it have the potential to impale a person, for example, on their nose?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
In your test, you saw that upon collision, there was a scattering of taillight that broke from the fixture, correct?
Correct.
Would those shards, as they float or fly through the air, would they have the ability to impale a person on their face or even their nose?
I think that would be unlikely.
And finally, we've discussed, you now would agree with me that weight does matter, doesn't it?
It can if it's significant, yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Jackson. Yes.
Yeah, surprised too. They didn't stop between 3:45.
Can we,
Yeah.
Dr. Wolf, go back to your power? Do you have your PowerPoint
Yes.
set up?
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
You have that ready?
Yes.
Can you go forward, and I don't have them memorized, so bear with me. Can you go forward to test E? And I'm going to ask you a couple of quick questions.
Okay.
Okay, if you could scroll through, keep going, if you'd please, to the next slide, the next. Can you, is this a video or is this a still photograph?
It is a video.
Is this at full speed or is this slow?
This is full speed.
Okay, can you go to the next slide? Okay, go back one. This is a test at what speed?
This is the Lexus moving in reverse, contacting at 24 miles an hour.
All right. Let's go ahead and play this at full speed if we could. Dr. Wolf, can you, that's awfully fast. Can you get to a point where you're moving frame by frame just at the point of contact?
Am I able to display my screen without doing the... I'm trying to see how I can get this to work.
If you could just move forward frame by frame rather than...
I don't know that I can in the... Oh, I missed it.
Okay. It may be more difficult than we thought. Let me ask you a couple of questions based on that. Did you review that video in slow motion as well as at full speed?
Yes, from a frame-by-frame perspective.
And in terms of a couple of different questions about that particular test, when there's impact with that right arm, what's the speed that the arm gets to upon impact?
In test E?
Right. If the car's going 24 miles an hour, what's the expected speed of the arm?
So the hand got up to a little over 24, the arm got a little over 21 miles per hour.
The debris that comes off of the taillight, the fragments, what speed would they be going at the point of impact when they crack and are released from the taillight?
at the impact speed or less.
In order to penetrate the sweatshirt and cut the arm across, would the shards have to be going faster or slower than the arm?
They would have to be going faster. If they're moving at a common velocity with the arm relative to it, they would somehow have to accelerate with more speed to catch up and go beyond the arm, essentially.
Is that physically possible?
No.
I also want to ask you about do you have in your PowerPoint the photographs of the sweatshirt at the what you call the full-on impact, test F as in Foxtrot?
I don't have any of those in the PowerPoint.
Okay. The photo that you were shown, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to show the same photograph that she showed earlier of the subsequent to test F as in Foxtrot with the holes in the sleeve.
If she can.
If she can.
Can you do that, Ms. Gilman?
Very kind.
Thank you.
Dr. Wolf, you're shown just the left arm underneath the, whatever you call the dummy, Randy, right?
Yes.
Did Mr. Brennan show you the rest of the sweatshirt?
No.
What did the rest of the sweatshirt look like after this full-on impact when he was launched on the asphalt?
Mangled. So there was not only significant road rash to the clothing all over the torso section, the left arm, the right arm. There was holes in many different locations of various sizes. There was also just on the skin of the dummy, there was road rash on the face had been scraped. The torso had been scraped. So there was significant body damage to the torso as well.
Taking just the sweatshirt, separating that out, what about the bodice of the sweatshirt, the front of the sweatshirt? Were there holes and frays and damage to the front?
It was covered in all of those, yes.
What about the back of the sweatshirt? Did that also have damage?
I don't believe the back, because I think he fell onto his stomach.
What about the other arm?
Yes, both arms did.
Were the holes and frays larger than the holes, the puncture holes that you saw on John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
Certainly larger and again spread out amongst the entirety of the sweatshirt, at least on the front side.
Was the damage to the sweatshirt that you saw in this experiment consistent with the damage or defects that you saw in just the right arm, those 9 puncture holes on the right arm of the sweatshirt of John O'Keefe?
No, this is distinctly road rash. There's a clear distinction between the two.
Looking at this particular set of defects in the arm, is that misleading in terms of its comparison to John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
Sustain.
Of course.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to approach very briefly on an issue we discussed earlier.
That's it, AJ. Take up the time now, baby.
Yep. All done for the day.
Yeah. Yep. They already took the press passes away from everybody.
Yeah.
So.
They gotta do some hard thinking at that bench today, my friend.
Yeah, Paul hasn't lifted his head up all day, man. He's been down and out.
They gotta come to Jesus moment coming to all them people sitting in them benches right there.
I think you're right, dude. I think Hank is literally just trying to explain to them, Mrs. O'Keefe, what he's trying to do, because no one else is buying the bullshit. And they'll go back in their bubble, their vacuum, and just stay there and believe what they heard today or whatever they took away from it today. I don't know, man. I can't get
the only thing to take away from today is this is a joke.
Yeah.
Really, it's the only thing you take away.
Yep. Now you get in the civil suit. If the insurance companies that represent Karen just use ARCA again,
Yep.
they're gonna win. Think about it. If they get called in the civil case, use Arabella.
They got nothing to use during this case. They can't use nothing here, right?
Right. So they're trying to back them.
Man.
They just call up ARCA and say, "Hey, we want you for a civil case." The insurance companies, they're fucking. The Chiefs are fucked 6 ways to Sunday. They lose every single round here. The only thing they could have done was jump on the defense side and say, "We're with you. Let's go."
You were asked on cross-examination about some of the work that ARCA does on behalf of private lawyers, even insurance companies, correct?
Correct.
You were not hired by an insurance company. That's not who hired you on behalf of Ms. Reed or anything like that in the initial hire, correct?
Correct. It was not an insurance company.
Thank you.
Yep.
A couple of more questions, if it's okay with the court, Your Honor, before we break.
Okay.
Thank you. You were asked several questions about the glass and whether or not the glass weighed in on your analysis of the damage to the rear tail light, correct?
Correct.
Did you consider that the glass on the rear bumper did not match the cocktail glass that was found close to John O'Keefe's body? Or were you aware of that?
I don't think initially I was aware that there was a difference between the glass cup that was found and the glass on the bumper.
You were asked a lot of questions about the difference in the weight of the arm, and I'm going by memory, 11.8 pounds statistically as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe versus 9.4 pounds. Have I got that right?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that anybody has ever measured the weight of just John O'Keefe's right arm?
I'm not aware of that, no.
When you were asked questions about whether or not his arm weighed 11.8 pounds, are you ever aware of anybody ever weighing just his arm?
No.
What is that based on? 11.8, where'd that come from?
I don't know.
Mr. Brennan mentioned the word statistic. Based on the statistics, his arm would weigh that much. Height, weight, etc.
Correct.
Does the statistic determine the actual weight of an arm?
No, not conclusive of what Mr. O'Keefe's arm weighed, no.
As you sit here, do you know whether his arm, John O'Keefe's right arm, if weighed by itself accurately, because pounds and apparently half pounds matter, if it weighed 11.8 pounds or if it weighed 9.4 pounds? Do you know?
I don't know, no.
Do you believe that your testing, the totality of your testing, was dependent upon those 2.5 pounds based on the weight of the hybrid 3, or at least the arm of hybrid 3, and the statistic of 11.8 pounds?
Sustained.
In what way does that differentiation of 2.5 pounds or approximately 2.5 pounds, in what way does that make a difference in terms of your testing?
It doesn't, and that's part of the reason why we increase the speeds to almost 30 miles an hour to look at, again, when you're bringing that much more kinetic energy from the vehicle, that's going to overcome any mass that arm has. If it, like I said, if it's a pound difference, 2 pound difference, the momentum of that vehicle moving at 30 miles an hour versus 24 miles an hour, again, kinetic energy is equal to 1/2 times the mass times the velocity squared. So even if you go up a few miles per hour, you're exponentially increasing that amount of kinetic energy from the vehicle.
You were also asked a series of questions about reducing the speed of the
Bobby,
testing by a certain
I gotta fly and my dogs are outside, okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Did that make
Okay,
any
tomorrow
sense?
show.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Staying in there.
All right, pal.
Yeah, bud.
All right, chat. Talk to you guys later.
If you can tell us. Well, let me ask it this way. Is the speed of the testing vehicle tethered in some way to the difference of that 2.5 pounds that Mr. Brennan was asking you about?
No, and again, as you saw throughout the PowerPoint, when that vehicle is coming in at 24 miles an hour, 29 miles an hour, at those speeds, that arm, when it makes contact, is going to get accelerated up to that velocity. It's just going to reach that common velocity. It's not going to, you're not going to somehow affect the vehicle speed due to that, the fact that the arm weighing 10 pounds roughly, and you've got 6,000 pounds. It's not going to somehow scrub off speed of the vehicle.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this point, I would be going through a couple of photographs and videos that might be a good place to.
Okay, yeah, I understand this at any time. So we'll start today. Dr. Wolf, you have to come out in a minute. All right, jurors, one question I have for you. So I know a long time ago we told you that Thursday would be a half a day. I'm told that we're nearing the end of this case, so I'd like you to think about whether you're able to stay all day next Thursday. Think about it over the weekend. If you've made appointments or anything like that, I'm not asking you. But think about it, and on Monday, if you think it'll be Tony or Paul, whoever's with you Monday, if you have an issue with it, just let us know, and we'll do that. All right, so please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it, let us know, and again, be very careful with your social media use. Have a great weekend. Thank you.
All rise to the court, please. Close your notebook and follow me.
Your Honor.
All right. Again, why don't I see counsel on scheduling?
All right. I'm still in awe over Aka's testimony so far. Well, they had a juror who had an appointment and had to leave by 3:45. So there's SD, Mr. and Mrs. Reed. Pretty sure those are Karen's friends in the front row. I met them. I think I met them at somewhere. I forget where. But yeah. I still can't believe that we're even here. Right? We're here. Yeah. It's sad. How much money spent? How much money Karen spent? How much her parents had to sign off their life's work, all over this stupid miscarriage of justice. And this is the same exact courthouse where Sacco Vanzetti were falsely accused of murdering somebody, and they executed both of them. And then information came out later on that they were indeed innocent of all charges, but they had already executed them. Same courthouse. Shock, isn't it? Wow. Just freaking wow. Yeah. Also, if you could get away with murder. Yeah. I mean, look at what they did to poor Sandra, right? Look at what they did to Enrique, right? It's just so not right. Yeah. So, I'm not sure about tomorrow's show. Maybe. Again, I got to talk to the mods that be. Find out about tomorrow's show. See if we can do another 5 o'clock show. And take Sunday off. Monday, go back to like we did today. And go from there. So, yeah. Nine today. Nice. There's Cindy. Good to see Cindy today. That lady this morning from Louisiana, I think. Was it Louisiana? George? No. Where'd she say she was from? Louisiana? Very nice, sweet lady. Very nice lady. Nice to talk to her. Nice. Nice. I mean, this is all but over. I can imagine what's going on Twitter. Really, because oh, they're gonna have a field day with this stuff, man. Oh boy. So check this out. Pause. I'm playing this. Keep an eye on it. If something happens, we'll go back. But you gotta see this. Check this out, guys.
What are we looking at here?
So you're looking at a test matrix of the various tests that we conducted at ARCA. I could go through them one by one if you want.
Let me ask you foundationally, was your testing directed toward determining whether or not the scenario proposed in Dr. Welcher's report was consistent or inconsistent with what you would find ultimately?
The objection sustained.
Was your testing specifically designed to determine whether the damage to Miss Reed's vehicle, her Lexus, was consistent with the scenario that was proposed by Dr. Welcher?
That's sustained too. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
What was your testing? What were you engaged in terms of your testing? What were you trying to find out?
Well, I think it was to, again, we talked about earlier about that hypothesis, right? My understanding, Dr. Welcher indicated that the arm contacted the taillight, but there was no analysis or testing to determine what's the expected outcome of that. What's the damage to the taillight?
So you answered the first question. I'm striking that second part. Ask another question.
Was there anything else?
I think simply put, it's to find out what happens when you impact an arm with a Lexus taillight at various speeds. What happens?
What was your understanding of Dr. Welcher's hypothesis?
That's sustained.
Did you have an understanding of Dr. Welcher's hypothesis?
That's sustained too.
Yeah, court's done, Gail. It is.
Ultimately, what were you trying to find out through your testing?
As I mentioned, I think it was to determine when you impact a taillight at 10 miles an hour, 15 miles an hour, 25 miles an hour, what happens to the taillight? What's the expected damage? What happens to a sweatshirt when it makes contact with that? What happens to the fragments? How does the arm move? What's the acceleration of the arm? What's the change in speed of the arm? And certainly, as I mentioned, my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, will discuss what are the expected injuries in that type of impact.
Did you see any of those questions answered in Dr. Welcher's report?
Yes. Ask it differently.
What did you see in terms of Dr. Welcher's report as it relates to those types of questions?
That's sustained.
So that was Auntie Bev and Hank Brennan and Beverly Canone teaming up on.
What are we looking at here?
Dr. Wolf and Alan Jackson, for that matter. So, I mean, you're going to have a full weekend of tearing this stuff apart. And I did a poll. Let's see what the poll says. Who'd you rather question, Hank Brennan or Lally? So Hank Brennan's questioning or Lally's what if anything questioning. That was a poll I put up. And it was 66% people prefer Lally. You guys just must not be getting enough sleep, man. That put that guy on, and I can't get to a witness. He's so bad. Oh. Yeah, I hear there's some storms happening out in Western Mass. Yeah. Right, exactly. And Aka has the data on top of that. Here's the data that we produced. Mississippi. She was from Mississippi. What a sweetheart she was. Shelby is out in Western Mass, probably without power, based on the storms that's rolling through here. So, all right. With that said, I hope you all have an absolutely wonderful day. Thank you all for being here. Like, subscribe, to thank you, all that stuff, you guys. I can't thank you all enough for being here. And the last one we didn't talk about was this. The Petty Paralegal gifted 1 membership. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. With that said, thank you all for being here. It's been fun. And we got more to come. So, Peppa. Oh, Peppa. Please. She's a sweetheart. Thank you, Peppa. Gail, thank you. Mary, thank you. Peppa, Bobby, Mary Jo. You guys, Mary. You, everybody. You're all just wonderful people. All right, well, I hope you all have a good weekend, and we know Hank's not going to have a good weekend because there's no way he's going to bounce back from any of this. I mean, yet another day that Karen wins. Big W on the board for that one. All right, everybody. I love you all. If you all need anything, send me an email, cputom@gmail.com, and we go from there. Thank you all. Have a great day. Love you.
Cold mornings, cracked pavement, courthouse steps. He's there before sunrise while the world still rests. No cameras needed, no spotlight glare. Just a man with a purpose, always standing there. Facing the crowd, but the fight in his veins. Truth in his hands, pushing through the rain. Karen sees him, she knows what it means when you've got boots on the ground and you fight for your dreams. Boots on the ground, day after day, standing for truth in the hardest way. No fame, no glory, just a promise kept. Don't ask for praise, just fight in the good fight in 1,000 ways. When the cameras fade and the voices die, he's still right there, never asking why. He's got a handshake that you can trust, eyes that don't blink when it comes to us. Karen smiles because she knows it's true. She's got a soldier and his name's CPU. Boots on the ground, day after day, standing for truth in the hardest way. No fame, no hoarding, just a promise kept. Tom CPU, you never left. When the courthouse is empty and the crowd's gone home, Tom's still walking, he's never alone. 1,000 steps, 1,000,000 prayers, because justice don't sleep and neither does he care.